audible for some reason. Can everyone speak real quick?
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Now we're all audible, I think. Chat, can everyone speak real quick? Oh, wait. Oh, God. I left the stream on.
Hello.
Okay. Double jacks. Okay. I think now it is actually fixed. Sorry about that, folks. How you doing, everybody? Hello, Rosa Silva, Pencil Line, Fair Verona, Meldy, Bunny in the Box, Scott MacArthur, that guy, all you folks. And
Hello.
hi, Eric. How's it going, friend?
It's going lovely.
You feeling recovered after that nice long stream yesterday?
Yeah, and I just finished an album, and I'm gonna try and get everything uploaded and have it out at midnight tonight.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. So it's a counterpart to Cicada, another album you did.
Yeah,
Hmm.
like that. Cicada is for listening outdoors at midday, and this is for listening outdoors at midnight.
Gotcha. Well, there you go. If you send a link over, maybe I'll go on like a midnight stroll tonight and give it a listen. Alright, so when we last left off, we were 3 hours into their stream, which by EFAPP logic, of course, puts us 12 minutes into our video, which puts our stream at 6 hours in. So I believe our current rate, if we go another 6 hours, will be at least maybe approaching halfway through. We're going to try and get a little bit further than that. But after this, we're probably just going to leave it. We're going to just try and go as far as we can on this particular stream. But we're not just going to keep doing parts.
Because of that, like, we're gonna try and get to the end of my second segment.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a bit of a tall order.
Yeah, because I believe that getting to the end of your second segment would put us at about 7 hours into the EFAP. So that would be, quite a bit more than we covered last time. But we have a little bit more time tonight. I put us an hour earlier, and I don't know. I feel rejuvenated, so I can probably go a little bit longer. So if everyone in chat feels fine and no one's saying any like technical issues, we can get going. And I can't see anything, so I think we're about ready to go. Now, folks, be prepared. We're going to be jumping straight into the heat now. You kind of got easy mode coming into it. We got like a slow build up. As of now, we're already 3 hours into the stream. You know, Wolf has already called us scumfucks. It's already heated up. So just be ready for us to get into some hot discourse almost immediately. And I'll set the speed to 1.25 to make this slightly more tolerable, and we can go.
Am I repeating myself here when I say this? No, this is the reason I'm saying this. I do it a lot, and I'm fine with the idea that I've done it. I think that I have done it. It's just that it's a fine line sometimes in the scripting process where I'm like, will this be necessary? There's going to be a line in part 5, I think it is, where I re-explain the problems with the Stormtroopers in First Order, and I actually say...
Chat can double check if
one,
it sounds okay,
more than
or
10 hours
too
ago,
loud or too quiet,
I'm going
or
to explain
whatever.
it again, because it might be lost on you at this point, and that's fair, that's fine. Just running over a few details. So if you're like, you repeat yourself there, be like, I did just to make sure that people are hearing it. But you know what? I'll throw in a skip option now, knowing how people feel about listening to a thing they've heard already.
There you go, we took on board a criticism.
Yeah, this is the pattern that underlies all of MauLer's content, an illusion of deep analysis until you really give it any critical thought. On every occasion, 3/4 of the video are taken up by a bloated Wikipedia summary, interrupted very occasionally with a shallow observation about something MauLer does or does not like.
I think that's demonstrably untrue.
I found it insulting that you used the words critical thought while saying that sentence.
You've not said anything, Jack. You've just stated the fact, so you gotta have some reference.
Yes, congratulations. You know how an argument works. You make a point and then you explain the point.
But I think if we went to those videos of yours and we tallied up the time you spend just saying, all right, here's what the scene is, and then compare that to here's what I think about it, here's where it's wrong, here's where they could have done instead.
Boost the volume
I
of
think
the
it would
stream?
be incredibly loaded towards the latter.
One sec.
What?
I'm just going to turn up. Someone wanted the stream audio to boost it up a little bit, so I don't know if this maybe will help. Let's check.
Hit 1420, which is soon. We're gonna have a little experiment as to exploring Jack's points about my videos, and we're going to see how valid they are. It's going to be exciting, but for now I'm just going to say Mauler doesn't say anything deep, but he's pretending to be deep. He just summarizes and then says something shallow that attains to how he doesn't like or dislike the thing. It's like, okay, Jack,
Okay.
prove it.
Okay.
This fucking annoying Droid Lives Matter piece of shit is apparently in all of the episodes that feature the fucking Falcon. I didn't even think you could ruin a ship, but you found a way, Disney. You fucking found a way.
So, now I'm confused, because I thought we were talking about the critique videos, but now we're jumping to the rage videos. And is this claim that I've just said what I don't like after doing plot summary? And I'd be like, sure? Someone said Georgie Lives Matter.
I'm gonna wait until they
So if
finish
you
their
want to explain
point to
it
go
to
into
you,
this.
the ranting in the video is obviously scripted. It's for entertainment purposes, but it does represent how the movie can or may have made me feel. So it could be amplified by that. I really like the Millennium Falcon, personally. And when I found out that L337 is the Millennium Falcon, that annoys me.
Can't say that I was thrilled.
So that's what that little sequence is. It's supposed to make you laugh while also feeling a little bit like, yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it too. Entertainment is the primary focus of the rage videos. Now, will I ever make an objective argument in a rage video? I don't see why not, especially if it bolsters an argument. But
Yeah.
will I make a more subjective, probably claims in a rage video compared to a critique? Probably. It's supposed to be a passionate rant. I thought the title would help.
Okay, so Break here, thank you for the super chat. He can still see the dislikes even though we can't. Yes, that is the case. I would like people to actually discuss the stream, and it's literally impossible to make real judgments about it now. Like, if you're going to be giving it a like or a dislike at this point, it's probably just because you're like a MauLer fan who's coming in just to smash the dislike button and leave, so it's kind of pointless. So as to what MauLer's actually saying here, did you hear that, folks? Did you notice how he literally just said his rage videos will contain objective and subjective criticisms, and later on in the stream he'll clarify, or rather unclarify, the distinction between the two. He'll say, it's not really my responsibility to just tell you when it's a subjective or objective criticism. So it's kind of this weird mesh in his in his unbridled videos, rather, because it does include the Infinity War video. It's this weird mesh of just like stating his opinions, often without like really like giving an argument for it beyond, as we said just here, I like the Millennium Falcon, and so when a character I don't like is now associated with the Millennium Falcon, that makes me feel bad, which is essentially the point that was being made. So the fact that MauLer is creating this hard, distinctive line between his unbridled videos and his critique videos is a little bit disingenuous when you actually consider the content. So, as Eric has spoken about, most of the critique videos, or at least the Last Jedi critique, is in fact a lot of summary and a lot of like little tiny him making a point based on something he feels he doesn't like, sometimes with like a bigger argument, but a lot of the time just like pointing things out, like the examples we've given so far, which is a lot like what the unbridled videos are, right? He having this hard line where you're saying, oh no, the unbridled videos are just like me talking off the cuff about things I don't personally like. Like, no, that's not what they are, because you literally just said that's not what they are. You just said there'll be some objective points, there'll be some subjective points. It's not really my responsibility to tell you which is which. So, I don't know. I don't know if there's anything you wanted to add to that, Eric.
It feels like he thinks it's obvious, like the distinction between his objective points and his subjective points. They're almost identical in like how he presents them.
Yeah, I think it's you do a really good job pointing out that he seems to think that just because he identifies something as an objective part of the text, that's like the same as it being an objective criticism, right?
Yeah.
He'll say this is a thing that happens. Like, for instance, the knife disappearing. That's objectively a thing that happens, but you still need to speak from a standard or a perspective to say that it was a detriment to the film, right? Because things disappear all the time from films for no reason, and it doesn't really affect your enjoyment of the film.
I mean, of course, he would say like it's not about the enjoyment; it's about like that it's a flaw, but it's still like, just because it isn't your personal scale doesn't mean it isn't still a artificially created one.
Yeah, it becomes circular reasoning. It's saying, well, just because no one cares about, just because it isn't a detriment to anyone, doesn't make it not a flaw. It's just, maybe he just needs to talk more about how he defines flaws exactly. because so far it just seems like he has a particular standard that he sets, and then he decides that suddenly this thing that is a flaw by his standards is now objectively a flaw. But we can go more into that when it comes back to your segment, I think. Also, sorry, I missed my wife Britt, aka Lynn, aka Mezzo, is in fact still hanging out. She's going to be moderating the chat. Once again, if you're from the EFAP and you're not used to having to deal with like moderated chats, I apologize for that. You can go to the MauLer server and say whatever slurs you want here, but I kind of want to just have like straightforward discussions in this chat. So, that way it's a bit less memey and shitposty, but hopefully still, good to talk in. I'm not just going to be banning people because they disagree with me, just, if they're just here to shit things up. But with that said, let's keep going.
Yeah, it has the word rage in it, unbridled rage,
Like
which doesn't
unbridled?
imply studied criticism.
I've got his take on this. If you want, I had a discussion with him about this in the comments.
I would love it.
I've snapped
Conflating the rages.
I've snapped his first comment from that. We're gonna do comments at the end, but we'll
Right.
we will get
The end.
Jack will reconcile this contradiction in a comment. We're going to address it at the end, but so we're just presenting the counter argument to the video first.
Also,
Rarely with
I
any
need to use the
real-
loo, so discuss amongst
Go for it.
yourselves.
The loo?
So
What is the best kind of tree?
Turley.
The best kind of tree.
Oh, I get it.
He's a dog.
Vavarith said it's for people who didn't watch your videos, so it's fine. That's quotes are out of place. The other aspect of this is that taking that one piece of my solo rage video, which is I believe over 40 minutes, over 45, I can't remember specifically. It's interesting. It's like, would you like someone who is a huge fan of this channel? Do you believe that he's represented the video correctly if he's taken one 7-second clip at most out of what is nearly an hour potentially? Like, for me personally, again, if I was Jack's friend, I'd be like, I don't know, dude, like, I haven't seen that video. Is it really mainly that? Like, sure, you could at least get 3 examples in a row. I don't know, I might check out the video just to make sure, and then you watch it and you're like, oh, he talks about how Han Solo has been fucked up in the film, and is also contradictive while behaving strangely in terms of, like, goes through a similar arc to the 4th one, A New Hope, or Star Wars, depending on how you'd like to refer to it. The climax is beyond confusing for what everybody's doing in that room, and why they planned for what they did in terms of what the goals are. Like, I break all of that down, talking about how they've spent extreme amounts of money on the movie, and it's all in the practical effects and sets, and you could be like, what's wrong with that? And I'm like, oh, well, my theory is that what people were complaining about with the prequels a lot was that everything was CGI, quote-unquote, while the OT was everything was practical, quote-unquote. So you'd be like, let's have practical to the fucking crank that shit to 11. And you're like, oh, and they did, and it's shown in their bleeding budget along with the reshoots. What else did I say? Like, I'm just trying to remember the more substantive points that go beyond me just ranting and making funny jokes, sort of thing. That's kind of what I'm getting at here, and I just feel like it's a little bit unfair to say that that's what's...
So, another
Is he
thing...
defending them or not?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Notice how he's just immediately pivoted from, well, I don't need to defend the Unbridled Rage videos because they're supposed to just be me talking from my perspective and just, like, kind of making these, like, weak little arguments that don't really need to stand up because they're just my opinion. And now he's saying, why didn't he talk more about my Unbridled Rage video on Solo, specifically? So the reality is I didn't focus on the Unbridled Rage video on Solo for the reason that I clarified later, which is that I feel like at a point I'd just be repeating myself. But yes, I do include an example there because I did go through that whole video, and much like all his other videos, it was a lot of summary and a lot of him going aside for a second and then saying, this thing's stupid, and then moving on to his next point. Now, I'll give him credit. He, as I say later in the video, occasionally he'll make like a pretty good argument, or like I think he makes like a pretty good argument for his perspective, I should say. That's fine, but when we're specifically talking about the idea of like long critique is not deep critique, the fact that a lot of your videos kind of just fluff and opinions that you can only defend by saying, well, I'm entitled to my opinion, maybe that speaks to an issue to you, right? Because MauLer really cares about that kind of thing, or at least I thought I did. I thought he did, based on what he was saying, in his comments to me like a couple months ago. Like, he was saying he didn't like that other critics were just kind of putting out videos where they just say the things they think, and often not really justifying that, and just sort of speaking from the heart, not making more objective critiques. And yet now, all of a sudden, that's what the Unbridled videos are. And yet, also, he wants me to talk more about his Unbridled videos, so I don't know. I don't really know what to say about that. Yeah. Anything you want to say, Eric, or shall I move on?
I don't know. It's about your segment. I was thinking I wouldn't talk as much.
Yeah, that's fine. Although if you do want to chime in, just feel free. Absolutely.
Yeah, like if I have something to say, I will.
Okay, gotcha.
Going on in these videos, more so than anything else.
Yes. That's my contribution here. Yes.
I think we need to get Jared's input personally.
I think he'd say I did it okay the way I did it.
Why are people spamming tree emojis in the chat? I've seen like 3 now, I think.
Rags being on a tree.
Tree milk.
Can you milk any tree? It's called sap.
Why would you
Um,
ask why instead of knowing? You should know what can and cannot be milked.
This is a plot hole.
Yeah. Fucking ruined everything.
Jay, I need to ask you something.
Sure. Is it about a film I have or haven't seen? Or about
Should I answer that question?
I mean, answer it by going on with what it is you have to ask me.
Well, there's some things that some people have seen that you may not have. I just wanted to know if perhaps you have or have.
Oh, also, sorry, I missed it earlier. Thanks, Tom Robinson, for the super chat. Also, Jack Saint stream right after Philosophy Tube. Yes. I haven't seen the Philosophy Tube stream, but I might check out the archive.
I just want to say hi, Kevin. Glad to have you here.
Oh, Kevin Logan's here. Good to have you here, friend.
I've not seen them.
Kev.
Sure, let's do this.
Moon.
I actually saw the first half of it, then realized I was alone in a dark room where the lights didn't work and thought maybe not now because it seems kind of creepy.
That doesn't count. Ex Machina.
Yes,
Her.
I love it. Oh wait, which one?
Her.
No,
Robot and Frank.
I'm sorry. What is that?
What's the context
Robots
of
and
what they're
Frank.
saying right now?
No, I heard you.
I have no
just
idea.
don't know what that is.
Oh, that's another
Okay.
movie. Requiem for a Dream.
No,
The Prestige.
no,
Oh.
I hate the
I'm-
Blast
prestige.
from the Past.
nope.
This is the end.
Sorry
Did
about
it
that.
stop?
I got muted again. Eric, why don't you like the Prestige? Just curious.
It just it seems like it's all banking on the twists being
Mhm.
such a mindfuck that it forgot to be like interesting.
I think the
And it just-
casting's good. I like the casting.
It spends so much time on their like friggin' dick measuring contest and like the dead wife.
Yeah, I don't like
revenge.
I don't like the tropey use of women in that film. I will say, I like Andy Serkis and David Bowie and Christian Bale and Hugh Jackman. I think they're well cast, but there's definitely issues in the writing. I feel. I do like the twist. I think it's a fun twist. Have you seen The Sixth Sense by any chance?
No, I have not.
Well, I mean, that's another movie that's like really banking hard on the twist, and then once you know the twist, it's like, okay, I don't really feel like I need to rewatch this. It's a tough strike to balance, or a tough balance to, I don't know. Let's go.
You know,
Um,
you want to
is
know?
that a
You
film
want to
where you
know?
just-
What's
You
up?
want to know a movie I actually do like?
What's up?
I freaking love Fight Club.
Fight Club's good. I enjoy Fight Club.
It's one of my favorites. I've recently decided it's a 10.
Yeah, it's I have a complicated relationship with Fight Club because it was kind of like when I was younger, I think I uncritically liked some of the portrayals of like reconstructed masculinity in it. And then as I got older, I was kind of put off by Fight Club because of its portrayal. Like I realized how toxic its portrayal of masculinity was, and now I just kind of enjoy it as a depiction of that, if you know what I mean.
I like it because it's about a depressed gay loser,
Yeah, that too.
and I'm that. That's me.
Also, I just think stylistically, David Fincher was like, he really went all out with it. Like all of the shots where they're just sliding through the entire buildings, I think's really cool. Like when he's going through his apartment, and then you get all these pop-ups with like all of his IKEA furniture. I just think there's a lot of novel touches. So he really pushes himself in a way that, I don't know. I don't want to say he phones it in usually. Like he doesn't. He's a pretty inventive director, but like he was really going for it with that film, I felt.
Yeah, continue the stream.
Sorry, just taking a drink.
saying that to me like this is the end.
No,
of you.
no. That's an actual video or movie.
I have returned.
I have not seen that.
Is that the one with Seth Rogen?
Oh God, E.T.
Yes.
Thank God. Thank God. I felt like I was gonna have a heart attack. The thin red line.
Yet?
No.
The wind that shakes the parley.
Nope.
Fracture.
No.
Catch me if you can.
Nope.
21. What are they doing?
Jump Street.
They're just testing
21.
Simpsons on movies he's watched. I guess?
No. I've seen 21 Jump Street though.
It's not the same.
At least this
Yes,
is a
it
good
is.
stretch
I know
where we
it's
can just
Doomsday.
leave it and not
It's
really
Doomsday.
It is the same because it has the
have
word
to
21.
criticize
A few good
anything.
men.
No.
Doomsday.
I've seen John Wick, person in the chat, and I wanted to draw attention to that because it's one I have seen. So,
Okay. Paradise Now.
nope.
Season of the Witch.
No.
Harold and Kumar skipping
I
bars.
saw- I've not seen any fucking film. Like I've seen a lot of films, just not these ones. Like that's
Free
how
Willy?
I feel.
Free
No,
Willy?
Wait, yes, but I was really young and I don't remember it.
Okay, that still counts. Stand By Me.
No.
Peter
like
Jackson's King Kong. Wait, you haven't seen Stand By Me? Are you shitting me?
I love Stand By Me.
How are
It's
you
such a great
surprised by
film.
me not having seen the
Come
film?
on!
How does this surprise you at this point?
Peter Jackson's King Kong.
I've seen Percy Jackson.
Oh no!
Oh,
Oh no!
That was not the answer you should have gone for.
Tropic
I
Thunder.
hated it. If that makes you happy, I've already told you I've
Okay.
not.
Push.
Oh man, I like Push.
Hang on, what's the skip forward button?
I knew that the stream was going to become this at some point.
Well,
L.
do you want
Answer
to-
the question.
I already said I haven't seen that.
Yeah. Dead Poet Society.
Good Morning
What?
Vietnam.
The Thing.
I've not seen that.
How long do they go with this?
I don't know. Also, considering MauLer's ideology as far as objective critique, I'm surprised they would even mention Dead Poet Society, but whatever.
I really want to see the thing. No.
Old school.
Human.
We're gonna skip that one.
Oh yeah,
Victor
we were
Victoria.
soldiers.
Yes.
The Island. Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Yes.
Okay,
Gattaca?
yeah, I'm gonna switch to
No.
2 times just for a second.
Huh.
Do you want to put that on pause until we find another possible break?
Can we go over
This
there?
one the stream is going to be 12
I'll
hours
just,
long.
I'll just name every movie that ever existed.
I'm literally going over every movie that I own.
Beginning in 1829.
Would you like me to just record a clip of me saying I haven't seen that and I can leave for the duration of this part? You can just play that with.
You know, there's so many movie suggestions in chat.
I've seen
Alright.
Spaceballs chat. I've not seen Twilight. Why would you ask me that?
Have you seen Tom Wars, The Phantom Cubicle?
I've not seen Twilight New Moon. Stop asking me Twilight films.
I just cannot fathom how you have not seen Stand By Me. I mean, even that was like one of the movies I watched as a kid, like over and over and over. I love that movie.
Sandlot?
I'm
I
still
think
a
it's
child,
Sandlot.
so.
Oh god, he hasn't seen the Sandlot. Come on.
Double Boy said, is there a film you think is objectively bad, but you really enjoy and think is objectively good? Or, well, just you like subjectively.
AB
Just-
Goblin.
Eric, have you listened to David Bowie?
I've listened to some of it.
Have you listened to Kanye
couple.
West?
Yes.
Have you listened to the Rolling Stones?
No.
Have you listened to Blue Oyster Cult?
No, I have not.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah, the room
Yeah.
Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, my Batman and Robin, I always say.
Annihilation.
What I meant to say
Black
was
Panther.
Oof, well, I mean, that's fine. This clip that Jack used, by the way, I do go on to explain. Why it's an issue as well, and how it happened, and what doing that to the Falcon is doing. You know, like things that this introduces. This is the funny rage part, and then I'm like, by the way, this is the actual reasons why this sucks. And I do it in the Predator video as well, but it's like, leave those bits out. Those pesky. What is it in that pesky context off?
Remember to turn off that pesky context.
Lives Matter piece of shit is apparently in all of the episodes that feature the fucking Falcon. I didn't even
The context is that he dislikes the robot character and he likes the Millennium Falcon.
think you could ruin a ship, but you found a way, Disney. You fucking
I
found.
stand by that statement. How the hell do you
Yeah.
ruin a ship? It's like you did it.
All it has
No
to
way.
do is move people around and you fucked it.
Rarely with any real thrust to his arguments.
Hey Jack, what does it mean to have thrust to your argument?
Also, what direction is the thrust going in?
That's very important.
What position?
Is it a downward
Down.
thrust?
It's a downward thrust, yeah. I like it. I like it.
Is tonal
Really
look
not-
involved?
Donald would approve of Jack's videos. I
Is
think.
apparently
I
in
think
all
so.
of the episodes that feature the fucking Falcon. I didn't even think you could ruin a ship, but you found a way, Disney. You fucking found a way.
Rarely with any real thrust to his arguments, rarely elaborated on as he sacrifices depth for breadth, and as you hurtle towards the conclusion after a 2
I
to
don't think he does. At
Yeah,
all.
he's saying I do. That's it.
That's an interesting opinion you
think-
have there.
People on the team, if you will, for this actually consider that criticism, where they just go, like for example, all Wolf's videos are blue screens and noise. I've said it, so that's criticism now. And Wolf's just like, that's just nothing in relation to my stuff. And it's like, yeah, but it's criticism though. So,
It's a shame that I don't go into any specific examples later in the video.
5-hour-long rant.
Rant.
Do you know little more about the film
a
than
rant.
what happens in it?
well, this is just a 53-minute rant. And I
Yeah,
actually
this is a
argue there's a bit of a
53-minute rant.
ramble on Eric's part, because he does seem... I think he may have had a script, and then he's sort of going off script, selectively.
Yeah,
I
a
had
sit in front of
I
your
had a
webcam and just
script. I had a script, but I was more following it like a selection of bullets than actually like directly following it word for word, which is why I sound unscripted.
Yeah, and to be honest, considering how much you had to say, I think it's better off that way. It feels more loose the way you're talking. I feel like I talk a little bit too scripted, but whatever.
talk.
with a few
But that is a correct
and
prediction,
Oh, wait, sorry,
Mauler.
let's go back a
Good stuff.
bit.
rarely elaborated on as he sacrifices depth for breadth. And as you hurtle towards the conclusion after a 2 to 5 hour long rant, you know little more about the film than what happens in it with a few errors, and whether some guy on the internet personally enjoyed it.
What else is there that wouldn't come under those two things? Because a theme would happen in the film. So what?
The errors would also happen in the
He's
film.
like,
The
what
plot
happens
holes
in the
happen
film and what the guy thought of it. It's like, what statement can you make about a movie in a review that wouldn't come under one of those two things?
Yeah, name a movie reviewer who doesn't do that.
Mauler and his
Eric, is there anything you can say about a film other than what happens in it and what you thought about it?
There's quite a lot to say. Like you have to like there's what happens in it, but there's also like what it means within the context of itself and other things, and like your own personal interpretations of things as well.
Like, I wonder what he thinks like an essay is, right? Like, does he think an essay where you're like discussing literature is literally just you summarizing the literature, or saying I liked this piece of literature? Like,
And also the whole like if I were describing what's in the movie, themes are in the movie, therefore I'm describing the themes. I think that's there's a lot of things that people talk about movies that isn't like necessarily in them that can be like described, like 3-act structure is a bit nebulous sometimes. Sometimes it's like very clearly defined, but sometimes it's not really, and it's sort of up to interpretation where like Act 2 or Act 3 starts and begins. Like like if you describe everything that happens in a movie, you haven't necessarily said everything there is to say.
right. I mean, themes aren't just things that are in the movie. Often you have to draw that out of it, right? I mean, that's what a critical lens usually is drawing something out of the movie, not just saying this is something that's inherent to the text. But I don't know, maybe Mauler would think that was the same as like his fan fiction. I'm not sure, where it's like, oh, you're just making stuff up about the movie at that point.
Yeah, I mean that's what he thinks. He like he's one of the people who says like, oh, the author just thinks the curtains are blue.
Yeah.
Like,
it's I don't want to extrapolate too much, but it's maybe something that's more in Mauler's audience than Mauler himself, but it seems to be these people that have a genuine disdain for like the humanities and the arts and the way that they generally will look at material, and like they want to put a more STEM-like approach to it. So when they see something like the hero's journey or the 3-act structure, they want to say like, oh, good, so now we know the structure that stories should follow, and now we can judge things based on whether or not they follow that structure well, right? But that's not how art works. Again, I don't know if that's specifically a Mauler problem or a Mauler's fan base problem.
yeah, the art comes first, and then like the structures and things come to describe what everyone's made. Like,
yeah, it's descriptive, not prescriptive. Yeah. Now, do you know what I mean by that?
yeah, I know what those words mean. Although I had to teach Mauler what descriptive and prescriptive was in our time.
Oh, well, it's good that he knows that at least now.
Yeah, now he does.
It's a bit scary that he's done this many, like he's built this much of a following, having not known what descriptive is versus prescriptive. For anyone in the audience that doesn't know that, generally, like you can just summarize it as like descriptive is just saying what's there, whereas prescriptive is saying how things should be. So it's like an is-ought thing, like what something is versus what it ought to be. Yeah.
So it started. I think it's a linguistics term mainly, like describing two ways to talk about grammar usage. So if you were to say to descriptively analyze a passage, you'd have to look at what's commonly used and what rules are commonly used by a community, while prescriptive is like a different philosophy where there is a correct way to use any given language.
Right, gotcha. Yeah, that would definitely be a like solid example to use. Okay, sorry, we've been paused too long.
Because if he's talking about like what I drew from The Last Jedi was that in my life, you know, I failed several times, and I realized that those failures are precisely what brought me to my success.
I think it's
So
talking about reader response theory.
You know, I really connect with The Last Jedi's lesson. I'd be like, okay, and that's fine, and that's in the movie. So he's still talking about what is in the movie and then what he got from it. You know, so I don't understand, like, because they're always arguing for depth, meaning stuff like talking about themes, which I do. So I don't even know why they're saying that, but whatever.
Fans, of course, objecting to this assessment as they believe he digs into something more.
It might be a problem for someone else, right? But it's a problem in their subjective lens. It doesn't make it objective. That
Not talking about people.
on that,
It
right?
is a problem factually.
Some defenders of MauLer's style of analysis.
See, so
What was wrong with that?
yeah, so Jax accused me of he's going to at one point in this video, but I think he may have done it already, where I'll just state a thing, but I don't actually explore why it's bad, and he's just done it there for me.
Yeah, that's.
So keep
'cause
that in
even
mind,
I had
folks.
to ask. Yeah.
Oh, how did I know that he was going to bring Sargon up? I just knew it.
objective. That
Not talking about people.
agreeing on that,
It is
right?
a problem factually.
So just for the record, because a lot of people have gone into this like notion of like, oh, you had to like connect MauLer to this like far right, alt right politics. You had to bring Sargon into it. Just audience, pay attention to the extent to which I bring Sargon into this, considering this is literally just me showing a clip of Sargon talking about MauLer.
Some defenders of MauLer's style of analysis assert that MauLer
That's not, by the way, that quote, that's not to say that any objective flaw is a factual flaw. It's the specific one we were discussing in that conversation, which, again, context, that pesky fucker is getting in the way, but sorry, it's a bit more than just
don't
that quote.
include it.
uses
enough.
multiple lenses of critical analysis to see the work from as
Analysis.
many sides as possible, and
tried.
that's what justifies this
Um,
format.
So, Sargon did make a video in defense of me, and I actually quite liked a lot of it. There's one point where Sargon says that MauLer is trying to reach an objective take by exploring all takes and figuring out what each of the individual ones are lacking, and then sort of combine them into a cohesive whole. As much as I appreciate, you know, trying to make sense of it instead of just fucking strawmanning me like a lot of people like to do, I don't do that. I'm just trying. My criteria is just what's there, what's provable, and they even say this in the video at one point that that's kind of what I'm going for. And when you come to provable, there are things that I will miss. There's always going to be things I'll miss because I'm human. And then people will be like, aha, so it's subjective. And I'll be like, no, that means I made a mistake. For fuck's sake. Like, so, you know, you could call that a worldview thing or whatever. But yeah, I don't come at The Last Jedi from the mind of every race, every sexuality, every political position, every walk of life, even different species. You know, I don't even know that it's possible to do that. And I don't claim to try to do that. So Sargon may have the wrong impression. It'd be interesting to maybe see what he thinks about my sort of response to that. Regardless,
Someone said bring V on, then kick V.
regardless, unfortunately for Jack, he's going to take this argument and argue against it, but it's never something I've said. So,
And it's never something that I said MauLer said. If anyone would like to go back to that part in the video, I specifically say some of MauLer's fans say this, and you can see this by watching Sargon's video and then seeing all of the comments saying, wow, this is a really good summary of what MauLer does.
Yeah, but it's so easy to just.
yeah, like if
Somebody
just
else
find
said that.
someone, like if I pay a guy to say Rags always loves murdering people on a Tuesday, and they'd be
Love
like,
it.
Rags, this is why you
Tomorrow's the day,
shouldn't.
guys. Tomorrow's the day. Buckle up. It's gonna be some
MauLer's
killing.
style of analysis.
So here's a made up, so that is an example of a made up misrepresentation of MauLer's content. So that was, oh, you misrepresented MauLer because you said that he says that he explores multiple lenses, but he never says that. I never said he said that, so.
Assert that MauLer uses multiple lenses of critical analysis to see the work from as many sides as possible, and that's what justifies this format. Nope. You could maybe argue MauLer briefly
Okay.
touches on the feminist aspect of a work.
I don't touch on the feminist aspects of a work. I don't think. I don't know why he's.
I think I.
I'm not saying I've never mentioned it. I'm saying to say that I touch on the feminist aspect is pretty generous to me. You know.
I mean, you mentioned that some people have a feminist aspect of it.
I'm more the one that mentions that.
Yeah.
So I know for a fact that I say that in DS2 you can't choose your gender from the get-go. You spawn as a man, and then you can choose your gender in about, I don't know, 5 minutes from there. And so I find it interesting that when H-Bomber Guy is summing up all the game, I'm surprised he doesn't have any issue with that as a feminist. That's all I said. Like, I didn't declare that I'm in favor or against feminism. I literally just pointed out that it's interesting as...
So, I'm not sure if people in chat know this. I'm surprised that MauLer doesn't know this because this is usually one of the first critical lenses that you're taught when it's like you're asked to analyze literature through various lenses. Feminist literary theory and feminism as a political ideology are not the same thing. Feminism in terms of like literary theory, like it's a big thing, but broadly it would just be analyzing how sexes and genders are portrayed in media. So you're not making judgment. Sorry,
Man, like even Digibro gets this.
You're not making judgments on it based on that. You're literally just saying, I'm analyzing the text through the lens of how sexes and genders are portrayed.
There's a video where Digibro talks like, "Oh, I'm about to look at this through a feminist lens," but if you don't know, a feminist analysis does not require the person speaking to themselves be a feminist. Like,
yeah. So MauLer doesn't know this. I don't think he really knows what any literary, like, I don't know. He's gonna quote me on that and say I do know what literary theories are, even though feminism, which is probably one of the first ones people are taught, he doesn't know what that is. It doesn't have to be political. It's literally just talking about how sex and gender are portrayed. You could be an anti-feminist and explore the feminist aspect of a text, right? Who knows? Also, that they say there that they say I'm being disingenuous, but say, well, you barely do that. I do say he maybe explores it a little bit, specifically to talk about like Mary Sue's.
As a feminist, that you wouldn't have an issue with a game that's previously allowed you to choose what gender you spawn in with, that it's forcing you to be male immediately.
So this is MauLer very directly conflating feminism as a political ideology with feminism and in terms of feminist literary theory. Because he's saying, why doesn't H-Bomb, declare Dark Souls 2 problematic as a feminist because it has this thing in it, right?
And you could be like, well, that's just a nitpick. And I'd be like, no, sure, that's fine. I found it interesting that it's not something that would bother him at all. So if someone said...
Eye Patch Wolf is great.
I was just going to say that if someone said, like, see, you do explore it from the family, I'd be like, that's...
I love
think
Eye Patch
a bit
Wolf.
of an over-exaggeration. But I mean, I wouldn't even consider it a criticism. I'd just be like, okay, if that's how you think I do it, fine.
I mean, if you're somebody who liked the idea of an apolitical review, I mean, you're pretty much that.
He's not really criticizing you at this point. He's criticizing what Sargon said about you. He's saying that Sargon is wrong, not you.
Well,
and a lot of people are mentioning in the chat that, of course, they talk about Sargon because he's on the other side politically.
Sorry, Sins. Jade, don't you think it's a little bit cheap to take a point that I don't hold and counter it?
Oh, yeah, it's cheap, but this isn't... Yeah,
can I say something?
Sure.
This is not your...
Oh, sorry, there you go.
I think before we get too far in, I want to talk about the whole, like, all art is political thing.
Sure.
Because like they talk about that a lot. And I generally I kind of want to purge that particular phrase because none of the people who need to be convinced by that like understand what anyone is saying when they say that. Like they think by political we mean like references policies and stuff. Like when in actuality it's more like all art says something, like all art communicates something or reflects off of its surrounding context in some way that can be read into, which is like the same. That's what people mean when they say all art is political.
Yeah, I think most of the time when people are trying to argue not all art needs to be or should be or is political, they have a very narrow view on what politics is. Like they literally think that by not all art should be or is political, you're saying like it's talking about Trump or it's talking about the Democrats or the Republicans or something like that. Like politics broadly can just be like the dynamics of society and who holds power in society. It's a very, very like big range of things that can be discussed politically.
Take Carl Andre's brick stacks. Like that's political. That's saying something about like what art should be. Like these bricks are an experience. Like even though there's pretty much zero actual text or representation in it, it's still saying something.
Yeah, I remember I watched Mumkey's podcast with MauLer, and they briefly talk about the all art is political thing, where it's like they're saying, oh, leftists are trying to make everything political now, and they think it would make boring art because then they say there's like a musician present, and they say, well, was your music political? Did you intend your music to have a political message? And he was like, fuck no. And it's like, well, exactly then. So not all art is political because this musician said there was no political intention with his art. So we don't usually analyze media like in such a limited way as to say, what did the author intend? Oh, okay, then that's the way we can analyze it, right? Especially you, Eric, as a musician, I'm sure you wouldn't agree with the notion of just like, well, if the author didn't intend it, therefore it's not political. That would be a good summary of what you would believe.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much what I wanted to say.
Yeah. Maybe they'll talk more about it later, but you know, it's a divide I'm not sure will ever be bridged, where people that think all art doesn't need to be political will have a very narrow view on what political art really means, like literal propaganda.
Well, none of this is like anything you've done wrong. The fact that someone has said your work has this merit or this quality, and it's not something that you even tried to put in your work, really, is like, you know, that's not a problem that you have.
Also, real quick, a couple of people in the comments said, did you have any other hot takes about Digibro? Anything else to say about Digibro?
He's kind of cute.
There you go. That's our second hot take.
He's a little otter, man.
Would you date Digibro?
Oh, maybe, like at least once.
Okay. Well, there you go, chat. You got what you wanted.
That's something.
Yeah, it's almost like, why is this even in the video? You know?
Yeah, like how many people are really saying that I approach media criticism from every lens possible? Like, is there a lot of people?
I
saying
recommend everyone go to Sargon's video and look at the number of views and look at the number of likes, because that's literally how he summarizes MauLer's content. And if the fans disagree with that, then they're sure not disagreeing in the comments, and it almost gives the impression that they only liked it because they're like, oh, he like MauLer, rather than actually listening to what they are saying. Especially because MauLer doesn't actually... He commented below Sargon's video and didn't even call that out, so...
About my work?
I've never heard that before myself.
Hey.
Mostly just to accuse female characters of being Mary Sue's, but...
Characters.
Okay, so let's hear that again.
...to see the work from as many sides as possible, and that's what justifies this format. Nope. You could maybe argue MauLer briefly touches on the feminist aspect of a work, mostly just to accuse female characters of being Mary Sue's.
So the implication there is that I believe that I need to use feminism to excuse pointing out a character as a Mary Sue. I'm not entirely sure of what he thinks.
Mary Sue? I mean, there are male equivalents to that.
Well, I was about to say, so a Mary Sue has nothing intrinsically to do with feminism. It can be the result of a feminist creating content, but it could happen. The origin of a Mary Sue is just someone writing a fan fiction.
What are you doing?
Could be the result of a diversity hire.
Yeah, like, just leveling with you, Jack. Mary Sue and feminists are not intrinsically connected, and I don't think I've ever said they are. That's a strange point.
So once again, very, very loosely discusses the feminist lens to a work, which is the entire point of me saying MauLer doesn't really explore any critical lenses in his work other than the robot. That was the point being made.
I mean, it's very easy to argue the flip side and say that a Mary Sue would make a feminist upset because it's a very poorly constructed character that makes females look bad on screen.
To see
and yeah, a lot of people obviously saying Gary Stu, but people even refer to some male characters as Mary Sues, as if to say a Mary Sue isn't tied specifically to a female. But there's discussion to be had about that. Either way, certain people believe Mary Sue can be applied to a man, and if not, it would be called a Gary Stu anyway.
Why does it have to be gendered in the first? Like, why does Mary Sue have to be a gendered thing? Because it came first.
Yeah.
Like Mary Sue existed before Gary Stu. And Gary Stu, I'm pretty sure, like, just exists for people to point an eye that Mary Sue has some sexist undertones to it.
Yeah, I think part of it was that they realized how many, like, male characters that they like fall under the categorization of a Mary Sue. So they had to justify it by adding Gary Stu.
Yeah,
Even though most of the time they don't really care about Gary Stills.
and it's fine. It's fine to criticize a character for being a bit too flawless, but like it doesn't need to be gendered. It really like there's absolutely no reason for it.
Yeah. And it very clearly is. Regardless of whether MauLer's claiming that people use Mary Sue to talk about male characters too.
I think it covers the topic really well.
Someone said Ryan Gosling.
The channel is Overly Sarcastic Productions. If you want an overview of what a Mary Sue is, I would recommend that video.
By the way, it's ironic that we're spending so much time with context and explaining all how these points are bullshit, and the biggest response we'll get to this is too long.
It's too long. Well, if I make a video about words are bad and you use words to
No,
counter me,
you certainly got a bigger response than that, my friend.
then ha.
Long man
I
bad.
was right. I was right.
Oh, is that where it started?
Yeah, that was the start of
That-
Long Man Bad, and now that's half of the criticism my video gets. Is, oh, you really dislike MauLer's videos just because they're long. Long Man Bad, hashtag.
Oh man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Work from as many sides as possible, and that's what justifies this format. Nope. You could maybe argue MauLer
Oh,
briefly
don't
touches on
elaborate.
the feminist aspect of a work.
I'm
do that.
literally elaborating.
Just to accuse female characters of being Mary Sue's. But for much else, psychoanalysis, post-colonialism,
Why the fuck do I... No, I don't look at The Last Jedi through post-colonialism, you're right.
What about queer theory?
queer theory.
That's the...
Does everyone remember the name of the bad guys in the original trilogy of Star Wars? This is a quiz for the chat. Does anyone remember what the bad guys in the original Star Wars trilogy are called? And then to laugh at the notion that I would analyze Star Wars through a post-colonial lens. Eric, do you think there's any aspects of Star Wars that you could analyze through a post-colonial lens?
I'm drawing a blank. Oh, weren't the villains called like the Fempire or something?
I mean, do we need to elaborate on that point, or is it self? I think it explains itself, right? Literally, most of Star Wars is a series of colonies controlled by an empire. There's no way that you can't get this through how much these people are obsessed with Star Wars. I don't know. I don't know.
Empire Strikes Back.
Bottom one.
Marxism.
Why
Marvel
would you
and MauLer
call it
spending
queer
free
theory? Just call it query and save time.
That's true. I'm a fan of that.
This is why we have Jay here.
colonialism.
divided.
You should tell that to Just Right. See if he's like, wow.
The problem is we spend more time discussing the way that he saves his time than time was actually saved.
But I don't think I think we really need to like focus. Post colonialism. What?
If you don't know what it is, Wolf, that's your fault.
I'm just gonna let this one run.
Okay.
Yeah, I know what it is. I want to know how exactly he thinks that applies to anything that we do or
Well,
say.
his point is that I don't look at the movie through that lens.
And
So
I
I
think
don't.
there's
Therefore, I
something
don't
to
look at it
say.
through all lenses, which is not a position I hold anyway.
But instead of being
Is
discussion
that
there
that
about
pesky
what Sargon said
context,
about looking
Mauler?
at a movie through
The thing that you
how
made
do we
up that I
stay,
said about
true
you?
to those particular lenses if we don't necessarily agree with them? How do we make sure our views on those issues aren't necessarily skewed? But he just says nope, and that's kind of it. And he lists examples of the lenses, but he doesn't really give us any information on how that might change the way a scene is portrayed, or how it might make a scene better, or how the lens that maybe a director sees the world through could influence the final product. None of that stuff is discussed. Maybe he does later. I guess we'll see.
Yeah, that's true.
Psychoanalysis, post-colonialism, queer
Marxism
theory,
shit, by the way.
Marxism. Marvel at MauLer spending 3 minutes of his Last Jedi analysis saying, I don't like to get political, but film thinks war profiteering bad and child slavery bad, and that is bad because
What?
Disney...
Yeah, that's nowhere near what you said.
Oh wow.
So
Like,
we're gonna go on an
wow.
adventure.
So everyone, be
Are
prepared
they,
for
are they
a...
gonna play the? Are they gonna play the Cantobite section of his video? No.
So, be prepared for a massive waste of everyone's time. I was making a point about Marxism and about what aspects of MauLer's video discuss anything resembling a class-based analysis, which is what Marxism is. It's not the same as being a Marxist. It just means that you're analyzing the class dynamics in analysis of a text, right? just analysing how class works. So I was specifically talking about that in terms of MauLer's segment at the end of his Last Jedi analysis, which is what I show, where he talks about how Disney, it's bad that they make these statements, and it's because it's really, they don't say too much about it, and Disney's hypocritical for talking about it anyway because they're a company that makes money. And MauLer knows this because he made the critique. He knows this is the part I'm talking about. So instead, what we're going to get is MauLer showing an irrelevant part earlier in the film in which he calls out the plot holes in the Canto Bight section. I wasn't saying this was all he had to say about Canto Bight. I was specifically talking about the Marxist aspect of his analysis, which is very limited, which isn't even a detriment to his work. I'm literally just responding to his fans who think this is what he does. But in any case, let's look forward to them just showing everything to do with Canto Bight. I'm going to speed this up a little bit.
Hooray.
Droids.
We're gonna check out-
It should be using droids instead of child labor.
My Marxist analysis is it's a big plot hole that they use robots instead of, or they use slaves instead of robots. Why don't they have guns on their turret outposts? I'm going to speed this up to 1.5 just because there's going to be basically nothing for us to comment on here. We can slow it down if they do make a point worth discussing.
My part of the video that he's referencing, because he's just summed up my portion on Canto Bight as child slavery bad, animal cruelty bad, and this is bad because Disney... Sorry, what was this whole thing?
Makes money.
Disney makes money.
There you go. So, we're going to rush over to my video, and I apologize for this, but we're going to be watching 5 minutes of my video.
I'm going to speed it up a little bit.
That sounds too long.
It is long. I know that that's too. Going dramatically far.
Long man bad,
6:15.
guys. That was
Can't
definitely a
summarize
point that was made in the video.
You're right.
That's
It's
a
my
sad
bad.
one quote.
I would really prefer to view these 5 minutes through a post-colonial lens.
We can keep in mind what Jack said, and we're also going to keep in mind Eric said this is part of the section of I speak so much, yet I say so little. So here comes the 5-minute section, I suppose.
Filled with massive over-the-top security, likely because the place makes a massive amount of money. This means that all those animals that Heron Finn have released will be captured and put back to work. This is obvious, as what else would happen when that many sentries are all chasing the targets when they've been shown to have weaponry. They aren't shooting because they're trying to catch the animals, and it's only a matter of time before they do. Which is done in itself, by the way, as they cause more damage to the world and grief to the guests than I'm sure they're worth, but whatever. What Rose has said here is akin to a child's outlook on animal cruelty. Just free them all, let them return to their homes. It is very likely that they can't even survive in the wild, that they've been born and raised in captivity. None of this is handled with a lick of realism, considering the series is being looked at as children's content despite the incredibly deep themes and the violence. What is it that you think this teaches children exactly? Free animals no matter what? Stop mean things from happening? If anything, this will simply give children the wrong ideas.
Remember, folks, when I said that MauLer had a limited Marxist analysis of the text, I was absolutely leaving out the context of it's a plot hole that they let the animals free.
Finn, he is mostly along for Rose's ride, but he does comment on the destruction of the casino as a sort of revenge against the people who run the planet, the rich war profiteers. Now this is actually childlike writing again. A glossed view of the world, the bad guy loses because we broke his toys. Finn accomplished the destruction of many areas of Canto Bight, scaring and injuring citizens or tourists while labeling them all as evils he trampled through without any specific information on any of them, only to claim the revenge he apparently sought. What a great character. An easy comparison for this is the sad realization that by destroying the... Sorry?
That was one of my favorite parts of the series that you did.
Death Star, Luke may have killed many innocent stormtroopers conscripted for the sole reason that they were unlucky and didn't believe in the Empire at all. Who knows? This is inevitably going to happen in order to stop this planet killer from completing its goals. Here, though, he is just rampaging through a random city on a planet under the justification that he doesn't like the people who live here. What about the good people who are here? What about the slave labor that may be serving these people as you trample through? What about characters just like you and Rose who are here to find something? It is so interesting that a character who's established as unable to stomach human suffering is so blunderously carving through a complex filled with humans causing suffering. It is almost like there is no care taken with the characters in this film. But that's ridiculous, right? The carnage is apparently justified by some of these people having profited
So
from
this
war. Do you understand what I
this
mean?
is some like, why do they blow? Isn't it bad that they blew up the Death Star, even though there was probably just hired contract workers on the Death Star just building stuff? Like, this is that level of analysis. If you remember that, when people were like, "Oh, in Episode 5, they blew up the rebuilt Death Star, and that's bad because this." Oh, sorry, is it Episode 4 that they do that, or Episode 6? I don't know. Don't remember.
Episode 6 has the rebuilt Death Star.
Yeah, exactly. And so, yeah, there were probably good people on both of Death Stars that they blew up. Very good critique.
They didn't cause the war, they simply profited from it. They aren't even strictly evil on this scale. They're just opportunists. Besides that, as a disgruntled sanitation worker for the First Order, Finn should know well and good that when something is damaged in the Starkiller base, or the Supremacy, the mess is not cleaned up by Snoke, or Hux, or Kylo Ren. It would be sanitation, engineering, plumbing, or a specific section of people that work. Perhaps a slave group. Real people like Finn clean up the messes that he's making right now, and he should know this. Not to mention, this may have no real effect on the rich, horrible people of the world because they have insurance. But what does that matter? We know they have slave labor, so they're just going to use them. Thanks to Finn, there's going to be months and months of whipping and ridicule, also that he could feel better about these evil men who rule this world. People feel like this whole sequence is a moment for Finn to grow grow and learn in relation to the evils in the world, while in reality
This is
it was
such
an
incredible
embarrassing
Marxist
virtue being sprayed with
analysis.
this and clumsily constructed plotline. Finn's new and idiotic attitude is the similar kind of attitude that many misguided activists have in our world today, freeing animals only to scare or hurt them, or ultimately return them to where they were found, or they will destroy property in the name of hurting the one who's at the top of the chain, when in reality they only hurt the workers who fix it all. This whole mess on Canto Bight is the foreground of the theme of war profiteers getting richer and richer, while the young defenseless children of the world are used as free labor for the planet.
So not to get too political here, but I'm pretty sure that the point made in Last Jedi was less, oh, we're going to save all the slaves now, because I think MauLer would have probably disliked it if they added a whole plot line about them literally saving all of the slaves, but more saying, hey slaves, you know the boundaries at which they oppress you, these are artificial, you can always rise up and stand against them, they're just people that can be opposed, right? That it's like it's a
also,
positive
like,
message.
This is why I'll that's why I'll always defend the Canto Bight sequence, because it's very important to show like the change in attitude from the Phantom Menace when Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan are on Tatooine and they just don't care about slavery. And it's a progression, it's a counterpoint, all the way up into Episode 8.
Like, Finn and Rose are just two people. It would be incredibly, dare I say it, Mary Sue, Gary Stewish for them to just save all of the slaves on Canto Bight in this movie just over the course of them happening to go there. Instead, what they had was more of like a symbolic, opposition to them. And then at the end of The Last Jedi, wouldn't you know it, you have kind of this other symbolic representation of rising up against oppression, right? But that's me doing the writer's work for them, so I don't know.
Oh, that's my least favorite part.
What's your least favorite
like,
part?
Speculating on things that happen off screen, or things that may just be subtext. Like, speculating on these things is doing the writer's job for them.
Yeah. I mean, and also they'll drop that. They'll drop that instantly. I remember MauLer did like a tweet response to me when I was talking about all the plot holes in Episode 5, and it was like, oh, why didn't Luke see like a Yeti in the middle of this like field, in the middle of this open field while looking around? And then MauLer responded with something like, oh, well, he didn't see the Yeti because he was distracted. Okay, well, that's doing the writer's work for them then, because we didn't explicitly show the Yeti sneaking up on him and Luke not noticing it. So there you go. Like, it's a very arbitrary line that they constantly break whenever it suits them. Oh, sorry, there was also the moment where Vader explicitly says, I want Luke alive. Then Luke walks in, and then immediately all the stormtroopers start shooting at him. Not in stun mode, in full-on, like, kill mode. And then MauLer responded by saying, oh, well, they didn't intend on actually hitting him. Okay, and that's not doing the writer's work for them, I guess.
This would be cheaper, stronger, faster, and far more subservient. This isn't Tatooine, a distant desert planet filled with those who multiply out of poverty and engage in slavery from birth as a form of shelter and living. But at least Tatooine did have droids too. They were just low quality. This is a luxury casino planet filled with the galaxy's richest men and monsters. Why would they even bother with anything but the finest, most efficient technology? I know why. Ryan Johnson wanted you to know that these were very evil people.
Oh my god, Mark's poor face.
Look
at him. He looks like he's about to strangle Ryan.
Children, the heart coming before the mind.
And what a surprise! Look who's scraping up that filth! Is it a human child? I wish.
Oh wait, just one
second. Screams of a child's view of the world and its injustices, the simplistic look at everything wrong with the world and why we should all change our behavior.
So, that's my take on Canto Bight as a finisher, right? So that was, like I said, 5 minutes. I said, the animals are going to be captured and put back. Choosing to not shoot the animals is also interesting because they're probably dealing more damage than they're worth. That's another weird thing. Very likely they can't survive out of being captured. All of it was made worse when looking at it as a message for children because it's so overt and contradictive. And that's a point of irony because people will claim that it's just for kids. The thing would also claim that it has incredibly deep themes that typically kids wouldn't even understand. Finn comments on casino damage is like good because these are the bad guys.
I think
so
you can switch back to
these people are even evil, and that's
$125 now.
to the origin of his character. So
yeah, sure. Again, I'm going to give MauLer some credit here. He doesn't know what Marxist literary theory is, so he's kind of shooting blank. He's shooting in the dark here. So I'll give him that. Once he knows what Marxist literary theory is, maybe he'll be encouraged to Google it after this video. And then he'll realize...
I don't think he's watching this.
No, I mean this video specifically. Like, maybe after the EFAPP on this, it will inspire him to actually look up what Marxist literary theory is. So that next time he doesn't do this, where he just talks about something irrelevant for 5 minutes.
Okay.
Following up with, even if selling weapons to a war was true and bad...
God, their speaking sounds so slow now.
The film itself tells us that they sell to the good guys too, so how do you even justify that? And on top of it, Canto Bight's fine because of insurance. You wouldn't even consider that. Droids are cheaper than child labor. faster than child labor, more
Excuse
subservient
me,
than child labor,
Mauler.
like I said, and
Excuse me, they don't explicitly show that the rich people have insurance. Why are you doing the writer's work for them?
Uh-oh. Like I say, drop it at a hat. So wait, hang on a second. Can someone say what's the drop it at the something of a hat? I can't think of the saying right now. Do you know what I'm talking about, Eric?
Drop of a hat?
At the drop of a hat?
I think so.
At the drop of a hat? I'm trying to think. I keep wanting to say the saying, but I keep misremembering what it is.
In one breath, one thing, next breath, the other.
There you go.
knows what kind
At the
of
drop
punishment
of a
they're gonna
hat.
get
There you
because of
go.
this, because they
Yeah.
helped them. All of it is a fucking mess, right? So they're all of my points, and I was over 5 minutes. So Eric says like I say nothing despite saying a lot, and Jack summed this up with what you heard. I don't even like. There is a comment in here somewhere. I think I comment on the irony of Disney telling us that the 1% of the problem when
They're a huge, massive, multi-million-dollar
Spectacle
corporation
work.
with more money than God.
it's actually insane, and like he's got a response to that here. I hope I can pause it to
Mostly
be like
just to accuse female characters of being Mary Sue's.
give me a
But
sec.
for much else,
Jay?
Psycho
Yes.
What am I looking at?
Thrump.
From
Thrump? Hashtag Thrump, everyone.
analysis,
Purple Man
post-colonialism, queer theory, Marxism. Marvel at MauLer spending 3 minutes of his Last Jedi analysis saying, I don't like to get political, but film thinks war profiteering bad and child slavery bad, and that is bad.
Sorry to
because
bother you is also a very, very
Disney
good
makes-
film.
So can you see this picture?
We should improve society. Yet you participate in society. Curious, I am very intelligent.
So he thinks that this is equivalent to me saying Disney are contradictive to claim that capitalism bad when they're the biggest profiteers from capitalism. The reason this is
How
not the
is-
same thing, Jack, this is a false equivalency, is because that is a peasant potentially working hard to survive and is thus involved in the society, just like all of us are. So criticizing society would be the same, but Disney are at the peak as a result of the system in the society. So for them to tell us that we should stop this system, it's just like, what the fuck? You guys don't donate the majority of your money to other people who are struggling.
Yeah, it's like a how do you do, fellow kids, but for a corporation.
So
They're trying to
So I
pull
just
up-
want to clarify this real quick. I hope MauLer knows this. Movies are not literally made by corporations. Like, movies are made by people, even if corporations will fund it and definitely have a say. So the peasant in this situation would be, you know, the thousands of people that worked on The Last Jedi, right? Who are allowed to comment, you know, vaguely anti-capitalist themes. I don't know what MauLer's suggesting here, that Disney as a corporation should like strike down anything vaguely anti-capitalist in their movies, which sounds kind of hellish and dystopian, but I don't know, maybe that's what he's into.
into something that they're not.
It reminds me of when in YouTube Rewind 2018 they had that section to stop and talk about all of those like essentially hot political issues that YouTube's actual actions go against. Like they spoke about LGBT issues, I believe, when they systematically demonetize videos about LGBT issues. It's like, you know, actions speak
Not to
louder than
mention-
words. I would say that is equivalent.
Not to mention their aggressive advertising of what'll happen if Article 13 goes through, and they're like, all videos will be blank, and then it's like, you delete channels, YouTube. You're doing this already. And if it was justified, or at least they provided justification, it'd be okay, but they like arbitrarily fucking
What's
slash
up?
channels.
Okay. They're saying.
They're gonna clip that. You making weird sex noises.
I'm exasperated.
That's okay.
It is said like YouTube are hypocrites for saying like, oh, like it's bad that one day like this bill could make a lot of things become unavailable, but they say like, oh, aha, YouTube bans hate speech from their channel, from their listings.
I will have to take
Gotcha.
a partial opposition to you there, because I have definitely seen channels that I mean, it's YouTube's policies, they can make them as they wish, but I have seen channels that I don't think would come under hate speech that have just been unceremoniously deleted, usually because like the company that they make material based on, like it's fair use, but the company has still put their foot down anyway and just like unceremoniously deleted their channel or closed their channel.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'll
You're right.
give them that. I'll give them that. But I don't see why you
they're
can't oppose
talking
both.
about they're talking about like Mumkey and shit. Like,
Yeah. I don't know. I think I'd have to have a bigger conversation about whether what Mumkey Jones did counts as hate speech. I'm personally not too big on Mumkey Jones's channel being deleted, but that would be a whole different conversation.
I mean, I'm
He is
like,
a shithead.
I'm not big on people being deleted just because I don't like seeing people's livelihood being taken away.
Mm-hmm.
Because I wish we were in an economic system that allowed us to deplatform people without condemning them to poverty.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, this is why I'm anti-capitalist, because I think we should be able to like deplatform people, and I don't think that should be connected to like taking away their ability for their like families to eat, right? I think people should be deplatformed, but they should still be able to like live comfortably. I think everyone should be able to just live comfortably, ideally, and that shouldn't be connected to whether or not you have been denied a platform for hate speech or various other reasons.
yeah.
Anyway.
No consistency because channels who commit the same sins stay up. It's the same with Patreon.
What I mean is, I love YouTube. Please don't. I worship the YouTube algorithm. YouTube is great. Final
I love
word.
YouTube too. It's great. It's amazing. I have no problems with it whatsoever over there. And
It's a
Google,
flawless
whatever
platform.
it is. I love it. It's great. I hope nothing changes.
I really like Susan. She's my favorite.
Oh yeah, she's my favorite person who ever personed.
So yeah, the shit that's presented in the film flies in the face of Disney as a company and their choices as a company. Because let's be honest, Disney are not known for giving away 70% of their fucking earnings.
Mumkey's
Pretty
just
sure
an
they're worth, like,
edgelord
$100 billion
for the
or
most
something.
part.
So they're the ones that can make a serious impact if they actually consider this a societal issue.
Just responding
and
to
yet,
comments there.
They're just telling us that they think it should be. So I consider that a contradiction versus the peasant.
Also,
who's
he's gone
attempting to
really hard on
survive, and this
Quentin
little
for
twat
basically no
says,
reason.
Yeah, you participate in society. Not the same thing. But I appreciate the joke, I guess.
If you say so.
So yeah, it's just another standard straw man. It's like Mauler thinks that it's bad that they have these politics.
Do you think
because
Mumkey
Disney
is
app-
worse than Rags? Eric?
I just saw him in that podcast
Hmm.
that they did with the EFAPP crew. And he seemed pretty insufferable, but also Rags was easily the worst person in that call, as he is in Egg.
Yeah. I'd say they're maybe on a similar level. I'd maybe put Rags slightly worse, but I don't know.
It's hard to imagine being on the same level. Like he's in a pit. He's like a singularity of bullshit.
Hmm.
Makes money. It's just like
Love you,
that's a great way
Quentin.
to summarize the whole sequence, which I think you guys would agree, right? It's way more focused on the actual consistencies in the film. I don't actually comment on. I can't remember if I say it in the video, but my intention is not to confirm whether or not child slavery is a bad thing. Obviously, I personally think it's a bad thing, but I'm not interested if that's.
I don't believe you.
It's about how it's executed.
It is a thing I apparently accused him of
If you
saying.
tell me child slavery is bad and the whole film is about how beneficial child slavery is, I'd be like, seems a bit at odds with yourself there, movie.
How many child slaves do you have?
17, but
I
that's
think
one
that's a
down from
few
last year,
many.
so.
That depends on
Okay,
the
so
day,
you're
because
trying
I'm
to give it up.
constantly buying and selling new ones, so the number changes a little bit over
It
time.
depends how you define child.
Depends on how you define slave.
Define.
Define.
Anyway, the point is, this video is a joke so far. And it's demonstrably untrue.
Oh, they've changed their requirements. Rags can be on, but he has to be muted the whole time.
Oh, well,
That's fair.
that's a distinction without a difference, isn't it?
I mean, I was going to say, like, I wish I could agree, but the idea is that if Rags has something important to say, then he should be allowed to say it. Because Rags could just be in the audience at that point. If he's not allowed to say anything...
yeah.
Can you
Sorry.
pause?
Yeah.
Bold of you to assume that Rags has anything relevant to say at any time.
Just for a bit of clarification, that was a reference to a joke I made where someone clarified, like, they're not going to kick off Rags because he's a part of a show. They're willing to give you certain, like, allowances for what you are or are not happy with, but they're not going to kick Rags off the show. And so I responded jokingly, oh, okay then, so our thing is now Rags can be on, but he has to be muted the entire time that we speak. Like, and from that, they're now explaining the joke by saying, well, that's not really a difference. And it's like, you're correct, there isn't really a difference, because we don't want Rags involved. Yeah.
allowed to be in the call. That just makes it so that he's able to hear the conversation a couple of seconds before everyone else. Like, what difference?
Why
does that
are
That's
you
literally-
such cowards?
That's literally like saying, I'm going to kill you, and then someone, I don't want you to kill me. Okay, that's fine. I won't kill you so long as you kill yourself. I think that solves everything.
that makes it fair.
So so if it's about who the video is about, does that mean Sargon can be in the call?
I guess Dan Olsen and Lindsay Ellis should be here too.
Just literally invite everyone who's ever done anything. I guess I won't be there then, but still.
I mean, that's just pathetic to me. You two are pathetic. You're subhuman, honestly.
I love that comment.
Oh yeah,
That'll be.
Oh, we do.
Quote me on it. I think you're
We
all
do
subhuman.
love that
Yeah,
comment,
that's
my
gonna be their
friend.
entire takeaway from the stream is they're going to take that quote and so present that as your entire argument against what they've said.
Congratulations,
Sweet.
Wolf. They're gonna take you out of context. Well, they'll misrepresent your position. That's what that'll be.
You took my subhuman comment out of
There's no reason for you
context.
to have said that. But I
Who
mean,
cares about the facts? He said it.
I was gonna say this whole stream is about how they don't do that anyway. So why would that be a surprise?
Like, why would I care enough to even give them the benefit of the doubt for anything? Why would I care enough to be nice to them when they are so? I mean, they crossed that line like
Defied
almost immediately.
subhuman.
Yeah, it's like,
Um,
I really don't care what they have to say because we can see what they say is just. It's just like.
Like, you're just terrible. I can't. I haven't seen this level of
Switch to the
disingenuous
angry
Yeah,
dog.
bad faith arguments possibly ever. I mean, this is like
really
such a
getting
low
Winston
bar.
money.
I like want to hug Quentin and be like, you're at least not as bad as these two.
Yeah, at least you're not as bad as Eric Jackson in
Yeah,
this.
you're like third worst.
Something I think that's worth highlighting, by the way, is that whole sequence for like 5 minutes. You can argue I am doing a plot summary of Canto Bight, or something like that. I'm saying you can. I'm saying it would be inaccurate.
Wait,
Yeah,
is
that
that
would
within
be
the part
really
they call
tough.
your plot summary?
No, I'm not
Apparently they're already
suggesting.
quoting
I'm not suggesting they explicitly said that. But Eric did say that the first was it 4 something hours.
I'm
is
just
essentially
seeing it on
excruciating
stream
with
now.
explaining the plot, and what I just showed you is in that 4 hours.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
So, if they do think there's plot summary, and like this sounds so condescending, but guys, if I'm still talking about Canto Bight, and explain one reason why I don't like Canto Bight, and then your reaction is, okay, move on. And then I go, here's the second reason. Then they're like, oh, he's still on Canto Bight. Here's a third reason. Until they hit 5 minutes and I've done the 15 reasons or 10 or whatever. And then they're like, he just cannot move on from Canto Bight. This is insane. I would be like, guys, that's not how the video's working. Just because I'm still on the topic of Canto Bight does not mean I have not moved on from the previous point. I don't know how else to say that.
Yeah. Just,
Unfortunately,
if they're counting this
Wolf
as
has
plot
quieted
summary, that is
down after his
incredibly
subhuman
reductive
comment,
and-
but I'm still enjoying this.
I guess he does say it's.
You
plot
should
summary
switch
without
back
telling
just so
you why he
people
doesn't
can
like
see.
it. I guess that technically is what it is. There is.
But I didn't
that's
say
the part of,
when I say that
that'd be the part.
Finn's character's being contradicted, I could like that for all someone knows, I could also dislike it. I didn't even tell you if I liked it or not.
That's true.
But that comes into the subjective objective argument, which I still don't necessarily know exactly how they stand on that. Anyway,
Makes money.
let's go back a little bit.
Marx is a
Light on
marvel
over
at
here
MauLer's
just so the screen because it's darker than it was when we started.
spending 3 minutes of its last Jedi analysis saying, I don't like to get political, but film thinks war profiteering bad and child slavery bad, and that is bad because Disney makes money. As it goes, MauLer is almost scared to bring up any wider context from which to view a film.
You don't get to call anyone else scared when you can't even
So-
come to a call where there's 3 people in it.
This is a point with evidence. His point is that I'm scared to bring up a wider context, and he's going to play a clip for it. This is interesting to me.
Disney makes money. As it goes, MauLer is almost scared to bring up any wider context from which to view a film.
He gets rather flustered. Facts were discovered and corrects her. These things were not paid for by this woman's ancestors. They were stolen just like they stole everything else.
The only lens MauLer
So, he thinks that that's me saying I'm too scared to present my perspective on whether or not Killmonger is right, I suppose, in that he's saying that white people have stolen everything they have that's from artifacts and stuff. Precisely the point of my channel, it doesn't matter if I think he's right or wrong. I am saying with that clip, it is really awkward to shove that into your character, into your movie. It's almost like you're trying to make some kind of meta commentary. I'm not 100% sure of what the film wants to do with that. There's a lot of those lines. It's really
Okay.
awkward to listen.
So, I am shocked at the notion that anyone who is an adult came out of Black Panther and could not fathom the concept that maybe there's a post-colonial message in there, considering that's literally how Killmonger's character is defined. Like, that's his whole motivation. They set that out as his motivation for the film, right?
I haven't seen it.
Okay, but that's basically the whole thing with Killmonger.
Is it really blunt about it?
it's incredibly blunt. It's like the whole motivation of Killmonger is basically Wakanda did nothing about slavery and the oppression of minorities. That is literally Killmonger's whole thing. Is like he wants to go to Wakanda so he can get all the technology so that he can take it back with him to around the world to free the oppressed. That's his motivation, and obviously he's like misguided in some respects. Like he wants to go way too far and like butcher people and butcher their children in the name of like establishing a new rule. But the point is that's such an explicit part of the film. I do think you're missing a huge amount of Black Panther when you're unwilling to discuss this. Now, I know MauLer says that he doesn't want to talk politics and that's why he doesn't discuss it. But once again, post-colonialism as a literary theory from which to analyze a text is not the same as anything political, right? You're not inherently putting politics onto it.
You can be apolitical and analyze things politically. Like it's
yeah, exactly.
Especially when it's like part of the text, like very explicitly, and it's blunt about it. Like there's not really any excuse.
Yeah, analyzing the sort of colonial dynamics of a society, like again, much like when it comes to like feminism, talking about the sex and gender dynamics, or Marxism, talking about the social and economic class dynamics, right? You're just discussing these things analytically. You're not necessarily saying, and here is my political ideology. You're just analyzing the text through that lens. Most people do obviously then go on to talk about their political ideology, but it's not inherent at all. And again, I do think that MauLer's videos, for how long they are missing a tremendous amount when they aren't at least considering discussing this even a little bit. Especially in the case of something like Black Panther, where like fundamental aspects of the plot are reliant on that. So that'd be my point there. And when I say almost scared, it's a little bit jokey, a little bit snarky on my part. He's not like he's scared, he just avoids doing it. But it's weird how whenever anything relating to this theme is addressed, it's kind of this weird cutaway running joke where MauLer will just go, oof. Anyway.
And I think it's funny you said like, oh, he says MauLer is almost scared of whatever this is, but you forgot that you're scared of coming onto a 3v1, hypocrite.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to call people scared until you come onto this unbalanced like debate with 3 racist furries.
No, you can't call them racist because they were waiting for us to do that.
So sorry.
You can't say that. Furries who say racist things.
Only one of them's racist.
Eric, no! We're gonna get cancelled.
Allegedly racist.
Yes. Thank you for that, Brett. Thank you for checking our privilege.
Listen to as someone who would find it. It's to explain this to you, Jack. It's like watching someone review a film and they go on a Trump rant randomly. It's you're like, okay, that just happened.
Hey, can we make this about Quentin? I really want to talk about Quentin, even though he blocked me like 5 months ago and I'm still talking about him.
I have a character being like, white people fucking stole everything that they got. I'm like, okay, moving on.
Sure.
So it's not about me being scared to address these things, whether or not.
The point is that when you say moving on, and you're moving on from that as a plot point, you're missing most of Black Panther at that stage, unfortunately.
Accurate is irrelevant. It's really awkward to hear from the film because it's supposed to be a fucking movie.
Like, are they trying to say that you're not getting political enough in your videos?
Possibly.
Well,
I thought the
if
point
he was
was clear.
political in the opposite direction. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to be political in my direction, but don't be political in the way I don't like.
Yeah, there's so many ways to go about this, but apparently I'm scared to go into a wider lens or something like that. I think that's what he said, which, again, it's just like, sure, Jack, whatever you say, man.
Just absurd.
Were discovered and correct, sir. These things were not paid for by this woman's ancestors. They were stolen just like they stole everything else.
And yeah, we don't need to go into why he thinks it's awkward to talk about these things. We don't need to go into that.
That's the one, right? That's another thing that happens in the movie that's just like, ooh, okay.
It's just weird considering Wakanda was never colonized.
That doesn't even make sense in universe.
Woman's ancestors, they were stolen just like they
saw the the rest of what there would have been colonized places near Wakanda, surely.
Oh, you're suggesting that she would be able to draw that Ross is American and the original Americans would have colonized the Native Americans?
But the original Wakandans...
No, they...
I'm just excited for him to say Wakanda because I don't think he said.
Wait, they know that.
Oh, it's Infinity War Fist. Isn't... No,
They-
this is the...
They know that Americans didn't just enslave Native Americans, right? I don't know.
Oh,
Maybe-
they genocided them.
Yeah, that was different. I don't know what they're talking about there. I guess they just, I don't know. Maybe they misspoke. It's fine.
Oh fuck, I can't remember.
So apparently,
everything else?
Jack is waiting for me to explain how my subhuman joke doesn't make me mad. Wait,
You don't
make
seem
me mad?
You don't seem mad.
Well, I'm.
Just for context, the exact tweet was me quoting him saying, "You guys are subhuman, to be honest," and me saying, "Wolf being very not mad." That's the full context.
I mean, I'm
Is he asking for
severely
you to
irritated.
justify the claim, or?
I don't know. I don't know if. I mean, I'll give. I don't
It
really
doesn't
want to
even
give him
matter.
benefit of the
It doesn't
doubt.
even matter if you're mad or not.
I mean,
I mean,
honestly,
we already,
I'm
he, has,
not-
he has huge issues with any of the insults or whatever you use.
Oh, grow up.
Yeah,
well, no,
maybe
what I was going to get at is, like, Jack, like, you got to understand fundamentally, Wolf thinks
Grow
you've done
up.
something much, much worse. So it
Grow
doesn't
up,
I
really
don't
you
matter.
care about
subhumans.
insults, Jack, because I'm an adult. I stopped caring about insults back in the 8th grade.
What's his Twitter handle? I haven't got.
Wolf is an adult.
Or lacking sense.
He's an adult.
That stupid cunt.
Oh god.
You can't say that. That's an insult, and that makes
This
me feel bad.
man. Wait, hang on. Sorry. This man is an
It is
adult.
okay.
You know, I don't care if you say insults because MauLer. I mean, the first time that I ever spoke to MauLer, he insulted me, and that's how we became friends. I don't care about insults.
Yeah,
I care
like, we
when
don't care.
I care when you lie about people.
I
when
mean, he
you are
didn't-
very disingenuous about them. You
What's up?
I know he's referring to Mauler saying that Wolf's Thor Ragnarok video was bad,
Mm-hmm.
which is obviously on the same level as ableist slurs and
Calling us subhuman.
subhuman.
Also, it's like funny how he almost describes his friendship to MauLer like you would if you were like kids on the playground. Like, oh, he made fun of me, and then we started talking, and now we're friends now. He insulted me, and then we talked, and now we're friends. Like, okay, that's good for you, I guess, buddy. You know that people aren't obligated to be friends with you after you like refer to them as blank, 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 and audience can fill in the blanks based on the hundreds of slurs that have been said so far in this stream. Sorry, misquote. Dozens, not specifically hundreds. I'm sure that will be considered disingenuous on my part.
misrepresent them and take them out of context. That is much worse. That is infinitely worse than
Yeah.
calling someone stupid or subhuman or a retard. Grow up.
He would apply the exact same.
It's good that Wolf has filled in the blanks for us there. By the way, audience, would you agree so far that what I've currently done to MauLer is worse than what Wolf has just done? Just curious for your thoughts.
Criticism back to you, so you need to grow up and stop using those insults.
Oh, come on. It's a word.
Well, this is the thing. This would be it would get to a discussion about ethics and morals, and they're not going to win because they've done something much worse.
I've
Nobody's
done
gonna
much
say that calling you
worse.
stupid is worse than misrepresenting you to an audience. It's like,
Hey,
that's
chat.
way more damaging.
Chat, what's worse? Insulting someone or lying about someone?
The
I think
morals
everyone
of
over
calling
12 would
someone a
probably say that
retard.
it's worse to lie about somebody.
The
That's
ethics of calling
substantive.
someone
God, I want to put them
subhuman.
in like one of those
because
Call of Duty
they
Modern
said
Warfare 2
criticisms
lobbies
that
where
you
all,
don't
like,
like.
8-year-old British kids are, like,
Ethics in
swearing at
games
them.
journalism.
It's
I
about
wanna see,
ethics in
like-
film
I
criticism.
want to see how long it takes for them to like break down and start
Break down
crying.
sobbing.
I'm
So-
I'm
The
fucking
fact
sobbing
that
right
you
now.
Insulted them is just. It feels like they're using it as a way to like weasel out of responding to the arguments you've made. Like,
Of course, because they don't actually have an argument.
They're saying mean things about us. Why should we listen to the things they're saying?
You don't have to listen to the insult. You can, however, you can listen to.
Oh
like,
god, sorry, the
proof
stream
that
keeps
we've
like being
demonstrated
slightly
live that the things that you
off.
say are misrepresentations of positions. You could respond to that in some way, but I'm not gonna hold my breath on that.
So, let's
Sorry,
let's
the
cut back in.
stream keeps moving around. Sorry
He gets
about
rather flustered when she implies that the artifacts were discovered and corrects her. These things were not paid for by this woman's ancestors. They were stolen just like they stole everything else.
The only lens MauLer really cares to explore is his own, what he calls the objective analysis.
I would say it's two lenses, objective and then my own personal lens. And I'm not sure that you can consider an objective lens a lens, but whatever. I think lens in this scenario is kind of
A way of
flimsy.
seeing things or how you look at something, I guess.
Yeah, and I've stood by this for a while. Anyone is capable of being objective, and it's not beholden to anyone. As in, someone claiming something is objective doesn't mean it's specifically absolutely objective. It depends on what they've said. But everyone is capable of making objective statements, and that again could be a difference in how we approach quote-unquote worldviews. But
Yeah, but you can do it.
or the robot.
It's unfortunate that given he had already watched the video at this point, he's still not really considering your criticism, Eric, that his objective lens is basically just another subjective lens, right? He doesn't see it as distinct, but whatever.
And like it's in fact like the thing is like having more than one lens to look at something is good. Like fundamentally, like he's being better about it than he could conceivably be, because he does like recognize that there's more than one way to look at something. But he's just called one of those ways. Just it's the special way. It's the true way.
Yeah, and it's a shame that he's still being very uncritical about that, even after having watched this video. And I'm assuming he still thinks that, even though you had a long discussion with him. It's probably it's fundamentalist. He's not going to change his mind.
He has a style, of criticism that's obviously striking a chord with some people, and like if he realized this, his criticism wouldn't have to change that much. Like is the thing, like he would just like it wouldn't be that much of a change in his content if he just realized that this framework that he's built is just another lens.
All he needs to do is stop referring to what he calls objective analysis as objective analysis, because it isn't.
Yeah, like review films how you want. Just cut the bullshit, please.
Fundamentalist MauLerism, the communist gamer has said. Yes, can we get that going? Fundamentalist MauLerism as the
fundamentalist MauLerism.
That is his version of objective analysis. The new name for that is fundamentalist MauLerism. I'm happy with that.
Like structuralism, except MauLer just takes it on assumption that whatever he observes as bad is
let me
fact.
pause it here. When he mentions the robot, if nobody watched that stream, I don't think they'd really know what he'd be talking about here.
Yeah, unfortunately, I regret using the robot as an example because so many people who don't disagree with me have misused what I intended for it. The purpose of the robot was to try and help Just Right understand the concept of being objective. So, as far as he's concerned, right, a human cannot make an objective claim or opinion, let's say. So what I tried to say to him was,
art.
You're saying it's by them being human intrinsically prevents it. So let's create a non-human entity that can respond to these questions, so that when they come out with an answer and you say, okay, that is an objective opinion because that person is not human, and I'm like, so what if I said that exact same thing as he did? That was going to be the conclusion.
It's like thinking of hypothetical people to criticize your work in order to improve it.
Yeah.
You would use the hypothetical robot to make sure that a story was airtight or that things were consistent.
Instead of understanding that, people like Jack, Eric, and whoever else have taken it as MauLer thinks that the robot represents a formula for judging film, and that we all put the film through the robot, and it's not MauLer, when MauLer doesn't realize that the robot was him all along.
So the example Rags just used there of coming up with fake people to when you're trying to improve your work doesn't seem to realize that once again, when you're thinking about those people, you're a person thinking about those people. Usually when someone's doing this, they're thinking of their audience. They're thinking, what would my audience like to see? And should I change my content to suit that audience more? You're not literally saying, how can I make this work airtight? As in just like universally better, like cosmically better according to, I don't know, Yahweh or something. I don't know.
Along, and I'm like, that's not even close to what the purpose of that was, but nice try. You're confused. That's my conclusion of this video.
I'm very confused.
I just want to say that out of everyone that we have ever talked to or discussed or criticized, these two are by far and away the worst.
Like, I'm getting that vibe.
We're not even the way through.
Worse than Movie Bob, worse than Downward Thrust, worse than Patrick, worse than Cinema Sins, worse than Major Lee, worse than Shinobi, worse than Joseph Anderson, worse than that guy on Discord. Like,
oh, not him.
I'd say they're better than me.
I was gonna say it's above J level. Come on.
Well, you're an ally now. We don't need to include you.
Just drawing back a little bit.
Like, man, this makes me almost like want to apologize to Patrick.
Ancestors were stolen.
Patrick, we're so sorry we thought that you were that bad. You are, but we had no idea the scale that you would be dealing with into the future.
And just like they stole everything else.
The only lens MauLer really cares to explore is his own, what he calls the objective analysis, or the robot.
Wolf's not
It's
mad.
Kind of like
Stop lying about.
except MauLer just
Stop
takes it on
misrepresenting
assumption
Wolf.
that
He's not
whatever he
mad.
observes as bad is factually
Fucking
and objectively
commenters
bad,
making
with
shit
no
up
legal
about Wolf.
consideration.
He's not mad. He's just making objective statements.
Oh, let's see if he has an example.
We don't care about how we feel about these things. We're talking about what they are and what they do.
and if not, that the viewer can.
Oh, that's not very. That doesn't help
That
you
was
out
a
at all.
great
does it?
example.
Wow.
That doesn't. That
What,
doesn't
what
help
did
you
that
out
have to
at
do with
all.
what he said?
Yeah.
Let's try that again. Let's give him another shot.
Covered and corrects her. These things were not paid for by this woman's ancestors. They were stolen just like they stole everything else.
The only lens MauLer really cares to explore is his own, what he calls the objective analysis, or the robot. It's kind of like structuralism, except MauLer just takes it on assumption that wherever he.
Let me look up structuralism.
It's when you don't like structures.
Damn.
Be careful, they're gonna tweet
Jack?
about how you don't know what that is.
Yep.
Could you explain what
Okay,
structuralism is?
so
for those
broadly,
that don't
it's like you could. I probably should have like given it a proper definition because it might not be something people are super familiar with. But basically, it's just analyzing the structure of a text. So like breaking down text to their structure. You might say that the free act structure is an example of structuralism. It's like breaking down how texts what texts are made up of. There's a lot more to it, and it goes in a lot of different directions. But that would be a vague, big way of talking about it. So the difference is that MauLer will talk about that. Basically, he'll talk about structuralism prescriptively. So he won't say, here's just like the structure of text. He'll say, no, here is the structure that text should have, and if they don't have this particular structure, they're good or bad. Or they're not structured they don't have these particular components to them. If someone wants me to elaborate on that, I'd be happy to, but that would be a basic one. That's probably worth me going into more. But sorry, folks. Also, thanks for that, Rex Lesser. Robots aren't Vulcans; they are tools made by humans. Correct.
Is off the top.
Therefore, your entire argument is invalid.
Yeah, so structuralism, a method of interpretation and analysis of aspects of human cognition, behavior, culture, and experience that focuses on relationships of contrast between elements in a conceptual system.
Rags is now reading out the definition of structuralism, not relating specifically to art criticism and literary analysis, which, much like feminism, is not, and much like Marxism, is not the same thing. So now, once again, he doesn't know the difference between this term in general and specifically when you're talking about one area. So, like, for instance...
Once again,
yeah.
Rags is being a shit.
And now this is going to be interpreted as me not knowing what I'm talking about because he doesn't know the difference between structuralism as a whole and specifically structuralism when you're talking about art criticism. Also, Rusty Cheese Knife, thank you for the super chat. So everyone is aware, two guys who masquerade as cartoon animals online are saying grow up, be adults, as they comment about a science fantasy film. Sure. I mean, that's like a slight cheap shot because I don't really care if people identify as furries, nor do I care if they want to talk a lot about children's films.
I have no beef with furries. They're
yeah,
fine.
Furries are fine, and talking a lot about kids' movies is also fine.
It reflects patterns underlying a superficial diversity. The doctrine that structure is more important than function.
Diversity. It's come full circle.
I mean, he didn't elaborate on it, so I guess it's irrelevant anyway.
Objective analysis, or the robot. It's kind of like structuralism, except MauLer just takes it on assumption that whatever he observes as bad is
he just told
factually...
us.
I wonder how many people in his audience knew what he was referring to when he said structuralism. I would hedge a bet that it's like 10% at most.
Yeah, it's like if I don't know what the word is, I'll Google it and find out what the word is.
I think
you
even
can do
people
that.
Who've heard of
you can look into stuff.
Would still be like, I wonder.
Sometimes it's actually really nice when you're watching something and then there'll be something you don't know and you're like, huh, and then you look into it. It's neat sometimes. Don't know.
And you'd be like, oh, MauLer, typical MauLer asking for the video to be longer. And I'm like, I think it would have benefited the video to be a bit longer at that moment.
He wants us to define words most people probably don't know. Ugh. But that would be...
He's gonna tweet about that.
No.
The fact that you just said that. Any snipe
Guys,
is possible.
I'm the only one he hasn't sniped specifically yet on Twitter. I think that is a pretty clear conclusion that I'm the best.
You're the objective.
I mean, Jay is definitely the best of this four. I'll say that.
By the way, Jack, right? I'm reading through your Twitter, right? And it's fine for you to disagree. Of course, you're going to disagree with someone criticizing you. That's only natural. But it doesn't seem like you really, doesn't seem like you're really getting the points that are trying to be put across. Is my impression of what you're tweeting.
Wow, Jack,
You're just
not
kinda-
understanding something?
You're just kind of sniping at random little bits without looking at the overall arguments being made. It's people are only gonna see this as an argument if they already agree with you.
I guess so. If you're a MauLer fan and you think that I haven't made any valid points so far, I'm
the
sorry
point I make
about that.
Structuralism is that it's fine to, when you use words like that, it just generally helps your point if you let us know what it is. I wouldn't assume that people knew what structuralism is.
Yeah, it'd
I've
be
never
nice
heard that
in
word before,
case
you know?
you're sort of using it for a specific purpose, you could at least let us know what it is. Like, if you ask Jack, what do you mean by structuralism? And then he
I would
explains it,
also
saying that-
just like to point out real quick the mere notion of MauLer getting up in arms about the idea of sniping at people on Twitter. Like, Eric, what's your experience of MauLer on Twitter?
Oh man, like there was a long time after it's akin, it's like he was negging me, like but instead of picking me up for a date, he wanted me to come on to his, like,
Well, that's a date.
I'd say something. So usually it's something in reference to him that he would respond to, but not always. He'd say like, "Oh, you're welcome to come on the stream anytime, but I bet you won't, because you just insult and forget." Like, what kind of reverse
Yeah.
psychology shit do you think you're pulling?
MauLer has admitted to this, but like, yeah, his entire Twitter is basically just sniping at people he disagrees with. He's done it to Quinton, he's done it to you, he's done it to Patrick Willems, he's done it to H-Bomber Guy, he's done it to basically everyone who's ever criticized him. So I don't know. I think he did it to Just Right. He did it to, Joseph Anderson. Yeah, Joseph Anderson. Yeah.
Lost just about a paragraph. I'd be like, do you mind putting that in the script, that paragraph, instead of saying it's like structuralism? Or just have it. But again, I don't know. He's not going to listen to me if I suggest he makes the video longer, because that's like acid to him.
He should be more erudite.
Long man
Someone
bad.
said, Jay is like Jar Jar Binks. Everyone thinks it's the worst edition, but he's actually behind it all.
He doesn't want to show.
Analysis.
No,
or
please
the
don't say
robot-
JJ Binks. Don't
JJ Binks.
Don't do that.
JJ Binks. JJ Binks. JJ Binks.
So sorry, Jay.
Why did I try to discourage?
Dude, that art is going to come. You've got your face on screen, someone's making you into JJ Binks.
They're just gonna have your face, but with those weird eyes and the
Oh,
ears.
poking out the top.
If someone does do that, it is becoming my avatar.
Baywin, Baywin, I know you're in the chat.
They
Jay
blur out
is
his
the key
eyes.
to all of this.
And they move his eyes to the top of his head.
This is literally more offensive to me than any playground insult that could have been thrown at me.
Oh, I'm just looking out for Baywin. I know that he's gonna hop
block.
right on this.
But it's kind of like structuralism, except MauLer just takes it on assumption that whatever he observes as
God, this fan art is
I don't
gonna.
actually. Yeah, I don't know enough about structuralism to be like, oh, so you have to know what it is. You have to have heard of it, and you have to understand it, and you have to contrast that with something else. It's like, I don't. Most people probably not gonna be able to.
I find it
This art
amusing
exists.
I'm
He
sorry
says
for
it takes it
making
on
you Google
assumption that,
things that you don't know.
that what I've blah blah blah
I
is
should
objective, and
explain
I'd be
all
like,
the
okay,
terms
so the
I
system
use.
is I look at
I
the scene
guess.
and I detect the things that are in the scene.
Every
I present
video
them to the
essay
audience,
should
the
come with a
audience say,
glossary.
Yeah, that was in the scene.
I'll
the
leave
conclusion is
references at
completely
the
clear,
end
and
for
someone goes,
every
"But you
term
missed
that
the
people
red
could
arm thing,
possibly not know."
Jay," And then I look at that, I run the information again, and I'm like, fuck, I was wrong. Or, yep, that criticism stands the test of time, which the majority of the stuff in my TLJ stuff does. The idea that I nitpick a movie when you're telling me that I missed the fucking fact that there's a red arm as the biggest criticism, like, bro.
Okay. MauLer, I'm not going to say no one. We don't give a fuck about whether or not you didn't notice that C-3PO's gold arm was put back on at the end of The Force Awakens. The point is that that's not an objective flaw with the film, simply the fact that his red arm changes to a gold arm in The Last Jedi, right? Even if they didn't have that moment at the end of The Force Awakens, it would still be a very, very subjective point. And that's fine, as long as you don't say that your critiques are objective, which you do.
Again, if he wisened up on this, his content probably wouldn't change that much, because this is just how he likes to critique things, and that's fine.
Yeah.
Like, that's his prerogative.
He's just another nostalgia critic. He just is yelling the things that make him mad in the movie. Right? He's an angry video game nerd.
There's an audience for it.
Yeah. He can change his screen name to like the skeptical movie critic or something. Raging movie critic. Just do that and then it's fine.
Breakdown of my TLJ, because he doesn't talk about the TLJ critique again. It's only Eric, I think, that talks about it now. It blows my mind how much self-awareness you do not have.
Someone said if somebody did explain structuralism to you, then you'd probably just ignore it as being silly and political. No.
Okay.
I would say.
But
no.
No. I don't think it's silly.
No.
I just never heard of it. So I-
Misa won a rhino milk.
Don't want to elaborate on that?
No.
No.
I will say. Jack, your Twitter avatar is great.
Thanks,
Change
buddy.
your content and keep that avatar.
I
Would be my
agree.
advice.
I like his Twitter avatar.
I'm not going to change my content, but thanks.
analysis or the robot. It's kind of like structuralism, except MauLer just takes it on assumption that whatever he observes as bad is factually and objectively bad, with no deeper consideration.
Thanks, Blake
We
Oman.
don't care about how we feel about these things. We're talking about what they are and what they do.
No, that example
And if
specifically
you like
is
my
the
content,
point.
if you like my content
Yeah,
so much,
that's
give me
what we're saying,
$5.
Yeah, he's removing
Super
his
chat me.
feelings from the equation. He's trying to find the truth, essentially.
And Eric.
Yeah, he says, "Oh, MauLer only cares about what he feels," and then plays a clip of MauLer saying, "I don't actually care about how I feel. It's about."
That is interesting, yeah.
And
Is that the best example you could find to prove this?
I think he thinks that clip proves that I'm delusional.
Well,
okay.
As if to say what I've just said isn't even possible, to talk about it without my feelings, whatever. Maybe. I'm
isn't
giving you as much benefit of
possible.
the doubt as I can at
Yeah,
this point.
it isn't possible.
The other interesting sort of aspect is that I don't know, the idea that I can be wrong is something that I often and loudly proclaim, but like there's no element of that here that he's letting in, and because there's this thing that goes around that objectively.
Also, just to clarify real quick, me and Eric have gotten about an hour ahead in their video. They have gotten 2 minutes ahead in our video. So I don't know. That's a cheap shot. But
I thought
think
we
it's
were.
fine.
I thought we were going slowly.
Yeah, exactly. But we are actually getting through it. I forget how far we need to make it through, but whatever.
It's 100% undeniably correct. And so if you conflate that impression with what I'm saying, you'll get I hate everything's impression of me, where he was like, fucking hell, it's really childish and pretentious and condescending to assume that you've got the best take on a thing. And I'm like, I hate everything. Where did you even get this from? And he's like, well, I haven't seen any videos. And I was like, so where did you get it from? He's like, couldn't.
Because that's what objective critique
Like,
is, by your
oh,
definition.
That makes sense.
how does it feel knowing that there are people out there who actually exist whose entire impression of you is what Quentin has said about you?
Well, is it not a testament to why we have to respond to these Tismy videos?
I mean, it is. But
Okay,
still.
he just said
Oh,
tismy,
don't put Jar Jar Milk in
as
there.
in autismy.
Oh, Eric, so you're not even going to respond to the criticism. You're just going to say because he said Tismy, he's bad. Is that it? You're not even going to comment on any of his criticisms?
Ah, you're right. I'm a fraud.
Stop being so fucking disingenuous.
You can't give them. You can't like tell them don't do it.
Squeeze the titties.
I tried to save them from looking up xenomorphs on Google Images, and
I
they
did
still
that.
didn't do. I know.
I did that, and I did not find anything bad until like I found something slightly dodgy, and I was incredibly disappointed by how.
Alright, I'm gonna go to
dodgy it was.
xenomorph images.
Did you spell xenomorph correctly?
Probably not, but
XEN?
no, of course I did because if
MOR.
I didn't, Google would have picked up on it.
I mean, there's none really. There's Batman. There's Batman fighting a
Bite Man.
xenomorph.
But, well, whatever. People misspeak sometimes.
H.R. Geiger.
Also, for the record, Eric, one of the things that MauLer's fan base called me out on last time was at one point when I went to pee, I left you to fill the dead air. So I just want to apologize for that. That was a bad friend thing to do.
Oh man, I don't know if I can forgive you on that.
That was a big piece of criticism I got. So I apologize for that. I am going to need to pee in a minute, so you got to do it again. But I apologize in advance.
Oh no!
But I'm not going to do it yet.
Pictures.
I'll see how long I can go.
Well, I don't think that's what I was being for.
Consideration.
We don't care about how we feel about these things. We're talking about what they are and what they do.
And if not, that the viewer can immediately distinguish between his opinions and his objective analysis. But
Between his opinions and his objective analysis. It's all opinions. Some of them are objective. Went over this in the TFA video. He even knows how I define all these words, and he's like not approaching this honestly. He's not like, okay, so MauLer refers to this as objective, this is that, and this is why he's wrong because of these contradictions, and then moves on. He's just immediately like that. MauLer sees himself as making objective criticism versus opinions, to imply, you know, because it obviously leads into the idea that the audience would be like, this is fucking all his opinion. Like, I don't know, would have been nice if you threw that in, because I know he's seen the video.
Well,
and
that
if
he
not,
that,
that the viewer
all
can
of his what
immediately
he says is
distinguish between
opinions.
his opinions and his objective
Yeah, that would make it all
analysis.
subjective.
But why am I chattering on when there's cases to study? Let's have a look at Infinity War.
This is good stuff.
So, we
This
got
would be a
I like
good
this
one.
part of the video.
length of video, 52 minutes. Time spent summarizing Infinity War, 36 minutes. Time spent summarizing previous Marvel films, 10 minutes. Time spent drawing actual conclusions about Infinity War, 6 minutes. And then he's got comments that are basically saying, wow, this is just a plot summary. This is all just a plot summary. So this is probably a good time to sort of talk about the whole idea of plot summary, but let's let him talk a little bit, I guess.
Reality is
All right, everyone, chat. go to Jay's channel and find Beowin some references of Jay's face so he knows what to draw, and post them in. I guess this is in your Discord, Mauler. Is it EFAP Podcast Talk?
No. Post it in, to my Twitter. Just at me on Twitter with it. I post them in the Discord after usually.
No. Beowin's trying to get a reference for him.
Oh.
Is the EFAP Podcast Talk in your Discord?
Oh yeah, yeah.
I'm not in there. Yeah. So everyone go to Jay's channel, like open up a new tab.
I'll just change my avatar to a very real picture of me.
Very real.
Very real.
Is it
actually real?
Is it going to be very real though?
Yes.
Are you sure? It's not going to be Thrump, is it?
It's already Thrump. I wouldn't have to change it if it was
Thrump?
Thrump.
There's so many different styles of Thrump though.
Thrump.
Thrumpa.
See, I was going to make a joke here, but I'm not sure what it's going to be yet. So just give me some time, and I will decide what it is I really am on the inside, and make that my avatar.
People just go to Jay's channel and put if you're in MauLer's Discord, then put the Jay pictures in the EFAP chat, and then Beowin will make JJ Binks. There you go.
So I'm gonna let this play.
Reality is often disappointing.
I mean, it's Infinity War. All his fans have probably already seen it. And no, those last.
So
wait, so he can't make a video if his fans have already seen it?
I'm actually in favor of people having watched the movie before watching my videos on them anyway. So
Were you saying a plot? I think you're saying a plot summary is unnecessary if everyone's already seen it.
Yeah, which clearly me and him have different ideas on what the purpose of a plot summary is.
Yeah, and there's a lot of people who like.
So the point being made there, I thought was pretty self-explanatory. Was basically his Infinity War video is probably the most he's ever just summarized the film and not really elaborated on his points, as opposed to just summarizing the film. Like Infinity War video is probably the biggest example of that, and yet was the least necessary because most of his fans had already seen it. Like, I thought that was pretty self-explanatory.
I think the plot summary is very clearly like to get the audience up to speed, like which is why I think like the ideal way to do it is like the Neo version of it, where like they recite the entire plot without any asides, and then they get into their like more structured non-linear analysis.
And like you say, you get someone like Dan Olsen who does that in like 5 to 10 minutes, and then the rest of it is them talking about it. Right?
Yeah. My funny games video is linear, but that's because I genuinely did not expect anyone to want to watch it. From I did sort of intend for it to be an alternative to actually watching the movie, so like you can get like all the revelatory meta stuff that film goes through without actually having to experience it for yourself. I did intend.
And I
it to
imagine
be an
not much of your audience had seen that film, so I think it's a lot more valid there.
Yeah.
I hadn't, and I still got a lot out of that video.
And like I had to make the last scene a surprise, like for the people who didn't watch the movie. Like that was very important, that to retain that. Just like if I'm gonna be bastardizing this guy's movie for the sake of analysis, I'm gonna preserve that moment, and I'm not gonna spoil it here. You can watch my video, or you can watch the movie yourself.
Yeah. Nothing inherently wrong with summarizing. It's just that when that is like most of your video, and especially when it's a movie that like almost all of your audience would have already seen, it begins to feel superfluous, especially when you're not commenting on large portions of it, which he doesn't do. Like there's many points in that Infinity War video where he'll go a good 5 minutes and just sort of, he might stop at one point to say, that was a fantastic joke, and then just the rest of it will just be summary.
Might be interested in knowing about the movie, or who want to get caught up, or maybe they just don't have the time, or they're not that interested in going to the theater and all that.
Remember scenes the way that they are.
Exactly, the disappearing knife. Who noticed that the first time? What percentage of people?
Yeah, so like it's just we're gonna jump into that in a moment.
Incidentally, the Infinity War video. Oh, sorry about that. The Infinity War video very explicitly, MauLer says that there are tons of details that I can't even go into. So the disappearing knife kind of shit, he doesn't do that in this video. Like I think there's maybe only a couple of occasions where he'll like talk about this weird little detail that you wouldn't notice just from watching the film for the first time. Mostly he's talking about stuff like, Thor and Star-Lord have really good banter. Just like, yeah, it's kind of impossible to miss that. It's like a whole scene about it. Infinity War. All his fans have probably already seen it. And no, those last 6
Maybe.
minutes really don't go anywhere.
What?
All
That's
that
not even an
says
argument. What is that?
Well, just so
Not an argument.
Okay,
people
that
in
was
the
a
last 6 minutes
mistake.
don't go anywhere.
Sad bits
He
making
said-
fun of it.
Video
Oh,
games.
yeah. Okay. I'll clarify that. Put my hands up for this one. I do say last 6 minutes. So, actually, it's 6 minutes stretched across the whole video. It's not just the last 6 minutes. It is the whole... And this is actually evidenced by the EFAP, as you'll see later, where they go back and watch those last 6 minutes, and in fact, most of it is just summary. Because the 6 minutes of conclusions are spread throughout the video. That was a typo on my part. I don't think it really takes away from my point that the overwhelming majority of the video is just summarizing Infinity War and previous Marvel films, but I guess you can conclude for yourself.
Jack, you lied.
I just lied.
You lied.
Sorry for my deceit in the form of a typo. I don't know. If that's the best you got, and that is your justification for referring to us as subhuman scumfucks, then I don't know.
The sad bits made him sad, the funny bits made him
Made him
lol.
lol, and concludes that the film is objectively good because it's good at elaborating on stuff from previous Marvel films.
Interestingly, I never say objectively in the video. I do in my critiques because I'm more serious about the analysis.
Unfortunately, earlier in this EFAP and then later in this EFAP, you say that your Unbridled videos are a combination of objective and subjective points. So I can't tell the difference. Maybe I should have clarified that, but I can't tell the difference unless you say, because your objective critiques are just more subjective critiques.
On that. Appraise, as commented on in the video, so I know you've seen it, is an assessment that doesn't cover any flaws, just like how Rage is an assessment that doesn't cover any positives, I suppose you could say.
Jay, someone described what you looked like in the chat.
This would be flattering, right?
Yes.
You
He
look
looks
better
like
than Lacking Saints, so don't worry.
Well, he said he looks like Garth from Wayne's World, but born with cerebral palsy.
Wow.
That's a playground insult, which means I can't talk to you anymore.
Wolf, you fucked it up.
You're
I changed my avatar to a very real picture of me. This is what I.
Don't insult my
am.
manager.
This is what I feel like on the inside.
What you feel like and what you are two different things.
Bounty Ball Studio said, Mole, you
Not
actually say
after-
that it was biased. So
changed
in the
everything.
video, I
Oh,
say
thanks
this
for the
video is
coffee, by the way.
biased. So just FYI for it'll be relevant. All of this is going to be relevant.
That's a mark of objective quality, by the way. Sucks if you wanted to enjoy it as its own movie.
So the suggestion that Infinity War is keeping in consistency and developing the films that came before it is a mark of objective quality, and he said pity if you wanted to just see it on as its own movie. I don't know what he
idiot.
thinks that he's
What
saying.
absolute? I mean, what absolute idiot goes into Infinity War without watching the other movies and thinking it's
So here's the point, and then here's Wolf, just sliding on over it. Sorry, this would be Wolf, and here's the point. So it's not an objectively good thing that Infinity War only really stands as an elaboration on previous Marvel films, because you may want to just go into a film having not been experienced with the lore and just want to enjoy it as its own thing. Like, I could just as easily make the argument of, Iron Man, yeah, it has a bunch of unexplained lore from the comics. Well, why would you go and watch an Iron Man movie unless you knew about the Iron Man comic books? Like, that's the same basic argument.
I think I said this, sorry, just
No,
as
go
a
ahead.
small thing, is that I feel like literally every single Marvel movie will be somebody's first Marvel movie.
Yeah. So, like, for instance, I could recommend Iron Man to my family. Right? Most of my family would probably enjoy Iron Man. I think they do, actually. I could not recommend most of my family Infinity War because I think that Infinity War, although I think it's very, very good, and I think it's better than Iron Man, to be honest, is reliant on you being, like, up to speed, I think. I don't think that the movie works that well unless you're experienced with Marvel movies. Now, is that an objective flaw? Sorry.
I love movies with homework.
Yeah, exactly. It's a movie with homework. Now, is that an objectively good or bad thing? I don't know. But MauLer declares that as an objective thing. Or at least I can't tell the difference because he doesn't distinguish between objective and subjective
Well,
criticisms.
okay, any criticism you have of the Unbridled Rage videos is subjective. And then any praise you have for the video is objective. That's how it works.
Okay, I guess that makes perfect sense.
going to make
Who
sense.
is this guy with the
My
magic?
flatmate did that.
I mean, come on, that's retarded.
He watched a Marvel summary of all the other movies first. I'm not sure why that's how he decided to do it.
Enjoyed it. I mean,
Said he liked it.
I mean, go and watch Captain America Winter and try and tell me it makes sense without watching the first Captain America or Iron Man 2 or Thor 2.
Oh, that was especially hilarious. Captain America the Winter Soldier, incidentally, is one of the easiest Marvel sequels to go into, having not watched the previous film. Compared to the first Captain America, completely different cast, aside from Captain America, completely different setting. Like, it's all reset, and most of the main characters in that movie are established in that movie. So, Wolf, I'm sorry that was a really, really bad example on your part, but whatever.
Or Civil War.
Or literally any sequel to anything ever.
People
Come
are
on.
saying I'm objectively gay.
Are you?
I'm
why?
bi.
You
not-
are?
it's not the
There's
same.
3 of us
I
now.
am.
Are you serious? All 3 of you are bi. I'm the
Oh my
minority.
gosh, so are you saying
Well,
that
you're the diversity higher.
I'm the-
Wait, so both Wolf and Jay and MauLer are gay?
What?
Yes.
Wow, that's incredible. I can't believe I'm the only straight person in the room. This is kind of awkward. Normally, I know this doesn't normally happen, but I had no idea this whole.
Okay,
Gays are
that's.
I have
Can
no
I
idea
say
that's
something?
what I heard
What?
there.
That's the one thing that's changed about Rags' content. He talks about his sexuality way less, and that's disappointing. Like he used to like because he's bi. He used to make jokes about sucking dicks like constantly in his old videos, and it was like the one good thing about his channel.
Yeah, wait, so Wolf, Jay, and Rags are bi, and then MauLer's straight?
I don't know. I think MauLer is like some kind of asexual blob monster.
Possibly. I don't know. I was
Like,
gonna try and do
he's-
some
he's
gay
a-
maths
he's a-
there,
He's a robot.
because this current stream is 50% gay, because I'm all the way straight, Eric's all the way gay, and Brit's a half gay. So
Half blood.
Right, anyway, so yeah, let's just play this out because we're going to be jumping over to my Infinity War video and then comparing statements.
films. That's a mark of objective quality, by the way. Sucks if you wanted to enjoy it as its own movie. Now, as I said before, it's not the length of MauLer's content in and of itself.
Wait, sorry, I think we've probably gone far enough, actually. So, yeah, he summarized it as, sad bits make me sad, the funny bits make me lol, and the film is objectively good because it's good at elaborating on stuff from previous Marvel movies.
Okay,
and
they're
majority
gonna
of it
play
is
the
either
last 6
summarizing
minutes
plot or
of
summarizing
the
plot from previous
Infinity
films.
War
This will be-
video now,
this will
right?
be good. Yeah.
I'm not necessarily suggesting at this very moment that it's an inaccurate
Can we
take,
speed it
because it
up?
could be down to semantics, but we're going to check out...
I'm gonna just speed it up to 1.5 because I think they do make some takes over the course of this.
Okay.
But incidentally, he described that as not inaccurate, which would suggest that he does think that that's an objective point, even though it's an unbridled video, which would be all completely subjective. Don't know.
6 minutes of my video on Infinity War, because he specified 6 minutes and it's going from the moment plot summary ends. Well, sorry, it's confusing to what he's referring to because the final section goes from 34 minutes onwards, and he said 6 minutes, so I don't exactly know what he's talking about, so I'm assuming it's the part, I don't know, well, the section I'm showing you, it's going to be relevant in terms of what I assume he's trying to say. But yeah, this feels embarrassing sometimes because I'm just like showing my video, but the point is to sort of explain why he's got a bad take on it, not just to be like, guys, watch my video. So here goes. According to my timestamp, it ends at 50-50, so it's the longest take.
It's horrific. The powerful, intelligent, and heroic vision.
So remember, folks, this is MauLer showing that his videos are in fact not mostly comprised of summary. So consider in your brains how much of what he's about to show is in fact not summary.
As a man. But perhaps the most impactful moment goes to a particularly powerful road being drawn to its close. Tony Stark has been through a lot in his series of films, finding that he must balance his urge to protect Earth while living the life of a man.
What if I didn't? If you didn't? You mean when you finished?
Leading him to protect his power, nuke his power, automate his power, submit his power, and finally, to keep it as insurance, to maintain a safety net if ever he or his loved ones were attacked, but never in pursuit. Once he knows that this coming attack is what he's been waiting for 6 years, what sent him into anxiety attacks, what has consumed him since he saw his vision, he fights it to the point of leaving Earth's solar system and to the realization that Pepper, the person he loves the most, will never come between him and his will to prevent the suffering on a universal scale. This is very much the reflection of Thanos himself. With all that happening, it's tough to realize that Tony has also dealt with the fact that his dad didn't love him as much as his work, his mother, or himself. Hell, he loved Cap more. Tony then sees the tape in Iron Man 2 that tells him his dad considered him his greatest achievement and his work was all intended to be left to him. His dad absolutely loved him. Tony couldn't share any real moments of closure or love with his father despite his desperation because they were killed by Hydra in an attempt to steal his formula. This destroyed what made Tony so callous as a man in the first place. He needed to reevaluate the man he'd become. Moving on to Civil War, he treats Peter as his surrogate son, brings him in only to tell him to leave the second he is visibly hurt. Tony is looking to ignite that lost flame, to get that relationship he's pined for his whole life, taking a positive step in that direction. In Homecoming, he keeps him in what is essentially a box. Despite Spider-Man's raw strength, he only wants him fighting low-life criminals because it's safe, and he's a child.
Mr. Parker.
Got a sec? I'm actually at school. No, you're not.
Nice work in DC. My dad never really gave me a lot of support, and I'm just trying to break the cycle.
I'm kind of in the middle of something right
Don't
now.
cut me off when I'm complimenting you. Great things are about that. What is that?
I'm at band practice.
That's odd. Happy told me you quit band 6 weeks ago.
When Peter succeeds, he congratulates him, shares with him that he always wanted this kind of relationship with his father, that he's proud of what he's doing. But then, to subvert Tony's security, he lies while trying to get involved in something Tony told him to stay away from. Peter wanted to go behind Tony's back and avoid what was essentially his protection, his care.
I tell you, stay away from this. Instead, you hacked a multi-million-dollar suit so you could sneak around behind my back doing the one thing I told you not to do.
Those weapons were out there, and I tried to tell you about it, but you didn't listen. None of this would happen if you would just listen to me.
You know that I was the only one who believed in you. Everyone else said I was crazy.
Sorry, that was very disingenuous of me. When I said summary, I also meant summary and just clips of the film.
14-year-old kid.
He was furious and he took the gear back. Peter didn't deserve to have it if he wanted to thrill seek. But Peter saves the day and Iron Man's actual equipment from Vulture without a suit and reasserting that he only wants to do good. Lying was the way that he saw an opportunity for it, and that's why he did it. Peter is reinstated and the relationship is strong once again. In Infinity War, he decides to help because he can. Despite Iron Man's attempt to stop him, he even goes on what can be assumed as a one-way trip because he wants to help people.
What if somebody died tonight? Different story, right? Because that's on you. If you died, I feel like that's on me. I don't need that on my conscience.
Tony wants him gone because the last thing he can bear is watching the kid get hurt. And so, echoing the dream he has in the opening about a child with the woman he loves called Morgan taken away in a moment, Tony has to watch as Peter is slowly turned to ash in his arms, begging to stay with him. All in a handful of seconds, Tony loses one of his Avengers. He sees an innocent boy trying to save lives perish. But most importantly, he has that new and loving fatherly connection severed. Again, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. But it falls on him. Everything falls on Tony Stark's conscience as he was alive to stop it, and he couldn't. Tony now loses the son he never had, the team he built to protect the world and the universe itself. Nothing he could build or prepare could prevent it. After 6 years of it festering in his head, his nightmare has broken through. Tony is frozen, unable to emote. He couldn't accept it before, and now it's real. Everything has fallen apart. This is it. Pair all of this with Tom Holland's heart-wrenching performance selling a Peter Parker that has begun to feel death coming after watching all the people he just saved turn to ash.
How you doing, chat? Having a good night? Thank you for joining us. Are you enjoying this deep analysis?
He begs Tony not to let him go again and again while failing to stand, fading away in his arms. The scene was incredible. The film itself is a culmination of many running stories and characters dealing with very common
He says nothing more than the scene is incredible. That's his conclusion.
I can't believe they're straw-manning themselves.
I can't believe MauLer took MauLer out of
Many
context.
characters having to sacrifice what they've come to love for the greater good, and the death, the rampant cold death of so many beloved characters. The credits of this film play like an obituary. The audience was dead silent. A respectful end to a
Like,
defeating
were they
story that still has more to
uncomfortable at
come.
this part?
began with Iron
Were they
Man,
just
the
like,
original
shit,
Avengers
this is
revealed
all
the potential of the
summary?
series. Those Avengers are a large portion of what remains for the heroes.
It's
each
hard to
dealing with their own
watch.
Like, are they? Do you think they're sitting there thinking like, okay, MauLer's gonna make a point now? They're like waiting for it, or are they just like, shit, he's only summarizing?
issues are being set to save the day, to pass over the Marvel mantle to the new heroes that have been lost. This isn't just a celebration of one film and its achievement to bring together so many other properties with weight behind them. This is a celebration of what has been accomplished with 10 years of character writing. 10 years of trying to create something that people could become enamored with. This spans completely different personality types, completely different plots, completely different settings, completely different worlds. Directors having their style blasted through with writing having space and quality to shine. Incredible performances combined with special effects to support this comic book world's realism. All of this took talent, time, effort, and passion. Marvel should be fucking proud of themselves. Drama and comedy are a tough balance, but throughout Marvel's series they have shown they're going to shift it in one way or the other, with Infinity War being no exception. This is not an entirely morbid affair, and it does benefit from that.
I'm Peter, by the way.
Doctor Strange.
Oh, using your made-up names. Then I am Spider-Man.
Instead, we are going to open Wakanda to the rest of the world. This is not what I imagined.
What did you imagine?
The Olympics? Maybe even at Starbucks.
Cool. So cool.
We have Rabbit, Tree, Squidward, Blanket of Death, Kick Names, and Take Ass. I am Steve Rogers, the baby of a pirate and an angel. What was she doing up there the whole time? I'm gonna blow that nutsack of a chin right off, and who could forget? This film was an event, a triumph. Each of the crew and cast involved deserve a pat on the back for bringing a 10-year path to an incredible peak. I can't even tell you about all of the amazing details this film has, aside from what I've already discussed, nor will I share any flaws. I don't know if you noticed, but this assessment is extremely biased in one specific direction to complement my other recent work. And there we go.
And yet, not inaccurate for me to say that he thinks it's objectively good for these reasons or that reasons.
Man, MauLer, you did our research for us. Like that's so considerate of you.
So this is the fundamental issue here is I think this is where we're never going to move past this. I think a certain amount of MauLer's fan base are always going to see this as us being disingenuous because from the clips you've just seen, they're going to say this is an own. Like you've demolished Jack. I think this is the best. If there's anything I want people to take away from the stream, it's this portion. Because I think it should be abundantly clear that what we've just seen is summary with like very little interspersed parts when MauLer says, and that's good, or like, and this thing's good. Sometimes he might go as far as to summarize two things next to each other that relate to each other, but this is still just like a book report at best. There's no analysis here. But MauLer's fan base considers this an own, and in fact, everyone in the voice chat considers this a demolishment of how disingenuous and like the levels of deceit in our video, and I just don't know what to tell them at this point. It's a tricky situation, I guess.
Apparently Jack's getting a little bent out of shape by the fact that we just watched all that.
Yeah, he's tweeted apparently that not all of that was actual conclusions. Apparently,
So
apparently he meant 6 minutes spread across the whole video.
I meant that. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what he's tweeted.
Whatever, Jack. So what do you think the overall point? What do you think? What is your take on what you've just seen?
My take is that I'd like you to narrate audio, please.
I think what you're trying to get across here is that I think I almost said it. I might just be re-quoting you because you kind of say it yourself. This is a culmination of previously established events, and if you don't bring those events, to the forefront, if you don't tell people this is what's happened, this is what happened here, it took us 10 years to get here, and this is the result of all those things happening. This is the payoff for all the setup, for all the development. So it is extremely important that all of that stuff that happened before is taken along with this.
I don't know if anyone else wants to say anything. Because I was just gonna say like. The idea, because that's
Yeah,
just
I
one
mean,
of the actions I do.
summaries are important. That's
That's
why Wikipedia exists.
I feel like I'm having like an ego death.
I'm sure that a lot of people in chat can sympathize right now. I
wasn't aware of this.
I think it was just after this that I gave up because I was seeing his chat just like, wow, Jack just got fucking demolished there, and I was like, what are you watching? I don't know. I hope you're okay though, Eric. I don't want your brain to fall apart.
I'm fine. It's. I guess I feel similar to like when MauLer told me that like he's like his views on objective film critique is like axiomatic, that it's like objective morals, but like it's fundamentalist MauLerism. That's what it is.
Fundamentalist MauLerism.
Like I learned nothing from this conversation except for the fact that you can't be reached, and bye.
Yeah. Again, I think it's kind of just like trying to teach someone. It's trying to convince someone not to believe in God. At a certain level, it's just can't do it.
Vision's relationship with Wanda, but Vision as a character himself, what he's gone through from Age of Ultron.
Because MauLer does admit that we haven't reached like complete objectivity. He believes we should aim for that. Like it's a constant goal to reach objective critique. So he admits that it doesn't currently exist, but he has like faith that someday it will.
I'm sorry, I was just laughing
basically,
at fundamentalist MauLerism equals FML.
I am recanting plot from previous films. You can do that, but I think it's dishonest, because there's a reason I'm presenting all of these specific events in a row, because they tell a very strong story that's been what you could call in the subtext, because of all of these events taking place, and because that conversation that Tony's having with Peter when he's on the barge, it's almost funny. But then when you actually listen to the words where he says, my relationship with my dad, like he's going on about that, it's like that's extremely important. But and it informs so much of the arc that's happening. So it's, if you've missed it, I am presenting it
I
again.
think you can slow it back down now.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot about that. Like, yeah, it's extremely important. That's why it's in the film.
Purpose of all of this. That's what the plot summary is doing. It's presenting this stuff to you, and then I explain to you why it's important. That's always been my goal. I'm not saying I nail it. That is the purpose.
Once again, he has faith.
Is this the Twitter link?
This isn't the drawing. It's like a preview though.
God. Oh my Jesus. Dear Lord. What an
Just
extremely-
imagine when Beowulf's done. It'll be even better.
What a palate cleanser that was from what we just watched. Oof, wow. That is that your head is made out of.
Why don't me and Eric have any fan art, guys?
I have some.
Oh, you do?
Oh, I forever regret. Like I saw this one fan art that I didn't retweet it because I didn't watch JoJo, but it was like a picture of me as a JoJo character, and I forever regret not retweeting that art. But now I don't remember who it was who drew that.
Well, oh,
Yeah,
actually, I got some fan art from MauLer's fan base where it was like me crying in bed and like it just says "Long Man Bad" above it or something like that.
And
yeah.
And also, like, this is very important. Like, the reason I don't have a persona is because, like, I don't want to limit the furry fan art that I can get, because like it's the people's persona.
Mhm.
You have to interpret it for yourself.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm gonna try and keep things moving along here. We still have the Black Panther breakdown to go through, and then your second segment. So let's get moving.
Yeah, I think you
Bad bits.
which is good because you
Doesn't
keep
have any bones.
Oh yeah, that's true. Ice cream doesn't have bones. Neither do ears or eyes.
Hey, you can't say that ice cream doesn't have bones. That's a
Okay.
generalization. And just
No,
because you have an
okay,
example
fine.
of
I'll
ice cream
qualify
without
that.
bones doesn't
No
mean it-
ice cream that I've ever eaten has had bones in it. And
Well,
if
you're just
I
not
had
eating
ice
the
cream,
right kind of ice cream.
well, clearly, if there
clearly
was
never
a
had
bone
bone
in my
ice
ice
cream.
cream, I would be surprised. I would have questions.
Have you ever had?
You ever been to
salmon ice
Uganda?
cream?
You like the bone in the ice cream?
I know the way to the bone ice cream.
Yeah, if you do not like it, then you know the way to the DCBY down the street.
Uh-oh.
So again, by the way, he said that.
Wait,
Don't say anything. Don't say anything.
I'm doing my best, guys.
Don't say
I'm doing
anything.
it.
Don't say
I'm
anything.
doing it.
I'm
I'm
just
doing my
wondering,
best.
how old is that meme, by the
No,
way?
it was pretty. No, hang on. No, because they just did this video. Oh, the meme's like a year old. Yeah.
Exactly.
The meme is January 2018.
So yeah, just over a year old.
Yeah, guys, I'm trying my best to not call you guys racist.
Don't call
I'm
them
really
racist.
just trying so hard. But African accents is not a joke in and of itself. And
yeah,
just in case, like caricaturizing like someone's dialect isn't a good look.
I'm going to go pee real quick. Do you want me to leave the video going, or should I just leave it, or should I leave it paused for a minute?
Leave it paused.
Okay, gotcha.
Don't because it's your segment.
Yeah, gotcha. See you in a bit, my lovelies.
Nice. Don't even mute it.
Hey guys,
Howdy.
watch funny games.
What's funny game?
It's a very good movie.
I think I will have to watch that. I want to watch. That's the only one I didn't watch that you had on your list. Did we get to that list yet?
No, not yet. It's in my second.
Okay, I won't spoil it, but you know, the ones on the list are very good though. Uh-oh, now people are arguing if the original or the remake is better.
The remake is very obviously better. Like the only
Is
reason
that an objective statement?
the only reason the original like even takes place in Austria is because like of budgetary reasons. Like he wanted it to take place in the US, and the 2007 version is just that being fully realized.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like I don't see it too much in movies, but I know a lot of artists will do like a draw this again kind of thing where they take like an old piece of art and then try and redo it.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Okay. Oh, did I miss any super chats or anything?
No.
No.
Okay, gotcha. Just want to double check. I don't want anyone to be left out. Ready to go?
Yep.
Like,
That
I thought the point
was-
was very clear. It was explicit.
Yeah, you pretty much say it verbatim. And to be honest, I haven't actually watched your unbridled praise video yet. That was the first time of me watching that.
So
You're
why
not a
you-
true fan.
Why are you
Oh, here's the thing,
commenting?
that was like, that made me. I'm sentimental deep down, and that made me get kind of misty-eyed.
Oh, Rags,
Thanks, man.
you need a hug.
That's a compliment.
No, like that really, like thinking about the characters, and that was really
Thinking
really
about the characters, like if you watch the movie or
Everyone
something.
everyone give Rags a hug in the chat.
Everyone press F for my happiness.
Rags
Wait,
doesn't deserve
hashtag
happiness.
Happy Rags.
They're gonna take that out of
No,
context.
I don't watch. There's a lot of videos I just don't watch. That's just one of them that I just haven't seen.
Look, it's
But I
one,
am
it's
a-
one thing to call someone subhuman. That's just a legitimate critique. But to say that someone doesn't deserve happiness is its own thing entirely.
Yeah.
I'm a sensitive soul, actually. I'm very
That
sentimental.
that was
So am
bad.
Yeah.
I
You-
mean,
you
I,
watch
mean,
me,
I would argue I am too, but most people think that I don't have a subjective side to my fucking videos, so...
This objective robot made me teary-eyed.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah,
you
you-
should see me when I watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy back to back, or when I, or when I play Ori and the Blind Forest. It's like, oh man, I feel like I need to punch somebody to feel like a man again.
Oh man.
That's toxic masculinity.
Oh, feelings!
Was I being ironic? Or was I not? You decide.
I mean, this is a good. Is what kind of what
so,
that
yeah,
is.
we'll keep
but-
on. I think I've drawn it back enough so we can hear his points again now, having seen that context.
He observes as bad is factually and objectively bad with no deeper consideration.
We don't care about how we feel
Yeah,
about
gone
these
a little
things.
too
We're
far
talking
back, I
about
guess.
what they are.
It's made him sad. The funny bits has probably already seen it. And no, those last 6 minutes really don't go anywhere.
He said last 6 minutes, so he's clearly not talking about a collective 6 minutes.
My bad, folks.
That's true, actually. You
Yeah.
can't claim
Sorry,
that
Jack.
and then
You can't
Sorry.
change the past.
You
the entire video has been debunked.
MauLer
Mate.
says the sad bits made him
You can
sad.
change
The
the past.
funny
You can
bits
kill it
made
if you
him
have to.
lol. and
Someone said he
conclu-
looked like a skinny TJ Kirk.
Oh, that's
oh,
insulting.
I mean, I kind of see it.
Do I look like the amazing
Yeah,
atheist,
if we make
guys?
his,
I can see
like,
that.
I can see
Yeah.
that. I can
Just-
see that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
got blonde hair.
The
That's
hair's
insulting to TJ.
I don't know, because it's like over the side of his glasses, and then he's got the bun thingy up in the back going on.
Yeah, it's a strange hairdo. It is a strange
it is,
hairdo.
yeah, it is unusual.
Don't sully TJ's name.
They
I'm
said
gonna
my
go ahead
hair
and
was
say
unusual.
I like his hair. Okay, I think it's a lot better than his
I
argument.
think it's interesting
I
hair.
think his hair is. I think his hair is actually better than his arguments. Not that that's a high bar.
Hey,
but,
there you
My
go.
lack of hair is better than his argument.
Wait, what's
yeah,
wrong with having no hair?
Sorry, I
Generally,
did
I
a
would-
creamy sheave. He just said, "Hey, MauLer and Wolf, I loved your Fallout 76 video." Hey, Wolf, I like this one.
Hey, MauLer and Wolf, I loved your Fallout 76 video. Here's money because you both deserve it for all the hard work. Love your boy Creamy Sheave.
Implying
What
that
a
I'm getting
great
any
guy.
of that
Is
money.
he in on the meme at that point? Because that was in the Colin
I'm
stream,
sure
wasn't
he's
it?
a great guy, and you guys really deserve it. So, back to bald people.
Which I
wait,
am.
Matthew just said he made a list of times he interpreted your content. That's what the 6 minutes is referring to, I think, at least. He just said the last 6 minutes. Like, we'll play it again.
Yeah, I meant 6 minutes of on the whole, which is why they just play the last 6 minutes, and it's mostly just summary.
MauLer said
And look what the visuals are. That's the shit I showed you guys, right?
They don't go anywhere while you're talking about how the characters are affected across 10 different movies.
Yep, that's a summary
proud
of the last
my
10
Infinity War
movies.
video because there's a lot of passion. Because I am a MCU fanboy, despite the fact that I will absolutely tear the shit into the ones I don't like. I literally despise Iron Man 3. Like, but
I love Iron Man 3.
I get totally invested, and Civil War is the peak for me. I was so invested in that final fight, and I'll try and make a video eventually to explain why I think it's so well put together. But this was something I took seriously. The Infinity War video, I was like, I want to really make sure I explain why I think these are so amazing in terms of arcs that go over so much time. But yeah, this is his take on that.
probably already seen it. And no, those last 6 minutes really don't go anywhere.
Iron Man
MauLer
3 is
says
definitely
the
better
sad
than Iron
bits
Man
made him
2.
sad, the
Or,
funny bits made him
in my
lol,
opinion.
and concludes that the film is
Although
objectively
everything's just
good
opinion.
because it's good at elaborating on stuff from previous Marvel films. That's a mark of objective quality.
I am so sorry, Jack.
Right, sorry.
That
So going over a character's arc equals summary of the movies now. Yes, summarizing a character's arc is a summary.
That's what you took away from this. I legitimately pity you. I'm so sorry that's what you took away from that.
I'm only sorry that he has such a dense fucking brain. I mean, holy shit. How do you come away from that last 6 minutes thinking that there was nothing there? I mean, I feel like I would have to, like, shoot myself in the head to be on par with Jack at this point.
Not a rooster's right. I'm sick of Jack and Eric. Let's just watch MauLer's videos.
By the way,
We could have a
sucks if
meme
you wanted
break.
to enjoy
A meme break.
Meme
enjoy
break.
it as its own movie.
Bring
Now,
in
as I
Jared.
said,
Wait, sorry.
him lol, and concludes that the film is objectively good because it's good at elaborating on stuff from previous Marvel films. That's a mark of objective quality, by the way. Sucks if you wanted to enjoy it as its own movie. Now, as I said before, it's
You
not the
can.
length.
Yeah, you can.
You can.
I don't know what you're
Those are
talking
two
about,
different
Jack.
things.
Like,
yeah, you can. I mean,
consistency
how many people saw
for a
Infinity
character
War?
is objectively good craftsmanship for storytelling.
No.
If you're not following this, like, whatever.
Okay. So you know that consistency can also mean that the character doesn't change or grow over the course of the thing. Like consistency isn't inherently a good thing. An inconsistent character could be a character that changes a lot over the course of a story. So it's not. It's dependent on. You know.
I think by consistent he means like the progression is like logical.
I guess, but you know, I mean, you would agree with me here. Like it ends up being subjective no matter what. Right? Whether or not you think that is a consistent progression or an inconsistent progression.
Yeah, like of course, but I don't think what he means is that characters should literally never change.
Yeah, I get that, but I think it ends up circling around.
He wants them to change in ways that he thinks make sense.
Yeah. I think that makes sense.
Yeah, you can enjoy it regardless. Even if we never agreed on the objective quality of alluding to previous things was, that has no impact on whether or not you can enjoy it. Do you think that every person who went to see Infinity War who liked it had seen all of those movies beforehand?
No.
Plus, that's even if he's right, that's not a counter to anything you've said.
But it's still harder to enjoy if you haven't seen those movies beforehand.
Of MauLer's content in and of itself that's the problem. In fact, maybe it isn't a problem if MauLer just wants to use this format. It's up to him.
Sorry. Just to be clear, MauLer did literally just say that understanding the character's arcs up to this point is a big part of what makes Infinity War so effective, right? Like, I didn't just dream that. He literally just said that. Because now they're saying that you like it just as much even if you haven't. I don't really know.
Like you can't be incorrect if you just say all the things.
It's true.
Yes,
it's generous of him to give you that.
Yeah, at least Jack gave you the green light to use your own format.
Thanks, Jack. I should say thanks, Dad.
Wanted to enjoy it as its own movie.
No
now,
problem,
as I
son.
said before, it's not the length of MauLer's content in and of itself that's the problem. In fact, maybe it isn't a problem.
Jack saved the farmer of straw men. It's like a whole field of straw men.
I guess if this is how you define a straw man.
I shall build my enemies.
Problem. If MauLer just wants to use this format, it's up to him. It
Thanks,
might be
Dad.
incredibly tedious for me, but certainly many people may like it.
Or many
It's
people
not my...
may like it.
It seems like he agrees with the whole subjective thing, doesn't he?
Well,
Yeah, some people may like it. You know, some people is in like about 70,000 more subs than you have.
Well, here's the thing: he can't say it, or else he'll lose all of his friends. He'll turn into enemies now.
You can't make this about numbers, especially since he has more subs than me.
I like what, Eric?
How big? Who is? Well, how big is his
doesn't
channel?
mean
I never heard of him
quality.
before.
42k.
Oh, how?
I haven't seen
People
the
like my
videos,
videos, I guess.
or Eric's. Like I said,
Yeah,
I don't know the
maybe-
quality of their
maybe the
channels.
other
I'm just not
ones.
impressed with what I've seen.
Yeah, maybe
Sorry, is that an
they're
objective
shit,
measurement
so
of
who knows?
quality? How many subs you
just
have?
hit 42k in the process.
I guess Cinema Sins is better than MauLer now.
This guy,
subscribed.
I just want to remind everyone, this guy made a half-hour video about why he doesn't like the NPC meme.
Oh.
Oof.
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
like
that
the
seems
NPC
like a
meme.
disingenuous summary of my video, but don't know. It's almost as if Wolf hasn't actually watched it.
Kind of funny.
Thanks for kind of helping the point of a meme by making
Yeah.
a video
Well,
devoted on why you don't like it.
It's kind of the same things when H-Bomber guy was like, you know, the soy boy meme's not even accurate. It's like, oh, that's you don't need. I mean, I'll admit his point about Paul Joseph Watson was really funny, but
Don't you mean Paul Joseph
There
Watson?
were people
What did I
making
say?
less time.
Or Joe Paul Watson.
Joe-
That's
Joe
bad.
Paulson?
Yeah.
It's like it's kind of a meme that the left doesn't get memes, but
prove a meme wrong factually, and then the meme dies, and it's like that's not what happens.
No.
That's never what
Literally,
happens.
every political orientation says other political orientations don't get memes. I'm not.
No, I think that the left
It is,
meme
from what I've
challenged.
understood, it's more said that the left don't, but it's not like the
We're
right.
getting
never
into some
fucking
hot
have a
the
moment
left
where they
can't
misunderstand a
meme
meme.
discourse
Like,
here,
obviously that's what
folks.
happened
Oh,
Yeah,
but remember, they're not
But, like,
centrist.
the NPC meme, as I understood it, is applied
Yeah,
to
why are they
anybody
saying
who
the
casts,
left when
like, a
they're not?
political or a
Aren't they on the
response
left?
that's
By their
usually a
own
political connotation.
admission?
It could apply to someone on the right or the left, but
Correct.
the
I know
left
that,
got super
but-
offended by it, and it's like, oh, so it's implying that they're like, this is only about us. That's how I always understood it. I was like, but it's on the right as well, because they can do it. You know, the right say SJW. That would be the NBC version.
Tim Pool's done some good videos on memes and how they spread on the internet and the left, and it's interesting. But I think there's a lot of truth to the generalization.
Imagine making an entire video about why you don't like a fucking meme.
Well, maybe it's a good video. We haven't seen it. You don't know what.
Oh my god, if this video is indicative of everything made, I don't think I want to.
In fact, maybe it isn't a problem. If MauLer just wants to use this format, it's up to him. It might be incredibly tedious for me, but...
Also, don't fret. This video is going to get much faster because Eric's once Eric comes back on, a lot of the stuff that he says is very agreeable or quick to approach.
Do you have the sensors ready?
Don't spoil anything.
I gotta make sure you remember, we gotta protect our...
It's not mine to write off as an artistic choice. As the format from which to hang the argument for your case, the interesting part...
By the way, when they say very soon,
not so much.
they mean in like 2 hours, so
thanks for qualifying that.
Oh.
That's just fantastic.
I believe this is the qualification.
Yeah, but this is not... Okay, I'll have to explain why this isn't a qualification. Let me play it in full so it's not said that we didn't.
From which to hang the argument for your case, the interesting part of arguing about art, not so much. At least not the way this time is utilized.
That's just fantastic. That's just a fantastic comedic line.
He's from space. He came here to steal a necklace from a wizard.
Brilliant.
Funny.
So,
you say something good 3 times, that means the video's bad.
You may or may not know, in my Rage videos, I usually have a portion where I say that's just silly at least 4 times around that in a row. I go, I state a thing, I say that's just silly, and someone could be like, but MauLer, you're not qualifying why they're silly, you're just saying they're silly. I'd be like, oh yeah, I think that they're so silly that I don't need to qualify, and it's a part of the entertainment factor. So I understand that you have a valid perspective on that, but again, these are unbridled rages. They're supposed to be entertainment first, running through several sort of perspectives. So me asking questions in a funny manner is actually a part of the entertainment value.
He was the one who made the Sky High as fascist video.
Hang on a second.
Yep,
go ahead.
Bold to assume that MauLer is entertaining.
Yeah, like, the extent of his jokes most of the time are just, like, naming characters weird things. That's most of the jokes that he makes. He has 2 jokes that he'll use most of the time. He'll either call a character something different, like he'll call the bald lady, one of the bald ladies in Black Panther, Michonne, because that's the character she played in a different movie, or like he'll call Killmonger Creed, and those are like jokes, I guess. And then the other one would be him just showing a scene in the film and going, okay, and then moving on. That's the 2 kinds of joke I hear MauLer make, so I guess that's the entertainment. I don't know. So
they're bringing up the Sky High video.
Yeah, they're going to talk about the Sky High video for a bit. Shockingly, from the sounds of things, none of them have actually watched it, but I guess that it's okay to be disingenuous because we've been very disingenuous so far. I guess.
Okay. I've heard of it.
So in the praise video, when I was constructing the praise video, I was like, how can I make it an inverse of rage in more ways than one? And I was like, well, you know the parts where I say that's just silly, what can I say instead? And I was like, what about that's just fantastic? You know, just declaring that the thing is good without explaining it. And now, unfortunately for Jack, he's probably not aware of that being a structural element, so he's assumed that that's me trying to explain my point. You know, and I'm declaring something's fantastic. The irony being...
Please don't criticize MauLer's weak arguments. They're actually stylistic choices.
This to my videos in this video. He's shown a clip and just said that's bad, moving on, and it's just like, okay.
Nope.
But the more important part that it's a joke. I'm saying
Night
that's
Rose
fantastic,
Silver,
as if to imply I'm just laughing at that. That's funny, as Rags pointed out. But the important parts, so characters going on long arcs and experiencing thematically relevant journeys, I explain all of that explicitly. I don't explain the joke to you. That's true. I don't explain why a joke is funny.
That could be tough sometimes. It's
a little...
explaining why you find things funny.
But this is
like
another problem.
Wait, no, because he does that.
Sexually attractive.
He does explain jokes
channel,
most of the time.
Or you haven't seen my channel,
a lot of the time.
And you watch this, you're like, guys, do you watch that MauLer guy? And they go, yeah, he's great. And you go, he literally like says, oh, this thing is bad, and then moves on. And when it comes to films he likes, he just says, this is good, and moves on. And then the person you're talking to will be like, no, he doesn't though. And you'll be like, you need to see Jack Saint's video. And then they go, you need to see Jack Saint's video being responded to.
And they need to see their response to our response being responded to.
I like that someone put in Jack Saint in the chat with a bunch of NPC style.
The discourse.
This is again the reoccurring theme of this video is that he's mixed up rages and critiques, and we'll get to his response to that at the end. Like I said,
doesn't the fact it's got themes make it good?
I agree with you actually. This video has themes, therefore it's irrecritable. That's a word now. It means you can't criticize it.
Everything that I make into the future, by the way, will have a theme, even if I don't mention it, or if it seems.
I'm going to say it's the theme of inaccuracy.
No, the best way to convey a theme is to literally just say the theme in the movie.
I've always liked that because I don't like to think. It annoys me. Someone's gonna get that out of context.
The theme of The Last Jedi is fuck kids.
Kids are annoying. Damn them. Yeah, let's keep going.
Infinity War is admittedly a kind of unfair example. MauLer really does phone this one in. It's just running through the film scene by scene. And...
damn.
So,
wow.
like, this is a genuine response to this, Jack. Kindly fuck you. Simple as that. I worked really hard in that video.
Oh.
And it's something that I consider
work hard
closer
on
to me for media than a lot of
I'm
standard
sorry.
pieces of media. I don't know. I really care about.
I don't know, dude. Like.
Journey. And so
I'm also genuinely sorry for saying Rags doesn't deserve happiness. I got caught up.
Yeah. Sorry about that, Rags. But also MauLer, like, I'm sorry to say this, but you know The Last Jedi, the film that you despise. Tons of people work really hard on it, so fuck you for criticizing it. Like, I'm sorry you worked hard on your video. I guess apparently. Maybe it needed another redraft. I don't know.
Showed you was like what I consider to be the crown jewel of the part of the film that I really enjoyed, and then I move into talking about it as a whole. And he's just like, he phoned it in. It's like, thanks, man.
So you can phone in and make better content than he can? Trying?
I would never claim that.
Is that what the theme of that statement was?
I guess. What else can we draw? Let's go to the worst fucking benefit of the doubt possible and do back to him what he likes to do with our work, right? Why not?
Saying the bits he liked. I guess maybe he thought the more of his video
Are we
going
to
to
get more EFAPs on my
the
content?
more objective the
That'd
critique
be
was.
cool.
Nope, the purpose is so that people follow along when they're watching, whether or not they've seen the film, whether or not they remember the film.
And I really
wonder
like it when people do that. I like to know we're moving to this scene, and then this scene happens. And...
I wonder what they would think of the case for asset flips.
I think it's a very strong argument that you make.
I just wonder. I want to see that EFAPPed.
They do seem a lot more hospitable towards you after this, so.
But like because Rags almost agrees with me on that. On like we almost share a position when it comes to like quality control. Although like he doesn't draw the line at explicit hate speech, while I do. But I don't know. Maybe like I'll just argue it so poorly that they'll get mad anyway.
Yeah, I can't. My guess would be that they would say you make a pretty good argument at the first like 3/4, and then when you do that last part at the end, they'll say, oh, and then he made it all political and SJWE. But I don't know. I would have to see. By the way, if anyone, the chat currently is just spamming NPC memes, like the EFAP chat. So fun stuff.
Then we're here now because when I watch the movie, I can't remember every scene in chronological order and every event that takes place.
Well, him and Erica basically said.
Tier super chat. Sorry about that. Why isn't it loading for some reason? Sorry about that. Tier $10. Thank you very much for the super chat, buddy. Have you all seen the new Innuendo Studios alt-right playbook video? I haven't seen it yet. Eric has. You liked it, right, Eric?
Yes, I liked it a lot. It might be the best in the series so far.
I definitely want to check it out. I'll probably watch it after this stream.
Each video in that series gets more and more close to the heart of it. Like he's digging.
I really like Innuendo Studios' work in general. I think he's very clean in his approach.
I want to have a good talk with Innuendo Studios someday about art and stuff. Seems swell.
Yeah. Also, hi Chris LC.
You don't exist, Rags, because they're like, I'm watching this video. I've seen the movie, MauLer. What are you doing?
It's like I saw it too, but I want to be reminded of everything that happened so that I don't forget about something.
And by the way, I'm not saying that every single portion of my plot summary was absolutely intrinsic to the video. There's probably some things I could have cut and the video would have survived. I'm simply suggesting the reasoning for why it's there. I'm very aware of why you might find it clunky and unnecessary, but you are not everyone. That's basically the lesson you should learn here.
It's subjective?
It's almost like it's subjective for something.
A perfect example of why his notion of objective critique is so flawed in the first place, as he largely skips over what he has elsewhere acknowledged as clear and fundamental holes in the filmmaking.
So his point here is that I've accepted publicly that Infinity War has flaws, and it's not in the Infinity War video. A video in which I say I'm not going to talk about the flaws. It's worse than that, dude.
biased,
It's worse
unbridled
than that.
praise.
I say it explicitly after the section he was referring to as being without point.
Well, at least it's like when cinema wins, he talks about film. I mean, you know what he's going for from the outset. Like he explicitly states, "These are great things about this movie." And just
Good luck
focus
on your
the
stream,
great things
Chrissy.
about it.
The first,
Fine.
that comment in chat.
But
Jack,
man-
come on now. Like, Jack, come on.
Yeah, this is Cowboy Bebop music.
So he's about to play a clip that proves that I think Infinity War is flawed, and that's proof that I never mentioned it in the video, and he thinks that proves something, but look how smug he gets
Give
about
the
this.
impression that MauLer was denoting some things as important and
Oh wait, we don't pass it?
So
hold on.
apparently, Jack's wife is getting salty on Twitter too.
Jack's
You
wife?
very mad, bro?
You married that?
Brilliant. Oof.
All right.
Infinity War is admittedly a kind of unfair example.
Yeah, don't send Jack Saint any hate whatsoever, people. Leave him
Yes,
alone.
or-
All it's
yeah.
gonna do is give him ammo to say that we're the worst channel ever, we're racist bigots, and we go out, we bully smaller channels. Leave him alone. He's worse than Shinobi with this shit. He's inventing even more and more. He changes the past and invents context that doesn't exist just to go after
Do you
people.
think-
Leave him alone.
I can't believe we just invented slurs on this stream. There hasn't been a single one so far. I do appreciate MauLer saying not to harass us, though. Unfortunately, his fan base didn't listen to that, but whatever.
Jack, are you gonna go back to the past?
You can't change the past.
Do you think that Shinobi is his son?
Trapped in a basement with his toys.
This all makes sense now.
What's his wife's Twitter handle?
Do not harass Jack Saint.
Whoa.
Yeah, just like
That's a
he's
bit much.
Really not worth your time.
What about Jack's wife's son?
This is a music meme.
Cuckold dreamings offend me.
MauLer really does phone this one in. It's just running through the film scene by scene and
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
the bits he liked. I guess maybe he thought the more of his video was taken up by a summary, the more objective the critique
Wouldn't that be
was.
true though?
I mean,
if
I don't
it
know if
was
he
just a
disagrees.
plot summary, wouldn't that be make it more objective though?
Yes, but I don't know what his take is on that. He just declares
either.
it. Like, okay.
An objective summary is not the same as an objective critique. I don't really know how many ways to say that.
He uses little quote fingers, but that's like no, but unironically, yeah, it kind of would be pretty much. This happens, and then this person
Well,
does this.
he declares it as a bad thing, moves on. It's like, isn't that the
Can
thing?
can we at least say for a fact that this isn't disingenuous because I make a point and then they literally agree with that point? Like,
You accused me of doing was bad?
Yeah.
Okay.
if you want a perfect example of why his notion of objective critique is so flawed in the first place, as he largely skips over what he has elsewhere acknowledged as clear and fundamental holes in the filmmaking. Something like that would almost give the impression that MauLer was denoting some things as important and some as not important, based on his own biases, and so his
Literally described my video as biased.
Yeah, like
If only-
yeah.
If only you'd mentioned something about this in the video.
If
Like,
only.
It's very clear.
Unfortunately, this is what I mean. This is why this stream, when I was preparing these citations, I was just like, this is gonna be easy. Jack has made this so fucking easy. He's literally using words that I have in my videos. Like, what do you want me to do, Jack?
okay, so I'm sorry, MauLer, if you can't understand words, but when I say bias, I'm using that in the context of the phrase doesn't examine his biases, which is in fact what you don't do, because specifically with the Infinity War video, you say, I try to be as objective as possible with my critique. You can't say that at the same time as saying, well, they're all just my opinions. Sorry, friend.
Just in the discussion I had with him in the comment, the way he justified conflating this is like, I say clearly the intention is different. You can tell it's made very obvious. And he says, but the content in them is the same. And like that is his response. His justification for conflating the praises, the rages, and the critiques is that the content is apparently the same. But he's literally criticizing this one specific video for being biased while ignoring other videos. He's not saying that about videos.
So on that note,
I
let
do
me read
talk
the
about only this
description
video and
of
no other
MauLer's
one.
Unbridled praise video. Is the description of the video that's open instantly.
I have no idea what
So I
this thing
figured
says right
since
now.
I make so I figured since I make a lot of content that is negative about film, I had an idea to try and create a sister series to my Unbridled Rages. The idea is to try and praise the film for the things I thought were great, while leaving the flaws out of the analysis. Basically the complete inverse of what you often see on the channel. I'll pick us back up with other films if you guys enjoy it. I really tried to nail the editing and the script, though I wanted to get it out quick to cover the topic. Marvel really did pull something amazing off here. A flawed series, but an unprecedented one nonetheless. Let me know how you feel about the video.
Wait, so what you're saying is you're just a rip-off of Cinema Wins?
That's quite amusing, isn't it? That's because the rage and praises are technically cinema sins and cinema wins in what they try to do? Question mark.
Uh-oh.
I mean, it's not as if...
Did you
those
just
channels
compare
are
his
like
channel
those
to Cinema
concepts of
Sins?
Sure.
ignoring one thing to talk about another thing.
But yeah, no, I think that it's a fair comparison. I just think that I'm more consistent than Cinema Sins and cinema wins from what I've seen.
Hang on a sec. Demo437, thank you very much for the super chat. I'm beginning to digest what it meant that you and Eric went through all those literal hours of MauLer videos. Thank you, and I'm sorry. It's okay. It was an experience. I am sorry though, Eric, that you had to do this.
There was some value that came out of that.
Mm-hmm.
Like that fake episode 9 was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Like, who is Glorm?
I would like to see that movie, but whatever.
I've only made one praise after all.
It's so
They
forward
both have
and fast.
incredibly different approaches to you, is what I would.
True.
Since I've seen most of your content, most of their content as well. Actually, I've never seen a CinemaSins video. I don't know.
I mean, watch if you want a perfect example of why his notion of objective critique is so flawed in the first place, as he largely skips over what he has elsewhere acknowledged as clear and fundamental holes in the filmmaking. Something like that would almost give the impression that MauLer was denoting some things as important and some as not important.
It's just right in the
based on
description, man.
The description and in the video, and technically in the title, because of what praise means, but
An
sure,
unbridled
Jack.
praise. I mean, it's right fucking there. You didn't even have to watch the video. The description is available from the first second that the video plays.
his own bias.
Almost as if I already
and
read it.
so his critique is unstructured in two different ways.
His critique, see, he thinks it's a critique. It's not how I describe it at all, but okay.
Well, let's see if Black Panther
It's still a
clears things up.
critique.
There are several highly advanced
He's about to pronounce
pieces of-
Wakanda.
That's true. We're nearly there. But let's see these all in a
I've been
row.
waiting so long.
Well, let's see if Black Panther clears things up.
There are several highly advanced pieces of technology and architecture everywhere, but actually they have thatch-style huts embedded into the structures. What is with the location and everyone's outfits and the weird war paint stuff? I mean, guys, seriously, why the fuck do you use spears? By taking the flower power back and burying yourself in large amounts of sand, you are able to speak to your father through dreamland, I guess. How exactly did Tony and his father not find out about the properties of vibranium? People getting stabbed and slit to shit, but absolutely no blood? Can't even go with the red lines on the bodies? Come on, guys. This film doesn't even explain why he's called the Black Panther.
So, first glaring point, concept of cherry picking. So let's assume that all those points are awful, for the sake of the argument. It's not really fair considering representation of the whole video, and he does account for that in a moment. He says something like, he agrees with me that the opening isn't very well written. And I'm just sitting here like, really, Jack? Like, what about the villain making no sense at all in terms of his origin, and his plan being based on luck? And, T'Challa not doing much of anything in the movie, making lots of confusing decisions. There's a lot of fundamental criticisms I have, right?
Wait, sorry, he accidentally slipped there and started to talk about things that I literally talk about in a few minutes. So, that's unfortunate. I'll see you later, Chrisiosity.
And amongst ones like less significant ones. However, I don't actually think that the criticisms I raised are actually insignificant, and some of them he's going to assume are objective plot holes. Like that selection, anything that I bring up, he will label as a plot hole, and it's like it's embarrassing for me as someone who gets accused of being so amateur. It's like you realize there's more to flaws in film than plot holes.
Yeah, like whether or not we learn his name is Black Panther or not, that doesn't mean it's a plot hole.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how every single superhero is tied, like they have a real name and then they get given their superhero name. And you're like, okay, I'm curious as to how that would occur because everyone gets a natural name. And then each of the movies will give us context for it, while Black Panther, it's just the way it is. And you're like, okay, again, not a plot hole. It's just like, okay then.
Don't they explain at the start of Black Panther that they worship a panther god?
And he's black?
Yeah, I guess we can word it like that.
Do you understand? You're like, what's the problem? Why are you asking the question? It's like, I was curious about it, and I don't know why they didn't
Why
account
can't
for
I
it.
ask? What's wrong with just asking? I'm asking.
And then he's like,
Also, you do kind of like pronounce like the way you say it does kind of sound like you consider it to be a flaw.
do I? It's a good question. Do I consider it to be a flaw? But the thing is, like, as I've been over in the video that he's also seen, the car in the background, Lord of the Rings, that is a flaw. Okay, but it's like its relevance is so low, but I still mentioned it in that video. You get it? Like, it is a thing, and you could be like, the car is a flaw because if you really want it to be explained, you'd be like, cars don't exist in Lord of the Rings universe, therefore.
Are the critiques objective? Are they subjective? We don't know. Oh, sorry. By critiques, I mean the unbridled videos, which are a different form of critique.
Yeah, I'm not even sure of how I would categorize that, but
just a slip up that they didn't catch.
Yeah.
The black,
not even really an editing error. It's just that they didn't notice it until the movie was already finished.
It's an in-universe mistake and an out-of-universe mistake.
And in fairness, the only reason I noticed it is because someone else pointed it out to me because it's such a blink and you miss it thing.
Yeah, it's the same for me.
Yeah, and
I never saw it.
I guess the point I'm making is I throw those in the video too. But if you collect any and all nitpicks I've ever made and then say that this is all I do, like Quentin did and like Jack's doing, yeah, you can definitely make that argument. It's just the context will kill the argument, which is the crux of this stream, basically.
Oh yeah, because MauLer's fan base thinks we've been demolished so far, right?
Slit to shit, but absolutely no blood. Can't even go with the red lines on the bodies. Come on, guys. This film doesn't even explain why he's called the Black Panther.
You know CinemaSins? Yeah, this is
No.
all just CinemaSins.
What do you mean, Jay? Why would you say that?
I've never heard of them. I don't know who they are.
This is someone just running through a movie point by point, occasionally calling out things they consider bad plot holes.
Occasionally? It's the whole video.
Yeah, it's the whole video.
The construction of the video is supposed to be that.
Yep,
I
except for the
I'm
summary,
talking about all the flaws, and I give
which
you
is
an
most
most
of the
summary
video.
for people to understand the context of the flaw.
Yeah,
And he's
CinemaSins
just
is
described
better
as
than
bad plot holes,
MauLer
is what
because
I
they
mean by
don't
how
even
Jack
have
seems
the
to think that
summary.
anything and everything
Yeah, they just like skip straight to the actual points.
I talk about equals a bad plot hole. It's like it could be anything. There's loads. Inconsistencies and conveniences are like extremely different to start, but they could both be categorized as plot holes by Jack, I suppose. Editing errors are not plot holes. The film is complicated. I feel so condescending explaining this. It's like there's just so many ways
like
to film.
like a child, you know.
It's not just plot holes. That's I guess what I'm trying to say.
Without really commenting on how it fits within the narrative, or making an...
So you said I don't comment with how it fits within the narrative. Jay, you didn't like my Black Panther video that much, but do you remember me mentioning how any of the criticisms are relevant because of how it fits in with the MCU?
I'll be real. I've blacked most of that out of my memory at this point.
Okay. The one I use is that the weaponry and armor and their abilities and the metal and all that stuff. By the end of Black Panther, they're telling us that they're introducing it into the world, and so I'm like, what prevents them now from, if they're going to share this kind of shit, like, isn't it going to spread? And the arguments of I would have the same argument for Tony's nano machine technology and the same for a couple of different things. It's just like, this is undeniably incredible technology, and the world is facing a threat. Start mass producing those Black Panther suits, if you know what I mean.
Yep. Only for Black Panther.
So that is a highlight of an issue. When the world is at stake, isolationism isn't really going to be a reason for why you won't let people have weaponry, if you know what I mean. And they're not even isolated.
So because this is an Unbridled Rage video about Black Panther, when I say the narrative, I mean the narrative of Black Panther. I don't want to talk about the relevance the criticisms have to Infinity War, which I think Infinity War, there's some new vibranium technology floating about, so I don't know. You're like criticizing Infinity War for things that Black Panther did. I don't even know at this point.
Isolationist at the end of the movie. So what I'm suggesting is that it'll be an issue for
the narrative, and then he talks about the MCU. He's not talking about the narrative of Black Panther.
Yeah, this is all just CinemaSins. This is someone just running through a movie point by point, occasionally calling out things they consider bad plot holes.
By some random
without
geek.
really commenting on how it fits within the narrative, or making an argument for why these things actually matter to...
So the argument I make for why it matters, like I just need to pick one and he's wrong. So like why it matters that they kept a secret for Killmonger instead of just taking the child back with them to Wakanda, or instead of letting the people in Wakanda know that this was a thing that even happened. They don't tell us why they don't. There's no reason for it. They do keep referring to it as the secret they had to keep. And I actually think, considering, I think it was Wolf that told me there's supposed to be some kind of 3-hour cut for Black Panther. It might be.
I think it was much longer than 3 hours.
I think it's in there. Probably, because you just need a couple lines to actually connect the dots for why they would be motivated to keep it a secret, but they never actually have a moment in the film to do it. And I think it was just missed, but it creates massive problems for understanding the motivations of the king and Wakanda itself.
I'm sure you'd all love to watch Black Panther, but for 3 hours, right?
Yes.
That sounds like something you would all enjoy.
Definitely.
So yeah, both of those claims can be countered with context. Just recurring theme, folks.
Why these things
Jay just pointed out that it would have made the movie longer, and they already didn't like how long it was.
Just as Infinity
so...
War was a point-by-point summary, occasionally pointing out good plot things. Across his video, MauLer makes constant references to things like it being counterintuitive that only one person
Sam
in
Kane,
Wakanda
thanks for your
gets
super
access
chat.
to.
You like guys?
Yeah.
Wakanda.
Wakanda.
I've been building up to this for ages, and
was it everything you ever hoped and dreamed it would be?
It was more than that.
Oh,
It's
payoff.
surpassed my expectations.
It's like a mini Infinity War in your heart.
That only one person in Wakanda gets access to a special plant that makes you superhuman, usually the king. Or how, even though Wakanda is technologically advanced, they fall back to fairly archaic things like rustic-looking market towns
Trial by
and
combat?
having strict traditions.
Don't mention that.
people using
I do
spears.
believe he comes to that
Why is the
later.
most technical?
Yeah, he's presenting my arguments here, so we've got nothing to respond to yet. He's going to counter them in a moment, but he's snarkily presenting them as if they're just wrong inherently, but he is going to provide a counter argument.
Logically advanced society use fucking spears.
Sincerely, why does anyone use anything? If
So that's a weird question to ask. Why does anyone use anything?
I guess
I
that's why it's a hyperbolic joke.
think what he wants to present here is that I could ask questions like, why would Winter Soldier use a machine gun instead of a gun that could be better in that scenario? You know? And depending on the context, these questions are actually relevant. And he's about to provide an example from Infinity War, as if to show that I don't have any criticisms of Infinity War, which we've already been over as a mistake on his part, that he thinks it should have been in my video when it was never intended to be in the video. But he assumes that I don't share this criticism, so hear it out.
Guardians.
Rex Lesser, $5. Thank you for the super chat. I hate hand-holding in video games, but I do like hand-holding in movies. Mauler and Friends. Yeah, I guess so. They do like everything explained for them. But yeah, thanks for the super chat. So I make the example here. We'll get through it, but basically I say, you know, if it's such an issue that in Black Panther everyone's using spears, even though they're advanced, why is it not an issue that like Thor's using a little hammer instead of like a machine gun? And to this, Mauler agrees.
Does Mauler think Thor should use a minigun?
He does seem to be agreeing with that point, that like this is a criticism he has of Infinity War, that they're using hammers and axes instead of machine guns. He does consider this an objective flaw. We can keep listening, but yes, this is a point actually made.
Hashtag give Thor a minigun?
We'll get to it.
Why on earth would they make Mjolnir a small hammer and not a mini
Because
gun
it's
or something?
based on mythology, you dunce.
I mean...
Well, that's not a plot reason, though.
Yeah.
Because it's based on mythology, you dunce.
Yeah, and like Wakandan people using spears is based on their like cultural aesthetic. Like, yeah, you can always justify it. That's like the eternal universe. Like, it's a stylistic choice.
Wolf just made your point for you.
Thank you.
He just defended it by saying it was a stylistic choice.
Thanks, Wolf. I guess we agree it's a stylistic choice, so it doesn't matter that they fucking use spears.
That they've adapted it with it. If you want to tear the Asgardian culture down, I think you could do it in terms of assessing how a lot of it's inconsistent. Odin and Thor are clearly very, very powerful, and Hela, or Hel, I never remember who it is in the fucking movie. Compared to all the other Asgardians, who seem to be kind of shit. Other than Heimdall, who seems like decent, and then a lot of the citizens are just terrible to the point where they're literally like defenseless, and you're like, okay, so how does the power dynamic work here? Because like you know how Thor can take getting stabbed and beaten and thrown and exploded and stuff. Like those citizens look like they could die from just a bullet wound, while Thor can't be shot by bullets? Question mark. Normal human ones, right? Or am I can't remember if that happens in the movie.
I'm already bored.
Don't make me have to defend
this analysis.
It's confusing.
He survived being punched by the Hulk, and like those massive Chitauri ships can't survive that.
He's a super weapon on legs, essentially.
And so like I don't really know exactly what the power levels of Asgardians are or how that works. And then there's like their armor, which almost seems useless against Hela in the movie, and maybe that's because she's Hela. But it's just like wouldn't the dwarves make like amazing armor? It's like no, let's just assume they don't do that. And you're like okay. Then there's the weaponry, which the why not? I don't know. There's a couple of things like how does any of this really function? Why wouldn't the greatest weapon of all time, the Stormbreaker thing, not be the weapon that Odin has, or maybe Thor already? I don't get how any of it really works. And Jack's assuming I don't have any of these criticisms for Asgard like I do for Wakanda, but I've not made a video on Thor, criticizing Thor specifically.
But oh man, could you?
So yeah, there are some objective
flaws.
flaws.
I have a problem with outside of the world building, just like Black Panther.
Their own special Mjolnir gun to help protect Asgard with. Plot hole.
Not a plot hole.
Not a plot hole, Jack.
Not a plot hole. You don't know what a plot hole is. You need to watch videos on plot holes.
Protect.
Well, no, the videos he's probably watching are Patrick Willems.
Yeah, then I guess he doesn't know shit about plot holes then.
Asgard with. Plot hole. How come the US military has had the research notes on Cap's super serum for so many decades yet?
So it's not a plot hole that they don't tell you why Thor is stronger than the Asgardians. What would that count as? A lore hole? I don't really get it.
A plot.
That makes sense to me.
Most soldiers are just regular dudes and not thousands of Caps.
So this is a trap because it's obviously blatantly explained in the movie that Erskine is the only one that can make the formula, and then the Winter Soldier ones are made in Winter. Well, we've shown that the Winter Soldier one's made and that it makes them uncontrollable. So Captain America's formula is lost to time and he died with Erskine. But he's going to argue that it's explaining Captain America just like it is in Black Panther, but it's not. It's explained in the Black Panther comics. I know that from the amount of people who told me it, but it's not explained in the movie.
Research notes on Cap super serum for so many decades, yet most soldiers are just regular dudes and not thousands of Captain Americas. Oh wait, they actually address that in the fiction?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like how they address why only one person gets the Black Panther's ability in the fiction of Black
No, they
Panther.
don't.
They don't, and
They literally don't.
Importantly, why, which is my argument in the video that he's just not going to bring up here or counter, is that your goal is to protect the king, and the king is the Black Panther, blah blah blah. He gets the power in the suit because he's top of the pyramid. Okay, so why does he have bodyguards? It's like to protect him, obviously. And you're like, oh,
from what?
Why don't? Well, that's another good question. But why do the bodyguards not have this stuff too?
Remember how tradition is a big part of Black Panther's plot, like the duality of tradition versus progress. So notice how many things in Black Panther seem counterintuitive because they're relying on their cultural traditions as established in the first 5 minutes of Black Panther, where they talk about the Panther gods and all that sort of stuff. So yes, it is justified in the text. It's a big part of their cultural traditions that there's only one Black Panther and usually it's the king. And I'm sure that the bodyguards are more of a ceremonial role than anything else. But I guess I'm doing the writer's work for them by extrapolating on the explanation for these things as given by the text in the beginning. Who knows?
Make them literally the best at their job that they could possibly be, because they just don't. Okay, why don't the bodyguards have the Black Panther suit, since that technology alone would make you pretty much immune to damage? It's bulletproof. And again, you'd be like, they just don't. Like, okay. Someone made the argument that their fabric is made of vibranium, and I was like, their whole heads are fucking available to a bullet. Like, that would be the important part that maybe they want to cover. So Black Panther suits for all, and then we find out that they're literal necklaces that can form around you. And Shuri could obviously mass-produce them with the amount of vibranium she has mined frequently each day.
I'm losing
So
my
it's like,
mind right now.
This is really awkward.
I'm sorry, Eric. You don't think that Black Panther would be better if every single Wakandan was wearing a Black Panther suit?
I mean, I haven't seen it, so but like, wouldn't they all look the same?
Yeah, it's one of the main criticisms of Black Panther is that in the last act, Killmonger puts on a Black Panther suit and then him and Black Panther just look identical, so... But it makes the film objectively better, I guess, so I don't know.
If you just show me, and then I argue that the entire population of Wakanda could be given these flower things, and it'll improve their biology, as in they will be faster, more agile, heal better, be more immune, be stronger. Like, you could give this to your whole population, and you'd be like a super race, but instead you're like, no, just for Black Panther. And the reasoning that he's going to present, I believe, is that it's like a cultural thing, like they only let the one guy have it, but this is not in the movie. They just presented that they have flower power.
Sticking to archaic cultural traditions is not a part of Black Panther. Just like to make that very clear to you as an audience. For anyone in there who has watched Black Panther, sticking to archaic cultural traditions, not a part of Black Panther.
And then they give it, and you're like, oh, okay.
Do they ever explain how they even mine vibranium?
I mean, we don't need an explanation for like that, surely. We don't need to...
Well, I guess the logic would be...
Once they just slipped into another Cinema Sins ding without even realizing it. They just...
stronger one, then use that mined material to mine a stronger one, and then mine a stronger one.
Pickaxe.
That's what I'm saying.
But it's like, it's one of those things where you can... It's about how deep you want to go with it. If the whole thing about Wakanda is that they're super amazing because they have vibranium, like, well, but how did they turn just vibranium chunks in the earth into some kind of usable material that gives them...
Yeah, because it's implied that the vibranium propelled them past the Stone Age.
Yeah, and I want to know how. How does we found this chunky thing in the ground, and it's really, really, you can't break it. I don't even know how we got it out of the ground, honestly. But it's just like we've got it. So how does that make them super, super smart and super combat effective?
Because
that's
if we had adamantium, as in just the strongest metal that isn't our strongest metal currently, it doesn't push us into like. They just argue that vibranium can just do everything. It's like the best technology thing.
Vibranium can be used as fuel. You can like burn it and get energy.
Pretty much say it can just be used as everything.
Can be used as little golf balls that you can put in wounds, and then they won't die.
And you could be like, that's internal logic, so it's okay. And I'd be like, it is internal logic, but it's also the most convenient fucking material that's ever been in a fucking storyline.
It is a MacGuffin.
My God, I just realized seeing this Infinity War scene and thinking like, the little balls. Like, what if T'Challa just pulled out like a bag from his pocket and he started like shoving balls all across his dad's face?
I made the argument that if the dad still had the flower power, which they would have to remove from him instead of just letting him keep, then he would have survived this. And do you remember Jay's counter was that you don't know that could make him survive and Black Panther
My,
survived it.
my counter also. This is
I'd
the one
just like to remind everyone, Captain America is special because they made a special serum that makes him really good. And Iron Man is special because he invented a magical energy source that's like really renewable and like it's because it's a thing in his heart. So you know, like Marvel superhero movies, all of them rely on contrivance. And I know that MauLer's going to say, "Well, I have criticisms for those movies too," but you realize how fucking boring it is that these are objective issues with these films now. That there's like a comic book MacGuffin that justifies why these people are superheroes. You know why you can never truly justify comic book superheroes? Because in the real world, there aren't comic book superheroes. If you're going to have superpowers, it has to be because of some form of kind of lore MacGuffin. Because you can't literally justify superheroes unless you're explaining how superheroes exist in the real world, which they don't.
Stand by more. I'm not really sure like how I've again blocked a lot of that out. I haven't really gone back to it very much, but my counter that I was more pleased with was essentially you imply heavily that they like have to get him to give up the power, and my assumption would be that based on
I'm sure he
what we
volunteers.
know of him as a character, yeah, that he would volunteer.
Yeah, no, I'm sure he
every
would too.
king
I'm saying it's dumb
volunteer.
though.
Yeah, it doesn't.
And
I mean, and plus, what about all the kings who came before?
and he's literally their representative. Like, isn't it important to keep him in a good state when you're isolationist and you're trying to protect yourself from the world? He knows exactly how to talk about Wakanda. Keep him alive. He's
Also,
very-
just checking because you haven't spoken in a while. Are you okay, Eric?
Yeah, I'm here.
I just wanted to double check. It's been a little while.
Like I am a bit tired, but also I really want to make it to my second section.
Yeah, we're like an hour away, so probably going for a couple more hours, and then that'll be it. Sorry.
useful. I don't know, man. Like, a lot of it doesn't make any sense, but we'll respond mode.
We've hit the
Thousands of
5-hour mark, by the way.
We have.
That's too long. We have to go quicker.
How much longer do you plan on going?
Let's have a look. Could you do an hour?
Yeah.
Could you do more than an hour?
I don't know if I could do more than an hour.
I don't know.
We'll try and speed it up, but I really would like to get through the whole thing because there's the small addressing of Rags at the end. Hopefully, like I said, when we're nearly to Eric, I think, and Eric's one is mostly smooth, so we'll just let's go.
Oh, wait,
in fairness,
they
we
actually
progressed
address that in the fiction?
6 minutes into the
Kinda
video.
like how they address why only one person gets the Black Panther's ability
Not
in the
2
fiction
minutes.
of Black Panther. You might not like the explanation, but beyond telling us this is a thing that exists, you haven't given an
Thanks,
argument
everybody.
for why it really matters here.
We're getting
For
some
everything
words
you
of
simply
support,
call out
Eric.
in Black Panther, and then from your intonation, we assume as flawed.
So he's doing this throughout his whole video, by the way. He through his intonation after throwing clips on screen, we're supposed to assume that they're bad intrinsically. There's a couple of them.
Thank
Some of them
you.
get commentary, but in the same way that I do that in my videos. Some of the things I just snarkily say, and then some of the things I actually explain. But I usually do that with the things that are much more significant. That's usually how I roll in the Rage videos. But again, Rage videos are more for entertainment. So he's guilty of the thing he's accusing me of, and the thing he's accusing me of is actually by design. They're the two defenders.
Yeah, I think it's pretty evident the tone's different, but I guess some people didn't pick up on that, even though it was written out in the description.
Not girlfriend kills a guy with a shoe.
I could look back to your Infinity War video and find...
See, there's no context for why that's a bad criticism.
Yeah, I mean, it seems odd.
I just
You-
gave that
you
as an
just declared it as bad
example
by
of a
showing it, so
contextless
there you go, Jack,
criticism.
guilty of it too.
similar, if not almost the...
What? I just explained how he gives these contextless criticisms that you will only discern whether it's good or bad based on his tone of voice as he says it, and then use that as an example of him giving a contextless criticism that is only bad because he says it in a tone. He says it in a negative tone. It's an example of that. So I need to explain why your criticism that begins and ends with she kills someone with a shoe is a weak criticism. Yeah, you're just saying it's a thing that happened. That's what you're doing. That's the context. I'm gonna lose my mind if I keep thinking about this. So.
exact same quote-unquote...
Also, sorry, we should probably say, I feel it's condescending to explain why someone killing someone with a shoe is embarrassing.
Okay.
And I wouldn't put it in my movie unless it was a parody, like fucking Austin Powers.
Kills a guy with a shoe.
I could look back to your Infinity War video...
She should have just punched the guy. Why the hell would you hit him with a fucking...
Yeah, don't do anything to me while I'm getting my shoe off.
Even The World's End had a better fight scene than that. And that was a comedy.
And find similar, if not almost the exact same quote...
They know that it was supposed to be funny when she hits a guy with a shoe and kills him. right? They know that was supposed to be a comedic moment. Don't know.
But it doesn't matter if it was comedic because it was technically a bad.
Okay, right. Because they found it silly, but not in the right way, I guess.
Why are there
Oh,
literally
I
two
got
people from Doctor
a
Strange's
croc
sect
kasplat. I
protecting
don't know what the
Time Stone?
context
Weren't all
is
of the
for
Doctor
that,
Strange
but
sect
thank
people
you.
wiped out by Caecilius?
I think that is somebody
Outside
that
of
followed you on
Mordo, whatever his name
Twitch.
is.
Oh, no, actually, that was someone who just donated through Streamlabs. Okay, I get it now. Shaka Zulu says, how do they not understand that vibranium is a stand-in for the natural splendor of Africa, which has been stolen and exploited? Ugh, thank you two for doing this. Keep it up. I hope you don't let this get you down. No, it's fine. I'm going through the EFAP with you guys in chat is definitely making this a lot more bearable. And obviously with Eric here too, it's making it a lot more bearable. I realize that a lot of MauLer's audience isn't going to even listen to this, let alone be convinced by it, but, you know, the fact that this is out there at least makes you feel a little bit better. Because apparently this is them demolishing us.
But if I check Doctor Strange and that comes out true, that's a fair criticism.
Wait, didn't he reverse time at the end to prevent that from happening, and then he was sucked in with?
He didn't manage to complete it though.
Yeah,
so
Eric's
I don't know if he
okay.
managed
He's
to
just being
save
quiet for
anybody
this
from the
segment.
last area, if you know what I mean.
Saving his strength for when they get back to
this
him.
doesn't counter any of your points. It's like you didn't mention the criticisms of Infinity War that exist when you weren't
Yeah,
criticizing
this
Infinity
just
War.
comes back to how explicit I was about not mentioning the flaws.
It's literally spelled out for you, but I guess that wasn't enough to spell it out for you.
Single most important thing to these people. Look at how much.
Bringing in his Eric Tax and editing here too.
What do you mean,
contribute
these
to the
people?
fight? Are we
Oh, it's my
saying
brand.
Portal in, like,
The Eric tax on editing of overlaying images.
Eric, I can't believe that you invented the notion of overlaying two clips. Why did you do this?
I mean, I invented probably like the first video essayist to overlay like 6 or 7 clips.
Yeah, you definitely go further than most, but literally here is just me and an Infinity War clip.
Yeah.
So I don't
That's
know.
fun. I'm
You defended this to
influential.
me when I
You are.
called him out in the comments by saying,
You're a good
yeah,
boy.
The content in the critiques is pretty much the same as what's in the rages and the praises.
No.
Like, well, then why don't you use the critiques
you
as
okay,
an
bro?
example, since that's what you're fucking talking
Just
about.
checking.
Yep.
Okay.
I agree.
like a dozen more of these guys and likely stomp the 2 people Thanos sends down to grab it? Just the 2, eh? So even though Thanos has been roving around the galaxy for decades picking up recruits, he only had like 5 people on hand for Infinity War. And
4.
wait a second.
And they were his trusted soldiers. He did hire a couple more people and they betrayed him. So
Yeah, and they
respect the
had like
context.
an army of those like
Yeah,
6-limbed
I don't know.
monsters.
Oh, yeah,
The
they also
Chitauri
literally have an
army.
army.
Bit of a weird comment, Jack, but okay.
They have-
Good.
they have
Why
an
doesn't he
army.
send them down at the
Not only
start?
knows
Why does he
he's
save them
planning
for
on
the
using
end?
the stones to snap away half of all life. Why does he rove around for so long, halving populations right up to the start of the film?
I agree
Isn't
with
he
that
at that point just cutting all life by? Hang on a second.
But we don't know when he discovered the Infinity Gauntlet thing was a possibility. Has
Yeah,
it been?
Do you know he's cutting populations in half after he discovers it because he does that to Thor and his people?
That
which
is true,
clearly
and
he's already going after the
it
stones.
would. For me, it's not a contradiction. I don't know if you'd agree with that. It's more of a. I'd love to see what he'd have to say about that. I imagine he just doesn't like. It's just it's tiny numbers in a
Whoa!
grand scheme or something like that.
It's
Yeah,
not a
it's also
contradiction, but I
poss-
would say it makes less. I would say it would make sense
I
for him
wish-
to not be doing it at that point.
It would be interesting if it was in the movie that when he's attacking them to get the stone and he kills half of them, he's essentially saying like, it's beyond me. I'm killing you, sure, but it's beyond me because this is the rule. It has to be half of you. And you'd be like, well, you're half them anyway, so isn't this just the thing? And there's a sort of reveal that he kind of enjoys it anyway. But that's not in the movie.
Either that or yeah, I mean you could say that he's
Okay.
doing it manually because he's not certain he can get all the infinities.
Yeah, it would be cool to have a line of dialogue. I don't disagree that could get a
Well
bit of
done,
extra
Jack.
explanation.
Okay, so
Free
it is
War-
an
I made a
issue
video
in the
on
film. just
Infinity
not
War,
one-
and people commented saying that previously they thought it was okay, but after seeing this, they were like, "Wow, it's actually blah blah blah." I was trying to be as objective as possible in explaining how the characters move from X to Y to Z and why that film is of quality. And the robots analysis of Infinity War, for example, would probably be that it's like a 6 or a 5 out of 10. I think this film
Okay.
is. So he thinks that's a contradiction.
How?
By presenting these clips, he thinks that it's a contradiction, but like it's the crux of my argument that I'm presenting only.
By your objective standards, MauLer, Infinity War is an objectively bad film. Thanos is the main character in Infinity War. His actions, his ideology, none of it logically makes sense. So by those standards, Infinity War is objectively not of quality. And yet you just put out a video that convinced people that the film is objectively of quality. I don't know how you don't see a contradiction there. So much in Infinity
he's
War.
okay. He's okay with characters making mistakes, but like it's only when he interprets them as mistakes and not just convenient mistakes, that it's objectively good.
Yeah, that's when it's like lazy writing, I guess. He also has mentioned, I forget which critique it was exactly, but he says how a plot moment that's reliant on a character doing something stupid is like lazy writing. Like if a key plot beat is sorry, I keep talking over myself. If a key plot beat is dependent on a character making a stupid decision, then that's lazy writing. Now, anyone who's seen Infinity War, I think you can see a contradiction there. And once again, another example of him arguing that Infinity War is objectively of quality, and he's convinced his fans that that's the case, even though, by his own metrics, Infinity War is a bad film.
The positives.
He does a lot of, like, he does a lot of saying that characters are wrong pre-arc completion. Like, he does that a lot. Like, there's a part in The Last Jedi critique where he talks about Luke on the island, and he like criticizes Luke for his viewpoint, even though like he's wrong at that part. Like,
Yeah.
Luke is supposed to be wrong.
That's what the movie concludes on. Is that Luke was wrong.
Luke has misguided his anger at himself and the Jedi Order, and by the end he realizes that the Jedi actually should live on and simply evolve rather than being destroyed. Like, it's
it seems to be that if he likes the film, then it's just the character made a silly decision. If he didn't like the film, then it's the movie not realizing that the character made a silly decision, I guess.
If you were to be objective about Infinity War, it would probably reach some form of a par because of the amount of inconsistencies.
But that shows that you know that there are flaws with it.
This is the thing. It's
film
again
that you literally spell out that there are flaws, but you're not going to talk about them because that's not the point of the video.
He's seemingly blissfully unaware of these several attempts at telling him it's a biased assessment.
It's amazing how, like, you literally in that debate with Just Right said that it was subjectively you love the movie, but objectively not. Objectively, it's not as great as you feel it is, and he still manages to miss that.
Tended for traditional.
I guess that Wolf kind of zoned out for a second there, missing the clip where MauLer says he's had plenty of people convinced by his critique and that the film is of quality. I don't know. He says that. He doesn't say that the film is objectively bad, but that he likes it anyway. But whatever.
Reviewers, and they will be throwing out logic as much as possible.
Unless he means
traditional
subjectively
reviewers
of
are the only
quality.
people who appreciate a lack of logic.
So this is in regards to TLJ, and it's just a little snarky comment that I think that it's dumb that Patrick Willems only appreciates the traditional reviewers, but they also all happen to love The Last Jedi, and so my conclusion is the traditional reviewers just love a complete lack of logic, and so Jack is applying this criticism to me, saying, well, you consider Infinity War lack of logic and you love it, and it's like, no, Jack, TLJ is basically without logic. It's like a 1 out of 10 fucking objective scale, if you want me to really go there, while Infinity War, it's got logic throughout all of the most important elements, being the characters, their journeys, what they did, how they grew, what they learned, the themes. Those things are consistent. It's the world building and the story itself. There's issues, there's holes. While with The Last Jedi, there's holes in every fucking respect. So, false equivalency is the conclusion there.
I think so.
I don't personally
There is just too much to even begin to unpack there. So, logically, The Last Jedi is objectively a 1 out of 10. Not sure what the 10-point scale there really means. And then in every category he just listed, The Last Jedi is incoherent, which I would disagree with, but then that would be a Last Jedi analysis, which we don't really have time for, but go off, I guess.
About these things, because I accept, for instance, that the first fight in New York would feel completely different if both sides had hundreds of unnamed fighters causing chaos all around the city, and with the context of the film's escalation of tension, potentially throw things off. See, that's my argument for why I like that early on the fights in Infinity War are only between a few people.
I don't know what he means by C. This doesn't contradict anything I've said.
Yeah, it's like, that's fine. You can like it for whatever reasons you want. That's different.
Because it makes the massive Wakanda fight feel more as if it's been led up to
a subjective thing.
I'm so like it's every time they make this argument, it's like it's bruising my brain. Like you make an argument for why something might have actually been a positive instead of a negative, and they're like, yeah, you can like that if you want. Like, it's so incredibly condescending.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, because they consider us very, or me especially, you not so much, very smug and condescending. So I guess it's a thing you could say either way. I don't know. It's tough.
Canada.
Just another exhausting, massive clash. MauLer jabbing at Black Panther because it's too dark to see him well in the opening fight scene is ultimately meaningless.
He's
because
just saying
he doesn't
Marvel's
argue
just saying he
why.
couldn't see.
So we could jump
That's
to
an
another
editing
video.
mistake.
We could
How
jump.
could you-
We could jump to the video. I was gonna do it to show context, but trust me, just go to 230 my Black Panther video if you want to see me say it. I say that I'm describing the events in this part of the plot to set up my criticisms of it, and I say at least that's what I think happens, because despite being the center of my cinema with a full screen, I couldn't see a fucking thing. Now that's a statement that is inherently subjective, because I just told you I couldn't see a fucking thing. It's the fact that I can't see, and now he's trying to address it in a way that I'm saying the film is too dark. Like as if I'm wrong for saying it's too dark, when all I've said is I couldn't fucking see. So like it's a bit of extrapolation on his part, and how he counters this argument is hilarious.
Black Panther because
Sorry, so if it isn't a criticism, then I guess it's just more summary. My apologies.
it's too dark to see him well in the opening fight scene is ultimately meaningless because he doesn't argue why this is a problem for the film. In Alien, the xenomorph is in darkness most of the film. Yeah, you'd probably...
So does anyone want to have a crack at this counter?
Well, you see, when it's too dark to tell what's happening, that's an editing mistake. That's a lighting mistake. If
Wolf,
you can't
you-
tell what's happening.
Whoa!
Wolf,
That is the
no.
hottest take.
What?
Hang on.
Oh,
Let's
he
them
can't- he can't think that. He
Let's let
can't
him
think
finish
that.
the point.
Please
Let's let him
let
finish.
him let him finish.
How are you supposed to be enjoying the scene?
But this talking alien.
You could do that intentionally.
But Alien
for
didn't
a
have
reason.
bad lighting.
Exactly. You could do it intentionally for a reason, like in a horror film.
And even then, I don't think Alien had bad lighting. You can tell what's happening.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say
if you want to
it's
convey that
interesting.
something is like difficult to see, then yeah, it's, you can't
Yeah.
tell what's happening. But then it
Yeah,
has
it's
to be-
difficult to see for the characters that are experiencing it in the film and the audience. Those are two different things.
Yeah, to compare an action scene with a horror scene is incredibly ridiculous. Because an action scene, you inherently need to understand the progression of events, while a horror scene...
Why?
could
You
very well- and this is the
inherently
thing.
need to see the progression of events in an action
Why?
scene? No, that's not the
Why?
case.
Why?
It's a stylistic thing. Like in Fargo, TV show Fargo, there's like a whole scene where it's like outside of an office building, and then there's like a whole shootout like fight scene, and it's almost like got a comedic edge to it, like because it's this big action scene, but you're only seeing it from like the outside of an office building.
Is it bad that in No Country for Old Men, like major characters die off screen? Like, is that a flaw?
Yeah.
Because you couldn't follow it.
I guess so, because if it's labeled as action, which
Like
is
that.
a marketing
That
term,
is.
it's a
That's
marketing term
technically
more
an
than
action
anything.
movie.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it's just that's just absurd. Like you could have characters fighting in like thick fog, and that would be a stylistic choice, right? That's not like an editing mistake just because it's been labeled as action. Like that.
And also, it's not editing. Like for it to be dark, that's
Also, arguing that Alien doesn't have bad lighting, like, yeah, it has dark lighting. That's a part of the film. There's multiple parts where you can't see the alien in the dark. It's intentional.
okay. This is the hottest take so far.
Yeah, this is definitely the big one, I'd say.
I'm having trouble believing that that he really believes this and didn't just stumble over his words or something.
Mhm.
Like,
We'll say that was a mistake.
I want to believe we're missing something because like that is like I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt
Yeah,
on that.
we'll just call that a mistake. That's fine.
Video, which he admits he's seen at one point, so it's interesting to me that he's trying to provide the same counter that I did to the point in The Force Awakens flickering lights thing, and I talk about how flickering lights in Alien makes it harder for the viewer to discern exactly what the creature is. We can see it, but we're still like, what is that? What the hell is that? And that's by design, because they want you to remain as unaware of exactly what it is for as long as they can. It's fucking horror. It's trying to create suspense. While in Black Panther, you need to argue from a position of action.
By the way, this is MauLer broadly summarizing what I'm about to say for me. So.
And also, he's describing subjectivity right now. Like he's like you have to. He just said like you have to judge different movies in different ways, because like they have different standards. Like,
Also, he's
he
talking
just-
about how it makes you feel, also, which isn't that his definition of subjective? It's like about how it makes you feel as opposed to the text itself. As far as I'm aware.
I swear,
fucking
they're like
understand.
their definition of objectivity is at its breaking point. It's gonna shatter into a million pieces.
I might leave this stream public because it's just so much gold has been said so far. I'll think about it.
Please do.
I didn't want to keep all my streams like on my channel. I didn't want to feel like I was just making like a EFAP drama channel, but I'll think about it because this is just incredible.
Who's even hurting or what's happening? I'm just sitting there waiting for the scene to conclude, and they go, "Yeah, he won." By the way, I'll be like, "Thanks." I was so on the edge of my seat. So yeah, if I made the criticism, it would be that it's badly, as we'll put it, lit or edited. But all I said was I couldn't see it. So he's taking a subjective argument and arguing it against it objectively. Who have you heard say that about us?
That's not a subjective argument, MauLer. You're actually describing objective statements. You objectively couldn't see Black Panther. That is the objective statement. That's not subjective, just to be clear.
And then you went on in this stream to imply like actually that was an objective flaw. So it's what you believe, and
yeah,
like so why are you getting why are you getting so mad about it?
It's like how he says the Unbridled videos are supposed to be all subjective, and then multiple times in this EFAP, he lets it slip. It's like, yeah, it's like some subjective points, some objective points. It's not my responsibility to tell you which is which.
Regularly.
Yeah, well, fuck you for not being able to see.
I mean, that was a trick question because like everyone accuses that of us. It's just funny when they do it to us.
It happens all the time. It happens all the time. People are constantly guilty of the things that they say that we do all the time.
Yeah, let's hear him explain why it's fine to have a dark action scene because horror do it.
Argue why this is a problem for the film. In Alien, the xenomorph is in darkness most of the film, yet you'd probably huff if you heard me blithely criticize the film because I couldn't see it most of the time. Because you understand it matches with the film's desire to create tension and a sense of the unknown. Black Panther, with the fact that it switches much of the perspective to the guards who are scared of him, also appears to be riding on this idea. It also, again, plays into the notion of escalating tension, as we're building the audience's excitement at later seeing him show off his full capabilities in a daylight setting. You can counter this by saying we already saw him
You can tell there's an audio change here, and an editing change because he hasn't got visuals of him doing it. He realized that his own argument has a flaw.
What?
Being that he said that they show him in darkness first because the great build-up to seeing him fight in light, and it's like, we already saw him fight in light in Civil War, so...
I'm addressing that.
Assumed argument.
Yeah.
full capabilities in a daylight setting. You can counter this by saying we already saw him fight in Civil War. I can counter by asking to what extent filmmakers are beholden to the assumption audiences saw the previous work in the series. And look, it's
By the way, if you notice the audio changed slightly there, what happened was occasionally I did like the whole thing live straight to the camera, and then sometimes I'd flub a line and then go like, fuck it, I'll just do it in post. This was one of those things where I just flubbed a line. It was always in the script. Eric can corroborate this. Like this clarification was always in the script. It wasn't added later.
Whole conversation about how we each interpret and judge art.
So he's on the team of you can only interpret it as a sequel if you interpret it as a sequel.
Wow. Okay. All right.
It's like my favorite.
Yeah.
A New Hope is. I mean, you could think that The Empire Strikes Back. You could interpret that as a sequel to A New Hope. It could be, maybe, if you feel that way. Not set in stone, though. There's no. Jesus Christ, these people. That's like something. That's like a meme answer that people would make up, but they believe it unironically.
Yep.
You know,
Sorry, could my chat, because maybe I'm being stupid here. Is Black Panther a sequel to Captain America: Civil War? I don't know when this was said. I mean, yeah, like if you already saw Civil War, you'd already have seen Black Panther in a daylight setting. But like, a lot of people would have seen Black Panther without having watched Civil War. So I don't really get this point. Again, that would be a conversation we could have about whether the audience should be expected to have already seen the movie. So I don't get it. Yeah, a lot of no's here. I don't really know.
someone just posted something in the chat that like reflects exactly how I feel, and they said my brain is sore. That's
right there with you,
exactly
buddy.
how my head feels. I feel like I want to smash my face.
How's
into
your
a
head
wall.
feeling,
I wanna
Eric?
Sleep for like 6 years.
I'm doing fine.
And
That's good.
interestingly, Lone Wolf in the chat says Predator did this. They hide the threat while showing the action clearly.
Yeah, we can follow the events just fine, even though we barely see the Predator.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and say that it is possible to have a sequel where you still build to revealing a thing that the audience has seen before. My example would be like Rogue One. They clearly build up to you seeing Darth Vader because they know that's something you want.
I don't think his point would be inaccurate. It's just that it doesn't defend the idea of poor lighting, and it doesn't contradict what I said in the video. There's so many
Wait,
layers.
poor
to what I
lighting?
said
Jack,
that
you failed to defend the poor lighting.
So it is poor lighting then. It's not just an objective statement that he couldn't see. It is a flaw that the lighting was poor.
Okay. I think I get it. In the video, he's just saying that he couldn't see, and you saying that without knowing that he actually did think it was poor lighting is dishonest, even though you ended up being right in the end.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I can kind of see his point. Like, I did make an assumption that he considered it a criticism because of the tone of his voice, even though he doesn't explicitly say that. Even though he does think that. So I correctly predicted what he believed. But that was still a prediction, rather than a qualified statement. So, sorry for thinking ahead.
See him in the dark at the start? I got nothing. It's the same.
I know you got nothing, Jack.
I know, that's your whole video.
See him in the dark at the
I
start?
got nothing.
I got nothing. It's the
I
same
got
kind of
nothing.
vague, contextless criticism as pointing out Wakanda is an advanced society with old-fashioned design. Elements which are true not only of many first world nations today.
That's a nice counter, my friend, but you don't see half a building of steel and half a building of thatched housing. It's not a thing. It's a really bad attempt at trying to combine two potentially conflicting ideas within a culture. I'm not saying it's impossible, I'm saying the way they did it was hilarious.
But almost all sci-fi settings.
What's society based on the progress of technology and medicine?
Like, so they've never seen like a building that's mostly made out of like steel and cement and brick and stuff, but then also there's like parts of it that have wood and straw, like as stylistic choices. Like, I don't know, you go to a rooftop bar and there's like thatched ceiling parts and like some wood paneling on everything, even though the building itself is like super modern and sleek looking. Like that's a completely alien concept, I guess. I don't know. It always feels like it comes down to these people out just having very little personal life experience. But
also consider it's not real.
Yeah. Also consider it could just be a stylistic choice because it's a fucking comic book movie. But
it could have just been because it looks striking, which I guess is style over substance. But whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I just thought it looked cool, and that was enough justification for me. But I guess that's.
Okay, Jack.
I don't know.
Is it possible for a film to be substance over style?
To be substance over style?
I'm gonna say Primer.
Primer, substance over style? I don't know about that. There's a lot of style in Primer. I would need to have a good think about that. That's a bigger conversation because at the end of the day, a lot of substance ultimately is style. And
I say a lot. I just say like style is substance.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that there isn't like a hard line between the two. I think a lot of style is substance, and a lot of substance is style.
And I like my argument for that is that like take a film that everyone says is like style over substance that won't be controversial. So I'm gonna say Avatar. Which is like this lovingly crafted visual spectacle in service of a very bog standard narrative. But would it be better if there were no style? Like if it looked like shit?
Right.
Like then it would be even worse. So therefore the style contributed to the substance.
Right. Yeah, I just think that it's a fake binary is the main thing.
False dichotomy.
And protection in general would allow the strongest person to rule rather than the smartest or generally speaking the best.
You okay?
Oh, this part. You told me about this part.
He's turning gay. Oh wow.
Actually, right now they're just laughing because someone drew a funny Jar Jar Binks picture. But...
Oh my goodness. Wow, that is hideous.
You told me about this part of the video.
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
Oh, picture now. Yeah, I'm already on it.
It's a good picture.
Oh my god,
it's a very funny picture.
One day someone's gonna find this, like someone who has no idea about like any of
Is
this
that style of a
find this
substance?
image and ask me about it.
Oh Lord, my eyes.
Oh, Baowen, you're the best. I love you. Oh, Jesus. How do I delete somebody else's post? Oh.
I'm curious though how he defends the trial by combat thing. I'm interested to see that.
Let's check it out. Why not?
I remember it being one of the weaker parts of the video.
Well, GJ.
Yeah? Did you?
I did.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Maybe Wakandans don't look at intelligence the same way we do.
Wow, that's so fucking racist.
How's that for subverting your expectations?
Oh, that subverted my expectations.
The same way we do, because IQ is a pretty contentious topic, even in societies it's established in, and being smart doesn't objectively make you a better leader.
Wait.
Maybe
Being smart doesn't make you an objectively better leader. What a strange statement.
It's also
Couldn't
a
you just
true
flip that and
statement.
say being strong doesn't objectively make you a better leader?
Which then highlights the issue, which is we're raising.
Yeah,
that
it's
a system that does not
subjective.
account for what is best, and he's like, yeah, well, that's the way they do it. It's
Okay,
well,
they just straight up have not heard arguments against like intelligence quotient. Like,
Yeah,
it's completely foreign to
they
them.
move on from
Like,
that pretty quickly, but yeah, they just don't know what how IQ discourse happens.
They just have not been exposed to that debate at all. So I guess I forgive them for that. But look it up. It's actually quite a hotly debated issue.
Yeah, to anyone who makes the argument that like we call them racist, like Eric did kind of call Rags a little bit racist, but here's me explicitly being called a racist. So there's some fun, I guess, because I bring up the notion that not everyone respects IQ as a system of measurement, which is the case. A lot of people think of it as like an imperial thing or like a colonial thing.
Obviously, when you're going to choose the dictator of your pacifist society, you want to use trial by combat to find out who is the strongest warrior, who's going to be the dictator of your pacifist society.
Especially the fact that he's bringing up, being smart doesn't necessarily mean you'll be a better leader. It implies that the alternative to trial by combat is like trial by a trivia quiz.
Trial by leader.
We use democracy. Like,
yeah, like this is the only metric that they use. Who killed
getting
who?
more votes doesn't mean you're smarter. I mean,
MauLer is the one who brought up intelligence there. I don't know if they're trying to suggest that democracy is like a competition of intelligence. I don't know there, which I would have a few examples of that not being the case, but
look at history.
I just want to make it clear for the record, I fucking hate Trump.
That's racist.
Smart
I
doesn't
believe that
objectively make
human
you a
being
better
and
leader.
fish can
Maybe Wakanda,
coexist.
separate from its technological development, is an extremely patriotic nation that heavily discourages anything to suggest a change from the established traditions of the state. If only
I'm
there was
criticizing them for that.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is what the plot is surrounded is about. The plot is about
I mean,
archaic traditions.
The difference is like he's criticizing the characters. MauLer is criticizing the film.
Incidentally, I really like this pause. It's like I'm.
Oh, that-
It's like I have a
oh,
mind link with T'Challa.
You're passionately imagining the Black Panther in your
Nice.
spirit mind.
in the text to
Also, that clip has no relevance to what you're talking about. That is literally T'Challa saying, "You fucked up when you kept the secret of Killmonger." Jack, watch the movie. I remember it better than you, and I haven't seen it in... Wow, I can't even remember. I'd rather not.
I literally watch it every day.
See, look,
No, we watched
I've
it
been-
in preparation
All of
for
you
talking
are
to Jay
wrong.
that first time.
Oh shit!
So it
yeah,
is
that's
actually
probably-
about that.
I want
So.
to say 2-3
Almost
months
been a
ago?
great movie.
Jay, when did we
Can't
meet?
even remember seeing it.
It's
About
been
3
more
months
than-
ago.
There you go, I watched it 3 months ago and it was a nightmare.
I still remember
It
how
was-
how excited you said, because we watched it together, and I remember how excited you were when you were like, "Where's my favorite building?" You know, when it was panning over the city.
the thatched steel building.
Yeah.
to establish this. See, look,
Looks like it's
I
rain
can
tonight.
point to
So
elements
too bad for
Muller
the
has
Johnsons on the West Wing.
Johnsons. Oh, you mean the
Sorry.
Shaquikans?
Shaquikans on the
fully
West Wing.
discourages anything to suggest a change from the established traditions of the state. If only there was something in the text to establish this.
I like that. I'm just going to imagine T'Challa's talking to him.
See, look, I can
I don't know.
point to
Yeah, I actually don't know what he's trying to say here.
Well, he's saying that I'm misunderstanding that it's a part of their culture when he's misunderstanding that I'm criticizing their culture.
Yeah, did he think that you were?
No, MauLer, you're not criticizing their culture. You're criticizing the film. You know it's not real life. Surely. Moving on.
Yeah, this is a great thing for society to do.
Well, I think the problem is that he thinks that I think the excuse "they're doing it, therefore they're doing it" is something I missed. I'm like, yeah, no, Jack, I know they're doing it. That's the premise of my argument.
Yeah, we think it's dumb.
Elements Muller has dinged past as objective flaws, and
I like that he refers to them as me dinging past them. Do you know? I hate to use this term, I hate it. I'm so sorry to use this term, but he's actually dog whistling to people who think that I'm like CinemaSins.
CinemaSins.
I'm
I
not
don't
like
know that's
CinemaSins. That term is basically like he's saying
You know,
something.
dog whistling is not being explicit about it, and I literally called this review CinemaSin, so...
Without saying it to get the audience that would agree with him to go not like they nod. They go
No,
And through interpretation,
Dog whistling is typically used for political stuff. I'm trying to just use it in its actual definition. I'm not trying to make a political statement when I say dog whistling there.
This is
Its
funny
actual
because this
definition is
literally the
political.
most political thing that's ever happened, and if you don't know that, you're wrong.
he looks like the somebody in chat said he looks like Steve the Pirate from Dodgeball.
Oh yeah, it's a combination of things. He's a very unique man. He can have that if that is considered a compliment.
suggest ways it
Yeah,
contributes
I
to the
guess
film's
that's a
storytelling.
compliment. Am
How
I a
it
very
immediately
unique man,
establishes Wakanda's
chat?
strict traditionalism as a contrast to its
Eric, do I
technological
look like a
progress.
unique
My point
man?
is-
No, not really.
Oh.
You look fairly average. You're just kind of pretty.
Okay, I guess I'm not
Do
unique.
I look like a unique man?
I think you're striking. You're a cute little boy.
Aw. Thank you.
It's pretty shallow.
It's part of my video, so
Yeah.
good job.
Yeah, that we think that's bad.
But
Yeah.
I'm at least actually making one as opposed to rolling through an entire film. Even the parts where I
Sorry, but every time you've accused me of that, you've been wrong, so I'm just not going to take your word for it anymore.
I've been wrong
don't
so
actually have
far.
anything to comment on, stopping for a few seconds occasionally to eye roll at something so that the viewers can just intuit it's a bad thing.
What's this video?
I was about to say, listen
random
to
example.
what he just said again, but in the context that he's referring to
through it.
himself about my work, and listen to what he says.
An entire film. Even the parts where I don't actually have anything to comment on, stopping for a few seconds occasionally to eye roll at something so that the viewers can just intuit it's a bad thing.
He what he does with my videos.
That's a him to a T.
So I just the self-awareness explosion.
In farms rhinos. Why
There
in the
certainly is
goddamn
a
hell is he
self-awareness
farming
explosion
rhinos?
happening if you don't
Oh,
believe
Jesus
that I made a
Christ, the
point.
balancing on that ding. Also, yeah. Do we need to say anything about farming rhinos, or is that covered technically already?
I think we should go into it.
The birth of a meme.
It's I just like it's delivered to be entertaining. I could have just said it is strange that they farm rhinos. Next point, but instead I was like, nah, I'm gonna make my character delivery in the unbridled rage, get flustered at the idea that they're doing that, and then these people are like, this guy's actually getting really fucking angry just because there's a rhino on screen.
It's just satire, guys. Come on, it's just satire. Anyway, I'm not like CinemaSins.
It's like, all right, you're the okay. I have to explain this to you.
In a shocking twist, we get the exact same criticism brought up again regarding why Wakanda only wants there to be one Black Panther. And it's just...
Yeah, he's playing a
man,
character.
How are you showing clips of Iron Man and Captain America while making this criticism and not seeing a contradiction? Why don't the Tibetan monks teach everyone the mystic arts?
They're very, very selective about that. It's in the movie. It takes a
Bring
while for
back
Doctor
up.
Strange to get a chance at learning it.
Okay, so it's justified in Doctor Strange because they're very selective about who learns the mystic arts. It's not justified in Black Panther, even though they say that they're very selective about who gets to be Black Panther.
Bring back up at this point the part where he acts all on his high horse about saying, oh yeah, this was explained in the text of the film.
Yes.
Yes.
So, Jack, you might want to rewatch Doctor Strange. They're protective as fuck about all of their information because they think
They're
it's
protective as
concealed
fuck in
power
Black
that people
Panther.
shouldn't hold, or at least people who are
Especially
strange shouldn't hold.
The film he was talking about there was Black Panther. I would say Doctor Strange has a better explanation of why only a few people have the gift than Black Panther does.
Yeah,
They
and
try to explain it for starters.
And Doctor Strange is irrespective of the person's origins in any way, shape, or form. While Black Panther, the best you can say is they don't like people outside of Black Panther doing tisms. And you're like, okay. But Doctor Strange is just... we'll move on to the next one.
Why doesn't Spider-Man tell Oscorp or whatever about the spider things?
Why doesn't Spider-Man tell Oscorp about the radioactive spider things? This is a legitimate question he's asking, guys. Is there anything you'd like to say?
Wow.
Wait, who runs Oscorp again?
The bad guys.
Okay. Maybe he's trying to say
Do
that
they?
at the beginning, when Peter Parker didn't... Wait, which universe is this in?
I guess we have to use
Well,
the MCU
so
one.
we don't have any of the answers.
Oh yeah, with the MCU, I'm not as familiar with. I was thinking about the
how do you...
ones.
What is he going to do? I was bitten by a spider in a building. Everyone should go do that, because what it did for me is amazing.
Wait, plus,
A radioactive spider.
aren't they specifically studying their effects on humans? So surely they will find that out. If
Yeah,
Isn't
we're not given the origin in the MCU, so we're going to have to assume from the fact that they haven't given us...
Peter actually does tell everyone that he was on a field trip and he got bitten by a radioactive spider. They say that in Civil War, so ding.
that origin. What we're getting is a result of what was possible.
So multiple people in chat are asking if Oscorp exists in the MCU.
That's a good question, actually. I don't even know.
I think
I don't know if
I think it's in the background at one
Yeah, I
point.
don't think it's been mentioned. I imagine they'll bring it up eventually.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually it's actually a question that autofills on Google.
And what's the result?
How Oscorp could possibly work in the MCU? Who bought Avengers Tower in Spider-Man: Homecoming?
Oh yeah, I've heard it implied before that Oscorp are gonna like take the Avengers Tower. That's a theory.
Yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of videos here talking about how to introduce Norman Osborn and Oscorp into the MCU.
And yeah, so to conclude here, I don't think that we
Stop
have an
with
issue
that
right
pesky
now in the narrative,
context.
but even if there were, that doesn't mean that I don't agree with Jack on this. He just assumes that I wouldn't.
Yeah,
Which is another
and
problem
the
for
thing
him.
is, I don't think that Oscorp exists in the MCU anyway to tell.
Currently.
I was to say Oscorp or whatever.
Control F Oscorp in all
So
MCU
whatever
scripts, I guess.
company it was.
It's just one of those instances we have no information on it, so asking the question is kind of pointless because it could literally be anything.
Yeah.
It's answered in
So there
Civil
could be
War.
more Spider-Men to protect the Earth. Maybe there's a fear there that if they don't consolidate this strength and use it sparingly, the Wakandans risk a lot more.
So his argument's going to counter why the Wakandans don't expand outside of Wakanda, when my main argument was the people of Wakanda, and then specifically the bodyguards of Wakanda. That was my biggest argument. He's ignoring both of those, and he's instead addressing why Wakanda wouldn't give it to the world. Not necessarily even
I was
the bigger
talking
part of my
specifically
argument.
about
I haven't
Wakandan
rewatched the
society.
video.
Powerful people with bad intentions and no easy mechanism to stop them. You know how Iron Man has to specifically pick Peter out to give any kind of super suit, and even then it's with heavy restrictions and only allowed to be used in a very specific context?
Yeah.
Maybe it could be a similar kind of... Oh, whatever.
See, and he gives up because there's no actual citation. You've got loads of references for Iron Man and why he won't give away his suits. That's in the stories. Wakanda doesn't really have shit all for explaining why they don't give their bodyguards highest tech and flower power.
He stops there.
They do give them higher tech. They just don't give them the flower power because, as they say in the films, they give it because they got the gods, and it's a big part of their cultural traditions and whatever. And that's why I say, oh, whatever, because it's pretty clearly there in the text. I don't feel like arguing the minutiae of these things. Because apparently MauLer can explain it away for every other character in the MCU who is super special because of a random thing, but not with Black Panther.
Yeah, go on. Oh, he's stomping. Oh.
Well, he thinks the point's obvious, and he's accused me of not extrapolating what I mean by my points as a bad thing. So I was like, Jack, you're doing it too, buddy.
And at this point as well, I've seen this one so much. I imagine you guys will agree that it is say, oh, this thing isn't a problem because it could also be a problem in these other movies. What?
Oh, it was the whataboutism thing, yeah.
That's what I see with The Last Jedi a lot. Like,
oh yeah.
this thing
Well,
is
in
fine
this
'cause
other
it's in the
movie, yeah. Well, we're not talking about another movie.
Yeah, and it's like whether or not it's bad in the other movie is not relevant right now.
Yeah.
My God, we're not even a quarter of the way through the film yet.
Now, does MauLer
I guess
stumble
this is,
upon
like,
some...
about halfway
We're
point.
about to get the first Jack compliment that like seems partially legitimate. Like I said, Eric is much nicer to me than Jack is, but check this out.
Hooray.
Now, does MauLer stumble upon some points I found strong in this 45-minute rant? Absolutely. I also found the writing in that first scene between the dad and the uncle contrived. This is followed up by a lengthy diatribe about how Shuri being a prodigal genius inventor because... Oh, don't worry, mate.
Well, did you notice that the other prodigal genius inventors are...
Guys,
what?
Jay was the one who actually highlighted this to me because I missed it on my first watch through. What do you think he's saying when he says this?
Shuri being a prodigal genius inventor type is apparently a problem for her and not the other prodigal genius inventors because... No, don't worry, mate. I'll go there.
Because she's a woman?
I think it's because she's black.
Oh, really?
Jack
I was going...
is so sucked into the insanity of his politics, he just automatically assumes my issues with Shuri because she's black.
Really? I was gonna get. You see, I don't even know. I assumed it was identity. Yeah, I assumed it was an identity politics related piece of garbage. But
like literally, if she was 40, I would not have cared at all.
Same.
Here's the thing.
Peter is about the same age as Shuri, and he's a prodigal genius inventor type.
When he says when he makes his argument saying, why is it a problem for Shuri to be a prodigy and an inventor, but not these people? He adds just the words "not these people." Like you never say that. You never specify it's a problem for this person, not for these people.
I mean, it works both ways because he showed two white males.
Versus black female, yeah.
So it could be either black or female.
Either way, Jack, and this is clear in the video. I'm sorry, you've let your politics get way too far into the assessment.
Also, just in case it isn't clear enough, by me saying, "Sorry, mate, I'm not going to go there," that was me making a joke about the fact that I wasn't going to hammer on that particular piece of criticism. So there you go.
I think it's bad because she's so young and there's no senior members, even though Wakanda's had a peace for like ever since the Stone Age, right? Like, there's been a consistent.
Just because we don't see them doesn't mean they don't
The
exist.
clan has always been king. I can't remember if that's in the movie or not, but I'm implying that there's been no problems for the science division and the medical division, and yet this 16-year-old girl, who is apparently the smartest person in Wakanda, is the lead person for that area, to the point where she's helping the king on his missions. It's a little bit ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, look at what
Yeah.
Spider-Man did. He made a terrible suit and a thing that shoots webs, and
And he
that's it.
fails all the time. Spider-Man Homecoming is
imagine as
full of
well,
fails.
If the lead scientist in Wakanda was like old but a white dude, you would probably have questions. Like that
Yes,
would be
I
a
would.
problem. Like, why the fuck is the leading scientist in this isolationist nation in Africa fucking white? That wouldn't make sense. That would be an issue.
You know, when we watched Infinity War last, I even pointed out there's like this one shot where there's some random white Wakandan, and I was like, what is he doing here? It was
Well,
so
they opened up
weird.
their borders, Wolf. It makes complete sense.
It could.
But why would he be dressed like them and armed like them?
It could
Maybe
be
he
just
just
a
did the
genetic.
opposite
Why would
sort
he?
of-
Why would he dress
No,
differently?
it could be a genetic like defect.
The
melanin.
Genetic defect. I know
No,
what you mean.
yeah.
He could be albino.
If his parents are both black, he could have like albinism.
He was
albinoism.
clearly just a white guy, though.
No, he was like
He was a white guy.
No, he just spent a lot of time indoors. He was a StarCraft pro.
That makes
He
complete
was,
sense to me.
Yeah, because what else are you gonna do in a super pacifist society where nothing happens? Then play
Michael
StarCraft?
Jackson himself.
Make one of those memes. That's
yeah.
what I would do.
Yeah, exactly. He's Michael
Oh, and by the
Jackson. He had
way-
a terrible accident involving a commercial.
Like, if Jack is not aware of this, what he just did was walk down a corridor, point to a room, and say, "This room does not exist," and carries on walking. And so I'm like, "Oh, that's an existing room." It's like he's highlighting the issue while saying it's not an issue that he's going to discuss. And it's like, well, you would have just cut that out if that's what your goal was, but you clearly kept it in because you wanted it said.
You see what?
Arguably
was-
another dog whistle too, but
It was a joke about the fact that some people might want to go onto the arguably racist politics that MauLer sometimes has in his videos, but the fact that I'm not going to explore that route, so whatever.
I don't know. You know, you get into the point where it's just like, you expect anything better? Not really.
Nope, not really.
Happening here, in MauLer's own words,
Just another bloody stupid detail.
as we reach the
Got me.
30-minute mark, MauLer is still
Yeah.
just summarizing the film, making occasional digs.
As we've already established, he doesn't understand what's happening when I summarize, so not
Yeah,
really gonna
I
take
don't-
that with a grain of... We'll take that with a
Yeah.
giant silo of salt, I think is what
I
I'm
feel
Whatever
like
he
that's
says regarding,
self-explanatory.
summaries,
You
I
just
think
need to
you can't
see
trust
earlier
him.
in
He's
this
shown himself
video.
to be an unreliable source of information.
that maybe half the time aren't easily shrugged off, and it begins to
Keep in
feel
mind that that Infinity War clip from earlier is their barometer for what not summary is.
a whole
You do it pretty
lot
easy.
like this is just a guy dinging things off the top of his head with no real thrust beyond the fact that
There it is again.
Thrust again.
that
Thrust.
Phil made
Downward
choices
thrust.
that made him feel bad. Without this elaboration, it's hard
No,
to
here's
really
the great
get why
thing.
these
We didn't
contrivances-
feel bad. The only feeling here is coming from you and your. We go by facts. I
Wait,
know that's a little bit of a difficult
no,
thing for
that's-
you to grasp
whoa.
since you don't live in the real world.
no.
You live in a little fantasy land where you
Wolf,
think
But
we're
don't,
racist.
but don't let him twist that into see, Wolf admits he doesn't have any subjectivity involved in his videos, and so when you find an example, you've proven him wrong. It's like, no,
I
no.
clearly do, but
matter
God.
Wait,
here,
but
not in
MauLer just
Infinity War.
argued that his
No real
umbrella
debate.
video is
Yes,
supposed
they
to be
do.
subjective.
What's a criticism of
You
the
literally
film or
played the clip
characters?
of when Mahler said verbatim
He just
that
said
Infinity War is only like a 6 from the robot.
Of the
You just
film.
miss it.
he said there's no real delineation.
But
of
the
the
robot
criticism of
is
the
in
film versus the
95%
characters. You see that again?
agreement
Here, but
of
not in
him.
Infinity War.
Yeah, that was
No
also
real
something he said in the
delineation between
podcast.
what's a criticism of the film or the characters.
What?
Is it hard for you to understand a character criticism, or do you need me to explain when I'm making a character criticism? So when I say
mean-
Finn is inconsistent in TFA, do you need me to say this is a character criticism?
Surely you can tell the difference by listening to the
I mean,
words.
That's
being
what I
used.
would.
You need to distinguish between criticizing a character and criticizing the writing of a character. Yes, you do need to do that, because otherwise you're talking about the characters as if they're real people. I don't get this.
I was assuming.
Yeah.
Like if it's
That
about
was
the
that
character.
was a comeback, by the way, just in case you needed me to explain that to you.
That's a comeback.
It's like I have to kneel down like I'm talking to a child, try to get on their level so I don't feel like I'm too imposing, and say, if my criticism is about the character, sweetie,
Also,
it's a character criticism.
as Bumlux just highlighted, the characters are part
No,
of the film.
it
That's a
isn't.
meaningless distinction.
That's true. If you criticize a character and someone asks you, did the film had any...
My brain broke a little bit there. Eric, you still there? Eric?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Did he fall asleep?
Is Eric gone?
I'm sorry. I don't blame you.
I think we've lost Eric for a bit. We'll see if we can get him back. Could you maybe
Good
message him?
Pizza.
Oh,
I will.
Eric's typing.
Oh, okay.
Oh, he can hear us. Okay. Oh, you're trying to speak, but I can't. Is it just
Maybe
disbelief?
leave the call and
It might
come
just
back?
be because of out of disbelief. Oh no, I mean you can't hear me. No, I can't. You have to leave the call and come back in, I think.
Hello?
Yep, there you go. I can hear you now.
Yay! You're
Okay.
back.
Like I was gonna say, like I'm dissociating a little bit. Like what
Okay.
did they say that you reacted?
Okay. So they just said that criticizing a character's actions and criticizing the writing of a character is a meaningless distinction because they're both in the text.
Okay, I know they don't believe that. Like
I know they don't
can't.
believe that, but they do just say that. They did
they
just
said
say
it.
that.
They said it, but they misspoke. They must have because like MauLer has said before that like Thanos is like he's wrong, but that's not a criticism against the writing because like they make like he believes he's right, and you can believe that. Like
Right. So yeah, okay, we'll put that down to maybe a typo or like a
speako.
Yeah, we'll call that a speako. Moving on.
Issues, you could say, yeah, this character da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
MauLer thinks of as objective flaws versus just things he personally didn't like.
The challenge.
Wait, what was he criticizing there? He didn't explain.
Shocking.
That's a good point, Jay.
That the film
Jack,
made
please
choices
don't procreate, Jack.
that made him feel bad.
I mean, he
Without
won't,
this elaboration, it's hard to really get why these contrivances matter here, but
Yeah,
not
his
in
wife's
Infinity
boyfriend
War.
will.
No
They
real
do matter in
delineation.
Infinity War.
There's nothing wrong with
No one's ever said they
country.
don't. Shut up. Stop
Hey,
it.
man, he can go bad faith. We do it. Okay.
That was a long simile from
That's an
Ryan.
argument.
I actually didn't catch that.
Listen,
do you want to go
listen,
back?
let me tell you. As someone who has been dissected on EFAP, learn from it, right? You don't have to agree with literally everything they say, but
If you don't
listen
agree
to the
with
things they're
everything I say,
saying with an
Segway
open
kick this
mind.
guy. Kick.
Jay, you have to.
Chat, I do encourage you to let me know what I should learn from this stream.
Yeah, so far
Just
I've
tell people
learned
that you-
so far I've learned like I shouldn't say that people don't make arguments when when you look at it objectively they were saying words that that whole time.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have said that they weren't saying words.
Even though in conversation people do regularly say you had no argument to mean you had a really weak argument, we shouldn't say that. We should always say you had a weak argument, not you had no argument.
Yes, because they did make arguments if you squint at it.
And don't refer to something as summary when actually it's summary. That's a terrible thing to do.
You don't agree with us on things.
Yeah, Jay, can you stop with these
disagree with
opinion
that.
things?
You
They're annoying
broke
me.
character, Jay.
You're the worst
You
boss
ruined the whole
ever.
show.
You're not my real dad.
I don't even believe that you are JJ Binks anymore.
I'm younger than you.
That fucking picture, though.
It's amazing.
My
That's-
God.
The film made choices that made
Balin's
him
too
feel
good at what he does.
bad. Without this
I hope that
elaboration,
Balin
Oh,
has a-
also apparently Wolf literally said they don't have an argument at various points in the stream, so that's a no bueno from me, buddy.
Because I'm gonna feel really bad if I have been calling him a. It's not
He's one letter away from Eowyn,
Yeah.
so
Just switch with every passing sentence between.
and
he
a couple
Chris.
letters away from Theoden, so.
and a couple
Why do I
letters
have-
away from talented.
Why do I have eyebrows on my nose in this picture?
Huh?
I have two distinct eyebrows like above my nose. I don't get it.
I think it's supposed to be a break for where the glasses connect, and it may not.
My
You
glasses
borrowed,
connected with
you borrowed
eyebrows.
some of Quentin's monobrow.
I
Ad hominem.
apologize in advance, Baelin, if I've accidentally been misgendering you.
You
Really
see,
get
this goes to show we don't give a shit what your gender is. You could be talented either way.
Chase Face said apparently Jack's done with watching this because he wants to go watch Yu Hack.
There you
show.
go. I left.
Dude must have felt really embarrassed by how lazy his video turned out to be. A little bit.
Yeah, I would be embarrassed if I made this. I would be pretty embarrassed. I'd be
For
pretty
context, I think
Why
we
these
were
contrivances
watching this
matter.
for 6 hours straight, so we backed out after 6 hours, and we're just so scared.
Yeah.
Extremely scared.
I was so embarrassed by my video at this point, and I think the chat can just see why. All these terrible takes of mine. Okay.
And all the whole gender thing. They're very confused by the he they on my Twitter bio. that means I'm okay with both. It means I don't care. So like stop stop pretending that I'm gonna like take you to Canadian pronoun jail. Like
I'm cis and I still put my pronouns on my profile. Just
It's a good thing to do.
solidarity.
and you
But
should do that.
It's very good to see how upset people will get by just you listing your pronouns in your bio.
Yeah, and occasionally, like actually, this is real. I do have people see that I put my pronouns in my bio, and then assume that I'm trans, and then misgender me intentionally, which is like that's like you should do it just for that, just for the occasional moment when that happens.
My favorite thing to do is like when somebody like puts like ridiculous pronouns like fuck self, I will just straight up use them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, if you're cis, like you should put your pronouns in your bio because like it is still useful information and it shows
just
solidarity and it normalizes it.
Yeah, just to confirm, I'm talking about like people who do that to troll. You know, you can have any pronouns you want. I don't care.
The main issue for me is just word count. Like for some reason, the Twitter user profile thing is like really limited word count. It's kind of tough, but I want to try and fit it on there somewhere.
They're here, but not in Infinity War.
The Infinity War video is not presenting errors. Jack, how many times?
No real
It
delineation.
is literally spelled out. Literally spelled out.
When people are like, they've clearly made a mistake, like, this is why we get confused, because we're just like, surely that's bad faith, because I make it explicit in the clip he's referring to in that section. So how could he have missed that? And what you could say is that if he actually mentioned it in this video, he says he's not going to talk about errors, but that's hypocritical because, and then makes an argument for why I should. That would be different, but he's not even referenced it.
Yeah, maybe you're like misinterpreting his point or something.
Maybe there was that voice clip earlier where he said he tried to be as objective as possible with the Infinity War critique. So I don't know.
It's bad criticism.
He's like, just say things, have people who want to hate you piece it in on their own. Maybe
Between what's a criticism of the film or the characters, what MauLer thinks of as objective flaws versus just things he personally didn't like.
T'Challa just agrees to it. Like, the way they frame this scene is that he has the opportunity to deny this shit, and yet he gambles himself, a powerless, suitless, techless Wakandan warrior, against a professionally trained CIA kill-count record-breaking psychopath with a vengeance obsession directed at your bloodline. What a dumbass move. You're about to hand your whole land and people to this monster because he has the correct...
I think this guy makes a good point.
To challenge
I like this guy.
The fact is, MauLer...
Let the Meat Words, leader of the Meatball Brigade, thank you very much for your super chat, for the informative pronoun chat. Oh, no problem. I think it's very important to talk about that kind of thing.
doesn't seem to understand tradition as being a very
Can you
overt
please just
theme.
like, edit the black bars off? I know it's a pet peeve.
No!
Get rid of them.
Not your choice.
Why would you? They're ugly. Get them away.
Are you saying black isn't beautiful, Jay?
The African American bars, Jay.
I hate rags.
Come on, Jay.
I hate rags so much.
Why do you hate rags so much?
It's just a knee-jerk reaction to what he just said. Like, for those who weren't listening so closely, like Jay said, like, why didn't you edit out the black bars, dude? And Rags was like, oh, you saying black is beautiful.
Whatever.
In my words, this
Nah,
is
these bars have never been
this is completely unfair. Why would you insinuate that I'm a racist when that's clearly not my intention? Anyone who does that is clearly just.
That's your opinion.
It's pretty easy to understand Disney superhero film. Or it's just irrelevant to him because he doesn't frame his criticisms around notions of theme. What the film may be trying to communicate, how an objective aspect of the film, such as the fact that T'Challa lets Killmonger fight even if it might mean him gaining the throne, does not an objective flaw make.
It does. I'm highlighting that the mother says in the...
Whoops, MauLer said that this video was supposed to be subjective, and then he just said that a thing he just pointed out in the video is in fact an objective criticism. Uh-oh.
Scene, don't. As in, don't accept the challenge. As in, you actually have the ability to do said thing. And T'Challa's like, no, I'm going to do it. And so I'm sitting there like, T'Challa, if you win, great. If you lose, your entire society and the world is going to get destroyed. Why risk that when you can choose no? You rem. And this guy's response is, you don't understand that it's a part of the theme.
Is the theme being fucking stupid?
It's like a meme. It's like it's not a criticism if it's related to the theme. It's my argument about the theme clashing with the narrative. They address this later, and they just do not understand the argument.
It's not the theme clashing with the narrative. T'Challa's character arc is centered around him having a sense of tradition and wanting to follow the traditions and not wanting to go against them, and like wanting to be honorable. Being honorable is a very important thing to T'Challa. This is established all throughout Black Panther, so this is perfectly in line with that. You can disagree with his decision. That is you disagreeing with a character's decision. Or you can say that you just didn't like that his character was written like that, which is subjective. Which apparently is what this Unbridled Rage video is supposed to be, except he just referred to that as an objective criticism.
Simply because you personally wouldn't make that choice.
It's not about if I would make it, it's about T'Challa not making it.
Humans are not logical.
You can't expect characters to behave logically, or else a film just couldn't exist.
You know what? You guys are
There
right.
would be no conflict if everyone
No
behaved
conflict.
logically.
Just as with the Infinity War video, MauLer exposes how his video's bloated length is a consequence only of the fact that he constantly repeats himself, discusses things that have
So he showed one example of me mentioning the spear more than once, and that means I constantly repeat myself. Well done, Jack. You did it.
nothing to do.
He repeats the point about the spears about four times, I would say. He also repeats the point about why there can't be more than one Black Panther. He repeats the point about why the architecture looks so archaic. He repeats himself a lot in the Black Panther video. I probably should have showed it more, but I guess I assumed the intellectual honesty to just say, yeah, I did repeat myself.
Another pattern is like saying the same thing in reference to different parts of the thing he's criticizing. So if he thinks like there's a tone problem in The Last Jedi, he needs to point out absolutely every time that problem is
Yeah. I guess that's the issue of summarizing the whole film and putting your critiques in amongst that rather than doing the summary and then doing your critique. Because, like, if you do the summary and then do your critique, you can just say there's tone problems throughout the film and then refer to those parts of the film. Whereas what MauLer has to do is go through the whole film and stop every single time he notices a tone problem, which makes it very repetitive.
With his analysis of the work, thoughtlessly calls out as criticisms parts of said work which are perfectly in line with the narrative and logic of that work.
Just explain how that one isn't and how every fucking thing you said in this video is like not applicable to that statement, but okay.
Or straight up makes up plot holes. And
So he's referring to me not getting Black Panther's name, and I don't ever call that a plot hole. I simply state that we never find out why he's called Black Panther.
It's just a hole in the
like
plot.
A break from tradition, essentially.
But he's like, you think that's a plot hole? It's like, no.
No, doesn't affect the plot at all, actually.
Oh, Chase Face on Twitter, someone added him and said, anyone defending this MauLer person is embarrassing themselves for the whole world to see. You guys are amazing.
We are amazing.
Who's saying that?
I don't know that it's because I can only see it in Discord. It's from Perry Ronaldo Singletary Jr.
Sending your fans after someone who
So-
disagrees with you, eh?
Take that as you will.
I agree. We are awesome. We are Chris. We're
Thank
pretty
you, Perry.
excellent. Thank you. I
Not
accept the
because it's
compliment happily. And you're
offering him
correct.
the
We are pretty
chance.
fucking. We are the tits.
I agree with that statement too.
Yeah.
I like these
I'm
statements.
not defending MauLer, I'm just here to promote my own channel at the end.
and not because it's offering him the chance of a deeper analysis. Once again, we get a
What is deep, Jack?
shallow reading in which a man on the internet
Refer to the
actually
first 10
explains
minutes of this video.
Oh, okay, I get it.
things in a film that may or not be bad, may or may not come with an argument as to why they're bad, but certainly if you listen to the tone of his voice, we know how he feels.
All of that can be applied to this video, and it's so
Yeah,
much worse because at
Mr.
least I'm attacking a movie, and that I'm using references that are provable from the movie, while you take another person's work out of context to prove something about them that's not true.
Very out of
This
context.
is why Wolf was doing the whole subhuman thing, probably. It's not cool to do this to another person. It's actually mean.
It is indicative of one's character and their principles.
It's not just mean. It's like, I don't respect you as a person if you do that. I can't.
Fuck. What the fuck, you dumbass movie?
It's just, oh, here's a long, boring summary of what happens in movie, and I pick out things in this that make it bad. It's really important they ride rhinos in Wakanda. Movie loses points for that.
I don't think I ever said movie loses points for that. I just point out, I don't do a conclusion.
Sorry, wasn't it the 1 out of 10 objective thing? Was that for Black Panther? Oh, no, sorry, that was for The Last Jedi. The point scale isn't used here explicitly, just to be clear. Wait, what? Did you see Eyepatch Wolf plugging your video on his podcast? No, I didn't actually. Thanks for that, Eyepatch Wolf. Eyepatch Wolf is a very, very nice lad. I'm a big fan of him. I'm really glad that he likes my content. Moving on. Also, sorry, Thank you, Craig Goss, for your super chat.
Other than ranting that I think the movie is fucking terrible.
I cannot
Pretty
speak
sure,
Eyepatch Wolf's praises enough.
Fuck, we don't need to get into the Rhino criticism.
I mean, I would say when you criticize something, that is something that you consider the movie.
Well,
to
he's implying the
intersect
cinema
with
sins thing
voice.
again. Arbitrary numbers adding up to something. And for me, I'm more just pointing out all the things that I think are wrong or bad or inconsistent or whatever.
Hang on, I'm sorry. Did you just say that I'm not cinema sins? I'm just pointing out all the things I think are wrong, when the video series is literally called "Everything Wrong With."
Well, I said they don't count.
Mauler,
I don't do
that's not
numbers.
okay.
I don't do numbers.
Long man bad.
No, please.
Stop. So someone said subhuman doesn't seem accurate because no animal or mentally handicapped person would do something like this.
That literally implies that mentally handicapped people are subhuman.
Couldn't it be argued medically that they'd be subhuman, as in they are?
I don't want to go down this route.
I think midgets are subhuman because
I respect Jay for saying
they're lower, and I think they're subhuman because they live in the ground.
They live in the ground. Live in their hobbit holes.
Yeah,
can we like make an exception for Peter Dinklage?
Peter Dinklage.
Just get on the ladder.
He was very big.
Sorry, I just want to make clear, simply by showing this portion of the EFAP, I believe we're technically misrepresenting Wolf. Wolf doesn't actually think that mentally handicapped people are subhuman, even though he just said it here. That's a misrepresentation. Wolf misrepresented himself here, so discard what Wolf said. It's a massive misrepresentation of Wolf.
Big in Infinity.
That's true. That is very true.
He's big if you like lay down right in front of him. And, like,
Mauler, don't go there, dude. You'll lose your channel for sure. Yeah, it's literally about how you define sub or below or less than the standard. You know, healthy, but subhuman is typically used as an insult to be like you're below the respect of a human. So I understand.
Someone pointed out, Rags, you're a doggo.
Listen, obviously, I choose to be down here, actually, so I can be more aware of my surroundings.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, I was joking about the dwarves. I have many good friends who are dwarves, and they're wonderful people.
My best friend is a dwarf.
Yeah, shout out to all my dwarf friends.
I love dwarves.
I love
I
dwarves.
can't be against dwarf because I used to take a train that had a dwarf on it sometimes. So.
Oh, now wait a minute, Mauler. No.
Hey, dwarves take up less space on the train. That's good to have dwarves around. I say more dwarves.
Look, I know dwarves.
What
Dwarves
is
are my
this
favorite.
tangent?
No one loves dwarves.
I don't
more than
know.
me.
How did we get here?
Hideaway has pointed this out. So far, the videos are mostly about MauLer's rant videos. Why? When people having problems with MauLer's critique series, the actual long videos? Yeah, because the rage ones and the praise ones are both lower than an hour.
Yeah, he doesn't go after what the example should be if he's trying to make his point as coherently as possible. He's going after the things.
Eric is targeting the critique series. That's the interesting part. We're coming back to Eric in a second, and he has more relevant things to say.
Someone said, Rags, name the dwarf.
Name the dwarf?
Name the dwarf.
Oh, listen. No, I feel like I don't want to do that to him. He's a nice guy.
Sorry, does Mauler know that like 50 minutes is still pretty long for like a review of a film? I don't know. I think that his mind is a little bit warped by the fact that he now considers like 12-hour-long critiques to be, pretty alright.
He likes to lay low, so I don't want to, I don't want to really put him out there like that.
That's a low blow, Rags. It's a low joke.
So I hate to be so short with this kind of stuff, but I just feel like it needs to be said.
Important they ride rhinos in Wakanda. Movie loses
yes,
points
actually,
for
just
that.
for a bit of
in
bias
this movie, doesn't matter if the villain's motivations are entirely inconsistent.
They're not.
Can you justify that?
Yeah, justify that claim. Go for it.
Yeah, please justify that claim. I'm curious.
Good. Thing bad.
I really like people who.
Sorry, wait. The consistency of the characters. So, like, yeah, T'Challa's entire thing is about honor and tradition. That's his whole struggle in Black Panther. There's like nothing that the film is more centered around than his sense of honor and tradition. Most of the things you disagree with that T'Challa does, he does out of a sense of honor and tradition. So yeah, hope that's clear.
How can he criticize you for saying thing bad at this point?
Oh man, that's tough. That's tough.
Also, so this is going to be a quote where I'm talking to Wolf about how I like it when there's references for things and you fully explain yourself. To me, that's gold. And obviously the contradiction would be, you don't do that in your rage and praise videos. And I'd be like, you're right, I don't.
Yeah, that's why they're rage and praise videos. They have their own names, their own thing.
Yep. I really like people who are definitive.
Okay, so at least now it's on record. Any MauLer fans out there, most of MauLer's videos are supposed to be bad. They're supposed to be weakly argued points. I hope that's clear that MauLer has now said that.
I mean, it's weakly argued for the sake of entertainment, which is also another very tall claim.
Yeah, it's all just satire. It's all just MauLer playing a character. This has been the largest extended self-dunk I've possibly ever seen, but let's move on.
It's like, yes, you put in the work. Instead of just going, well, if you look at this over here from this angle in this way, and then look at this part in the film as well, then it's pretty good, right? It's like,
We can insult MauLer's
Thank you.
content all we like,
you can try.
but I don't really see that much value in just dunking on someone. Like, there has to be at least a bit of insight. So with that in mind, I'd like to bring your attention to a certain timestamp. It's 52 minutes and 20 seconds into...
By the way, we made it, Eric. Are you proud?
Yes, I'm paying attention now.
Okay.
I'm looking
Part
at their chat in the Rabbit stream to see if anyone recognizes the shirt.
Of MauLer's...
I'd like to remind you guys, I'm already feeling better with Eric on screen.
Because I've been talking most of the stream, I'm gonna mostly try and leave this to you, Eric. I won't be trying to jump in too much.
Okay, I'm
I know
gonna
that
try
sounds
and
ridiculous
wake
just
back
because
up.
His take is just so much less retarded than Jack's.
Is that Eric's baby photo on his
What does it
shirt?
say? Buyer's
This
market?
is Buyer's Mark? Market?
Buyer's Mark.
I got nothing.
Hold on to
Buyer's
Someone
Mark
said you
by
sloth
Peter
is right.
Sote.
Everyone's referencing, you will try.
of MauLer's critique of The Last Jedi. I mention this part because that's when he's done explaining the entire film in excruciating detail. But you might be wondering, how does he continue talking for an hour after that when he's done explaining the movie? Well, as it turns out, like, that's the good part. Like, the first 4 hours was just a mess of lumbering preamble. This portion, starting at 52...
It's alright, we're gonna let that one, we've addressed him talking about that. I'm gonna let that one pass, Eric, because you're trying to compliment me here, and I appreciate it.
2 minutes and 20 seconds into part 3 of MauLer's The Last Jedi critique is truly a masterwork.
I think he's being facetious there, but I actually do think that he thinks that it's actually good stuff in that part. So we can take that, folks. Thumbs up.
What? No,
Yay.
no, it's terrible.
You don't think it was a masterwork?
It was not a masterwork. I said it like, no, it's
Okay,
terrible.
so Eric, you're just gonna lie about the things you said then. So even though you said specifically it was a masterwork, you don't think it was a masterwork.
It was a masterwork because of how like dense it is, like with his bullshit.
Changing your answers.
Oh, I'm so dishonest. I'm sorry.
The dishonest Eric. Why don't you change your channel name to that?
Yes.
Condensed sequence of spicy takes that it makes the first bit seem like it's just
You seem
a
confused as to
filtering
what to do
method.
with your hands.
A little bit, yeah. So like he doesn't see the value in having the bits at the beginning when I'm going to do the summary anyway, and I understand how you reached that point. But as me and I think Jay were talking about at the beginning of the stream or near it, the purpose of the stuff before the summary is evidence, and there's explanations in there too.
Yeah, it's definitely not just a summary. There's calling it just a summary would
Oh
be
yes, there was
so
fan
incredibly
fiction
bad faith,
too.
Because I mean, even if you disagree with the points you're making during that time, there are clearly points being made.
Like he's weeding out all the casuals. Now that I've told you that, you can just skip
No, I think your videos are very approachable.
Weeding out the casuals, okay.
the useless garbage and get to the stuff that matters. And I recommend you do, because it provides a lot of insight into how MauLer views his craft. But also, we don't have all day, so I'll give you the short version. If there's one thing that can be taken away from this, it's that MauLer sees airtight storytelling as the absolute most important thing to strive for when you're making a movie. If, say, you ever had to make a choice between logical consistency or bolstering some other aspect of the work.
See, I just needed to be more specific with that claim. I'd be like, when are those two things opposed to each other instead of working together?
He says.
I would be
He says later.
But like,
he says later that the inclusion of a theme in The Last Jedi made the film worse. Like, I guess like I just need to watch that part.
I think MauLer just took MauLer out of context there.
How can you be so dishonest?
I would say that you're not saying don't do this, do that. You're saying do both.
Yes, 100%.
You ever had to make a choice between logical consistency or bolstering some other aspect of the work, you always choose logical consistency. For an example of this, if you
Let Georgie go.
It's The Last Jedi by saying that it has a strong theme of failure and progression.
That would
then
be a
MauLer be
motif.
saying,
Go back to Bill Georgie. Get away from Pennywise.
A theme
Don't
can
go
be
towards
defined
Georgie.
as a motif. That gets into semantics though, and I don't know if we want to go there.
I'll just get down off my high horse.
Well, the problem is people will tell you, you don't know what a theme means, and then you check the definition, and then they go, that's not what a theme means, and you're like, oh my god, help my brain.
What do you mean by theme?
argumentative misfire, because
G's
in
in
his
chat.
words, the themes go against the logical consistency. Like some logical consistency had to be sacrificed in order to include it.
I wouldn't put it that way. Logical consistency was sacrificed for the theme. I would say that the way in which they executed their story, they didn't realize that they were sending conflicting messages.
Well, that's what that. No, that's what he says. That's what he says in the clip they're about to play.
That's not how he would put it, though. Even though he does put it that way. If you remember at the start of this video, when I'm directly reading MauLer's quote, he then corrects the quote. It's as if to say, like, oh, well, I wouldn't really say that, even though he does literally say that. It's a tricky old thing. Also, thanks Rex Lesser for the $2. These people are Jason Unrahe, but worse. I'm not really familiar with that guy, so I don't know.
Pretty clear by Yoda, so we know what it is. We have the statement, failure the best teacher is, or whatever it is. And then you like look at the events in the film, and you have characters that are not failing, and we're being told that they are, and then they learn lessons that put them in worse positions, and so it's just confusing. It's apparently applicable that Rey failed to convert Kylo to the light side. It's like, what do you mean? She just went there. She for some reason thought that he was a good guy, and then it turns out he was a neutral guy, which is better than bad, but then her refusing to hang out with him makes him evil again. It's so like, what are you trying to say, film?
What do I say to this? Well, most, if not all, plot lines and character developments we just went over for the last 4.
So wait, is that him thinking that all themes are explicit in the text, and it's not something that people read from the text?
Yeah, it's not something that people read. Like, he says, like, themes are there, you have to see them. So, like, I'm sorry, I didn't, like, when I wrote this, MauLer, I didn't know that you had a secret definition of the word. So I apologize.
Yeah, I guess it's just like, I'm just thinking about the idea of being a film critic and doing that for a living and not knowing that, like, themes are often something that's read into by the viewer and not something inherent to the text. Like, you can read a theme into something. It doesn't need to be there objectively. But I don't know. I guess it's just a culture shock.
Powers don't make sense. They weren't supported by the previous films, nor were they well executed. They simply happened. The best example being Poe's. He didn't fail throughout the movie when you actually consider his actions. Finn only failed because the writer decided that a BB unit saw his team.
Nazi!
Things like this forced me to come to the conclusion that yes...
Why did they just throw me in there randomly?
I said forced. Forced diversity, get it?
Oh, okay.
Oh, they got the joke.
It was good and yours was shit, Eric. I don't know why you want to remind people about that, but alright, you're...
And that yes, Rian Johnson wanted this theme, and he shoehorned events to make it happen, but this makes the writing even worse. He put a theme over the characters, over the plot, to force the characters around the theme, to make you think about it on your own personal level.
Okay, he's agreeing with me. That's what he said.
Hmm.
Okay, so you just had to see the clip.
What I say.
Yeah, do you want to hear his qualification first?
Yeah.
There, in case anybody's not getting it, it's just that the idea of theme comes above everything else and makes the movie perfect, even if nothing makes sense in relation to the theme.
When themes are, especially the nature of themes, can be so broad and poorly defined, and they can pretty much be kind of just summoned into existence by the way you want to interpret things. Like anything could be the theme, or anything might not be, because it's just so ethereal in a way.
It's almost like art is subjective or
I don't particularly
something.
hold themes myself to be like up there in terms of a movie's importance because of that. I just think it's a really low sort of bar.
I like talking about themes once all the things that are great about the movie have sort of been made clear, and then the themes like the icing on the cake in terms of, look at how all this connects when you really step back. Look at the lesson that the film is trying to tell us through all of these events. While other people would be like, as long as there's a good theme, the movie was good.
It's icing, not cake.
It's that you can have a good theme and...
No. Okay, so now they're starting to... It's icing, not cake. Like, yeah, that was an analogy that was just made for their personal standards, but now they're, like, literally saying that objectively the theme is that.
Yeah, again, like, it's okay to not value themes that much.
Mhm.
Like again, like, our plan isn't... Or my plan, at least. I don't know what Jack's agendas are. Like, my plan... Like, I wasn't hoping that you would completely change your criticism style for us. Like, it's to stop putting a special banner on it.
Yeah, just admit that they're, like, mindless rant videos, just like most of YouTube media criticism that you apparently dislike. It's like, you think slightly less than most media critics, I guess. Then that's the extent of it. It's the fact that they move seamlessly between, well, my personal standards are this, and then they sort of go, and now suddenly it's an objective thing that the theme is the icing and the plot is the cake or whatever.
Yeah, why
Like a
why are
logically coherent plot.
those why is it an objective fact that themes are icing?
But let's let them elaborate a little bit more.
Yeah, let's let him talk.
Those
That
two things aren't
supports the
mutually
theme
exclusive.
instead of fights the theme.
To appear more intellectual.
Although he seems to think that a theme is just noticing that a thing happens a lot, which is an odd way of looking at it. Like there's a part in the video where he just completely shoots down the entire idea of interpreting themes by picking a word from a hat.
So my point is to shoot down the entire idea. It's that the theme is so arbitrary in The Last Jedi in terms of how you apply it. You can apply anything to it, and that's not the case for every movie. It's not the case for every story. But
Okay,
The Last Jedi, people are
so
desperate to apply.
specifically interpreting themes in The Last Jedi. Do I have it correct now?
I believe
so. Okay.
You can't just read an arbitrary theme into any movie. It's specifically an issue with, like, I guess, poorly written films, which in his case he would assume The Last Jedi is.
Okay, like he sees the defense for the failure theme in The Last Jedi to be as poorly defended as his defense for the resurrection theme, like the fake resurrection theme that he just makes up. Which I'll say is pretty dishonest, because like he's missing like big parts of what people say about that. It's very clearly not people just noticing that characters fail a lot. It's not a motif.
Yeah.
So you're being very dishonest, Mr. Gas Mask.
I think by calling him dishonest, you're being dishonest, but whatever.
Themes to it in order to defend it, and I try to prove that.
And I would say, if that's not what he thinks themes are, tell us what themes are.
Yeah, it would be nice to know what he considers to be themes. If he's
you gotta keep them ethereal and floaty and out there. But I mean, if I was doing a video response to somebody now, and they said, "You are this," or "You are not that," this is not that, and I would, okay, well, you're gonna have to tell me what you mean then.
Or just at least explain where I've misstepped. Maybe I'm on point, but I've missed a certain detail.
Of interpreting themes.
Thanks, Walter Manson.
By picking a word from a hat. For his example, it was resurrection, and then pointing out all the times that someone or something resurrects during the film. Like, aha, this is equally arbitrary. Therefore, themes are bullshit.
Yeah, oof, nearly there. See, so close. Equally arbitrary, therefore, is bullshit in this movie. But themes in general, I love themes, and they can be measured mechanically and emotionally for what it does for you personally. You get an example would just be like some guy who's like heavy into how capitalism is destroying the world or whatever. There's a movie where a guy's wearing 2 boots and they're very worn, and he goes so that's tying into the theme because it's worn workman shoes is to try and imply that the working man is kind of beaten down by the 1% having benefited off it while he can't even afford new shoes. And then you find out that character is actually not working and that those shoes are ones that he just casually put on, they belong to his dad or something. And you're like, well, that doesn't really apply. What you just said is more interpretation, more subjective. It's got no mechanical reference, and that's how I look at themes.
So MauLer continues to confuse a weak argument for a subjective argument.
And okay, and like a theme doesn't have to directly tie into the plot. Like something can be non-literal. Like in that example he brought up, that could still be interpreted that way. Like in I'm trying to think of an example. Like when it's obvious that it's not in, like when something like a visual metaphor clearly isn't really in the text but is instead like very clearly outside of it and being communicated directly to the viewer. Like MauLer seems to think that's a problem.
Right. So I think it's like we had an earlier super chat relating to this about like MauLer's need for hand-holding. Like every theme needs to be very explicit in the text, or else the theme is made up and totally subjective, unlike the ones that he deems as explicit enough to be objective parts of the text. I think it just further speaks to his completely arbitrary metric of what objective criticism means. Seemingly, it all comes back to that.
And I consider it both important. You tell me that you've drawn something out of a text that I don't even think is there mechanically. It doesn't matter if it's a subjective argument, if you're talking about what it means to you. Because I can't take that away from you, and I wouldn't want to.
Again, if you say like actually this could have. Can you pause?
Oh, yep, sorry.
Like he always does this. Like if you make an argument over how something that he calls a flaw could have been a positive, if you look at it a certain way, he says like, oh, that's a subjective argument, because it disagrees with the robot. It's a very, very handy little response he has.
Wants to maintain the cause rather than trying to be a hero. Leia is resurrected by the Force.
I don't know. I like the whole failure thing wasn't just people pointing out that characters fail. Like I thought a pretty big part of it was that Kylo Ren doesn't learn from his mistakes, like the mistakes that he made in The Force Awakens,
and I think you have to try really hard to staple that into the theme because Kylo is so confusing when you try and look at him consistently.
It's a very explicit parallel. Like he's in a duel with Han, and then he's in a duel with Luke, and like the thing that brought like the mistake he made in The Force Awakens does not inform him for the duel with Luke, and that leads to him losing.
Yeah.
It's very simple. It's very blunt.
Yeah, I don't think that Kylo's arc is particularly confusing, but I don't know. I guess, is that an objective statement, or is that just in MauLer's personal view? It was confusing. I don't know. It's toughy.
It's almost like art is subjective or something.
He's zigzagging all around. Who knows what he'll be film.
Again, our thing, you're not allowed to vote for Kylo in our thing because he's going to be the most inconsistent, pretty much as a guarantee. So we have to boot him out.
Just continues to fail while everyone else just moves on.
So wait, is Kylo consistently inconsistent?
So
like, is his inconsistency a? Oh, sorry, because they don't distinguish between a problem with the character and a problem with the character's writing. I forgot about that. But I don't get whether is it that Kylo's inconsistent and that's a flaw in the writing, or Kylo's inconsistent and then that's a flaw in the character. Because the fact that he is inconsistent throughout the story, like he wavers back and forth, is like, is his arc in The Last Jedi? Like it's all based around that, him wavering between.
They don't make that distinction. We're speaking a different language now.
Gotcha.
Like you can't.
Yeah, you can't make that distinction. Okay. It's pointless because they're both in the text.
A lot. And he said it's worth talking about, though. I agree with you, Eric, and I feel like I did. So, yeah, I'm not really sure how you came to that conclusion, but okay.
Anyways, the same argument is used to discredit people who say that the visual splendor of The Last Jedi is a selling point. The term style over substance is used.
Yeah. Next up would be the phrase style over substance. This is of course in reference to the idea that you put your eye candy before your writing. Films like Speed Racer, Enter the Void, Transformers, 300 and Avatar are also used as examples in this sort of genre, if you can call it that. Some of those examples are far worse than others, but you get the point. The Last Jedi has a strong pattern of style over substance. Let's go through a few so you know what I'm talking about. Phasma disappears and then reappears in smoke, making no sense, but it looks imposing. The hyperspace jump makes no sense in universe, but it looks incredible. The destruction of the bridge on the Radis makes no sense, but it looks impactful. The bomber ships make no sense, but they reference World War II bombers, which looks...
Reference, people. This is in my summary, so if you would disagree with any of my takes on these, all of my evidence and breakdown is in the plot summary part for all of these.
Yep.
That is the purpose of it.
Yeah.
Also, that's objectively incorrect, funnily enough. The bombers don't like not make sense as a rule. I went to that part of the summary, was talking about the bomber ships, and he said there was the reasoning of like, if it was a magnetic pull, then that would count as a justification. So he doesn't actually decide whether or not the bombers are justified or not, as far as I'm aware.
I think his problem with them is that they're slow and fragile.
Right. Okay.
And they should have used Y-wings.
Yeah. Gotcha.
And they like the sort of creative vision aspect of it doesn't matter because that's an example of putting the heart before the mind.
Okay, gotcha. I was specifically talking about the part where he's talking about like the bombs dropping and how that wouldn't work because the gravity isn't enough to pull them or something like that. But whatever.
Things just talked about individually, yeah.
striking. Phasma falling into a sudden pit of fiery death makes no sense, but it looks intense.
And furthermore,
I don't understand how we can watch that and come to the conclusion that you're saying the visuals don't matter. Like,
you spoiled it, Jay. But no, you're right. So yeah, point being, writing is sacrificed in favor of creating.
I came to the conclusion that he thinks the visuals don't matter because he says it in the video.
I think in a bit we'll show his exact words of him saying it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. Well composed, impactful imagery. I guess those words are applicable.
You can have good writing and striking imagery. Don't sacrifice either of those things to add to the other.
Yeah.
Like, you can just strive for both.
And along with all this, he claims that stuff like visual splendor doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter compared to when talking about writing, right? And I think he's about to show a clip of this. Just listen to what I say.
Because it's just going to age, and it takes money to generate.
Imagine what the end result of this film would have been without the money behind it to fund the actors, the set pieces, and the CGI. These things don't matter in the grand scheme, not even the assets poached from Star Wars as a franchise. They do not matter to the writing. The effects will age, the shots will...
Wait, so he just said the grand scheme, and then he said the writing. So is it the grand scheme is the writing, or the grand scheme and the writing?
I think I'm just gonna say it just means the writing.
Okay.
And like I'm just gonna imagine that because I'm pretty sure that's what he thinks. But the last Jedi, the critique of the Last Jedi is not framed as a critique of its script. It's a critique of the film. Like
right.
Dan Olson's video on the Book of Henry is called The Art of Storytelling and the Book of Henry, and it's like exclusively about the sequence of events because it's in the title. But MauLer is pretty much he's making no distinction because he still is using all of this as proof that The Last Jedi is objectively bad content.
Yeah, I mean, and it's part of the reason that he justifies the length of his critique is that he says he looks at the film as a whole and like judges many different elements of it. So it's like, so that he's judging multiple different elements of it. Like he talks about the acting at one point. He talks about the visual design and the times where it doesn't make sense. He talks about set design. He talks about a bunch of stuff that are not the writing of the film. So I don't get what's being said here. Maybe I'm being dense.
Age. Every choice will age. Writing and storytelling is timeless.
I agree. He says it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. It doesn't matter compared to the writing.
So yeah, I don't disagree that there's room to interpret that I'm saying that visuals don't matter. I think that's just a poor take when I've said that, and that the more likely take would be that I'm saying that these things don't matter to writing quality, which is intrinsic in that writing is writing and those things are visuals. But visuals do matter in films. I would never have said that visuals do not matter. I think that's a pretty stupid thing to say.
This is honestly just a bewildering way of looking at film. Like I know there's a lot of online media critics who really value logical consistency, perhaps a little too much. But
too much.
I haven't seen anyone else say that it is like straight up the only thing that can ever make a film good, and everything else is just
because I haven't said it either.
Yeah,
You've still not heard anyone say it.
Just a distraction.
He did say
you
it.
Just read a book, right?
He's corrected it here to say that he was only talking about the plot of the film when he said that the visuals don't matter.
I'm sorry, MauLer. I don't have future vision.
Yeah, who knows?
Like, how can visuals be neutral in a visual medium?
I agree.
Are they neutral? Are they neutral, or do they not matter?
What about books with pictures in them, Eric?
Also, I was just about to say.
Wait, neutral means that it doesn't matter. Neutral means it's not good or bad. It's irrelevant. And I mean, okay, to say that visuals are like irrelevant to the storytelling of a film is also wrong. But that's a whole different conversation. A lot of his criticisms of what he says about the visuals doesn't make sense in the case of writing, though. Like he says the visuals will age, the effects will age, right? But if he's only talking about the writing of the film, so he's saying that if they didn't age, they would be relevant?
He's not. Throughout the entire critique, he is not just talking about the writing of the film, though, and it is consistently framed as a critique of The Last Jedi. So it's he routinely comes to the conclusion that The Last Jedi is objectively poorly made.
Yeah, like,
Or
but the point there is like, so why would he? Is it just a non sequitur that he brings up that the visuals will age? Because if it isn't a non sequitur, is he suggesting that if the visuals didn't age, then that wouldn't affect the writing? Then it would be good for the writing.
Is it just a non sequitur every single time he criticizes something other than the writing throughout the?
I guess so, because he's only talking about the writing now.
Medium when you read them.
Yeah, the big takeaway here is just that, like, for anyone who would come away from this and go, yeah, well, we're just talking about the writing, please rewatch the Last Jedi critique. He very clearly does not just talk about the writing.
And, like, he comes to the conclusion that The Last Jedi is objectively bad. Like, as a thing, as a product, it is objectively bad. He says those words.
Yeah, and you can't say that if you're only talking about the writing. All you could say there is it's objectively badly written. Unless you're saying that writing is the only thing that matters to a film, in which case we get to the same exact issue. See? It's like, if it's objectively bad because it's objectively badly written, according to your argument, then that would make everything other than the writing irrelevant. So either you're not just talking about the writing, or you are just talking about the writing, but you're also saying the writing is the only thing that decides whether it's subjectively good or bad. Might be worth clarifying that.
I mostly agree with his counter argument to the straw man he created. Down, straw man, you go. You were a bad argument.
And it's an especially strange critique to levels.
I mean,
I had a visceral reaction to him calling that a straw man. I'm sorry.
Whenever it makes him look bad, it's a straw man, I guess, as has been shown all throughout
Sorry,
this
MauLer,
stream.
you straw manned yourself here. Like, it's just how it went. Oh,
Star Wars of all things.
They're gonna respond to me praising The Last Jedi now. This is gonna suck.
Yeah.
Which, as far as I can tell, is a series that is mostly known for its imagery. That's why I like
Okay,
them.
sorry, hang on a second. I think you're missing a possibility where something can go from good to great based on non-writing elements, but non-writing elements cannot redeem a bad script. Okay, so you are saying that writing is more important than the non-writing elements in that case, right? Because you're saying the script can redeem non-writing elements, but the non-writing elements cannot redeem a bad script, right? So you're saying that visuals are less important, right? I just want to clarify that.
Yeah. Then you're saying that the script is the only thing that can decide quality because the non-writing things don't have an impact on it.
Yeah, you're saying the only thing that really matters is the script because it decides whether something's good or not. Less, but not important. Okay, but you're saying that if the script is bad, then everything else is irrelevant. So the script is the important thing. I mean, I feel like you're disagreeing with MauLer at this point because he said he doesn't believe this. So I'm going to have to just take your word for it, I'm afraid.
No. Imagery and visuals aren't necessarily the same thing at all.
I would say it's more known for its characters. More known everywhere.
Complicated question, but I would say that Star Wars is fucking amazing because of great characters and an incredible use of special effects for its time.
I'd say it's iconic just for like everything in it, isn't it?
Pretty much, kind of.
Very few parts of the soundtrack of Star Wars is incredibly iconic. The world building is
no, it's not.
Now just amazing world.
Should have been scored by Wendy Carlos. She would have made that. She would have made every single one of those movies a 10 out of 10.
Now that's a hot take.
Continue.
The characters, visually and other, considered incredibly iconic characters. I know I phrased that really well.
No, I agree with you, but first and foremost of what I think makes that makes it strong would be the characters. But I mean, what is it best known for? It's a complicated question.
Darth Vader, you could immediately recognize from just a silhouette and like a single line of his dialogue. He is iconic for basically everything.
Or just his breathing. You don't need to have him talk at all.
He's iconic, like with the things he says, the sounds he makes, and the way he looks.
Neutral.
It's essentially a trifecta.
Someone said, "What about comics?" So every medium has different standards. It's every craft, right? Comic book writing would be different compared to script writing, even though I think they would share a lot of similar things. Considering
even then, I mean, I've read some really great comics with really great writing.
Yeah,
Berserk. I mean, I know it's whatever manga,
like
it's still a comic.
His counter is
Berserk's
like,
really good. Death Note's great.
His counter is like, I'm looking at movies as if they're just books or something. And I'm just like, no, there would be different standards. But this is the thing. I can see how he got here, and it sucks that he got here because I think that he was like seconds away from understanding what I was actually saying.
In a visual medium. And it's an especially strange critique to level at Star Wars of all things, which, as far as I can tell, is a series that is mostly known for its imagery.
Nah.
That's why I like.
Yeah, I can't say it's
that doesn't
mostly
surprise me.
known for its imagery. I'll be like, it's mostly known for Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker.
I'm pretty sure more people know Darth Vader's appearance than they know like all of his lines. Like, do you feel you're being treated unfairly? Like, if I said that, a lot of people probably wouldn't know I was talking about Darth Vader. But if I showed you his helmet, you would know what that was, right? Like, I don't know.
Like everything I knew about Star Wars before I actually sat down and watched them was just like a bunch of iconic shots. Like,
Yeah, like for the most part, you have to have watched the films to understand all the quotes, but like you can know the visuals usually just by looking. Like, oh, it's like the Darth Vader thing. It's one of those ships from Star Wars. It's a lightsaber. Like people know this stuff, right? Even if they're not that familiar with the film series. But you know, I guess it's subjective.
Probably at the peak.
I'd say the most iconic thing from Star
Sorry, I'm only going to explain this one more time. If you're saying that a good script can be elevated by the non-script elements, but that a bad script cannot be redeemed by those other elements, you are saying that fundamentally writing is the thing that matters in making a thing good. Because you're saying that if the script is bad, which by the way is like a whole subjective metric, you're saying that if the script is bad, that nothing else here would matter. Nothing would elevate it to being good, objectively. So yes, that's the statement being made here. I'm not going to explain it any more times. If you don't get it at this point, you just don't get it.
Wars. As far as like, you know, my
The
understanding would be, I am your father. That is
I don't know. What do you guys think of that
very
alone?
true.
Oh yeah, that's like one of the most recognizable musical compositions ever.
So yeah, complicated, but I mean, we'll let him go for that.
Them. Like I saw them without any nostalgia goggles, and I thought they were great. Like I had a really good time with the imagery. I thought it looked and felt really nice. It had an ambience to it, and it also had huge ass emotional set pieces, and I loved it all.
Mhm.
And that's also why I didn't really like The Force Awakens, because it
But you
felt
like
a
The
little
Last Jedi?
Themes.
Well,
cold.
The Last
in
Jedi
comparison
does have
to
striking imagery and huge emotional set pieces. You can't say it doesn't have those.
Yeah, I think I've spoken to someone else about this. I was like, to say it has an emotional set piece, I'd be like, sure.
If that is your standard, then I can understand why you would feel that way about the film.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's a strong emotional set piece or a
yeah.
weak one, that's another
I
conversation.
mean, I guess they tried.
The things
And,
again, I think you have to. For some people, the fact that there are writing errors won't detract from the emotion they feel. when they're
Okay,
watching
I'm not
I
like
don't
I just
actually
like going forward, like in this clip, I'm not trying to like make arguments for why The Last Jedi is good or why like Star Wars is good. Like I'm explaining my experience with them,
Yeah.
and how it's different.
You're just
and
saying why
how-
you like it personally. You are saying
Yeah.
the subjective thing.
I'm saying I'm making a subjective argument, and what MauLer would call a subjective argument.
with that, but clearly there are people.
Clearly there are people?
Clearly there are people.
Okay,
I
clearly
have
there are
people.
people.
Like The Force
Did
Awakens.
I cut out there? Is that?
Yeah, but we know what you said, though.
It
Yeah,
felt
I
a
agree.
little
Some people will
cold
clap
in
at anything.
comparison. It felt very standard. It didn't have the ambiance, and in turn, that's why I liked The Last Jedi, because there are some shots in that movie that are gonna be remembered alongside.
Like, genuine question, does this feel a little bit more like he's actually trying to share how he feels as opposed to manipulate something?
Yes.
And I'm like,
Kind of
for a moment, that's why I'm like more pulled into this, because I'm like, you're not trying to fuck with me, thank you. You're just actually just talking for a bit. And it's not to say that Eric hasn't fucked up previously, because he absolutely has.
gets
It's just
it.
that this is so refreshing in this video, this portion. It's just like, oh, thank Christ.
Does what does Jack think about The Last Jedi? Does he like it?
Probably, dude.
Yep.
What do you
Because,
think
the
of The
fact he said
Last
probably, I'm
Jedi?
thinking,
See, I just rewatched Empire, and I still think it's really, really good. But I think at this point, I would probably say that Last Jedi is either the best one or second to Episode 6. We'll see.
is there a way that Eric could have come out and said that he thought it was terrible and awful?
I don't know.
Incidentally, I really like Infinity War, and I really don't like Black Panther that much. So, yeah.
Into the double sunset in A New Hope. Like there's just so much emotional content in some of the events that happen in that movie, some of the images that are shown on screen. And that might
There's
explain
an
why
amount.
I didn't mind so much that the bombers were designed impractically. But here's the skinny. MauLer has heard all of this, in a critique of The Last Jedi Part 3, MauLer implies that that argument and arguments like it are an attempt to shield the film from criticism. Like, he makes up a hypothetical Episode 9, where, like...
Just, would you say the way he made it there was attempting to shield the film from criticism?
No, he was making subjective arguments.
Yeah, he said he acknowledged that this could be considered a flaw, and then goes on to say, but I liked it because I don't prioritize things like that personally.
I don't know if he knows that that's fine with me.
Yeah, but we have encountered people, and we constantly do, who make nonsensical arguments in order to defend the film.
Like, there are people who will say that same thing and then go, see, the film isn't fucking bad, and you're like, well, no, you just stitched that on the end. Like, you can still objectively qualify loads of things in the movie that are flawed. You can't just say, but I don't care about those, and then say the movie is good because of that.
You can. That's what subjective criticism is, which is what MauLer does.
So far, like, just completely ignoring everything that I say in that.
Yeah, they're completely missing the point, unfortunately. What can you do?
A hypothetical Episode 9, where, like, everything is, like, completely off the wall. Like, all the threads are dropped. It's hilarious, honestly.
Alright, it's time once and for all to destroy this argument.
Okay, can you pause?
Yep.
Perhaps I should have let his clip play from a bit earlier, because the argument he's arguing against is someone saying you don't search for logic in a Star Wars movie because, like, it's primarily based off of its, like, visual metaphor, and it has noisy explosions happening in space. Like, that's the argument he responded to, and I thought that since the argument I just made is kind of similar to that one, I thought that I could just play his clip in response to what I just said, but perhaps that was a bit unclear, and I apologize for that.
Okay, well, it's good that you clarified that.
So right now he's like, what he's responding to is someone who says, like, you don't search for logic in a Star Wars movie because it's fiction, it's fantasy, and now he, like, this is his argument against that.
Opens with Luke saying, "Lol, I'm sleepy, I guess," and he jumps wearing only a nappy into space. He chops every last Death Star, Star Destroyer, etc. in half and kicks the supremacy. He then stands on the sun and says, "Kylo, you must return to the Jedi because they are actually okay and really cool." And so Kylo does. Would that be something you consider bad? Because if you said to me that this is terrible writing, do you know what I'd say back to you? You don't search for logic in a Star Wars movie. A movie full of laser weapons, noisy explosions in space, and little Muppets running around. You need to remember that this is a movie first with visual...
It's practically an argument from principle. It's like...
Pretty much, yeah. Well, it's trying to find people's limits.
Yeah, what's
and
the
once
line
they
for
admit,
you?
Yeah, once there's that line that's established, well, now...
They have to qualify the line, and they can't.
Yeah.
It's not based on principle. It's based on feeling.
Exactly. That's the point.
Metaphor and not a documentary.
Oh yeah, I love this version of Episode 9 in response to some of the comments.
And really, this just speaks to MauLer's utter narrow-mindedness.
Are you going to answer the question? You're not even going to answer the question, are you, Eric?
He called me narrow-minded. That counts.
I mean, incidentally, I would agree that like, you don't search for logic in a Star Wars movie. You can if you'd like if that's your standard, but that's not the same as it objectively being a thing that matters.
That person, that nameless person, is technically making a different argument than I did. Like, he's saying, like, you don't search for logic in a Star Wars movie, and I'm saying, like, I didn't search for logic in these movies, and that's why I found them good. Which I guess you could call that a misrepresentation, and I apologize.
Not really though, because it's just like, again, he's the one framing this as an objective issue of the film, that it doesn't follow a certain logical standard. Which, incidentally, a lot of the points he makes are not about logic. They're his like very subjective, very personal nitpicks, as the clips already shown have displayed. I think you were right to call him out on that. In the end. Okay, 1 second.
Right.
You're not even going to answer the question, are you, Eric?
And really,
Here's a clip
this
of the
just
cat.
speaks to MauLer's utter narrow-mindedness when it comes to art. Like, the only way a film can be good or bad is based on how airtight the script is, and if you imply that there are other ways to judge a film, then he says you just don't have standards at all.
Ooh.
That's a good straw man.
Like, come on, Eric.
Wow. Oof.
You're
Why
better
didn't you just
than
answer the question, Eric? If it was my video, I would have answered MauLer's question.
So, like, everyone has a standard that they use called the subjective one, where you go, this movie is something I like, and I base that on how much I liked it. That is a standard. So for me to say you don't have any standards, if you tell me I don't know, I just kind of like the movie, and I base that on how much I enjoyed it, I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. But if you say, I don't know, I think the movie is very well crafted in terms of a film because I liked it, I'd be like, that's a non sequitur.
Someone said Georgie's trying to kill himself to escape his living hell.
Yeah, but it's okay to think that a movie is well crafted because you like it. But
Okay, Jack.
Yeah.
Can you could you see any way that do you think it was sound of me to come to that conclusion after playing that clip?
I mean, I would say so, yeah. I mean, we can leave it to the chat, but yeah, I personally think that you fully justify the way you're saying that.
Like, that the nameless person says you don't search for logic in a Star Wars movie, and MauLer says, like, oh, well, what if the next episode was just a complete cacophony of light and color? Would you consider that bad? And then, like, he assumes that the answer is yes, and then he repeats the argument back to that person, implying that that argument is just an argument from a person that doesn't have any standards. Like,
yeah, you can have standards. Like, it's again the whole dichotomy between a well-reasoned argument and an objective argument, right? I think it'd be hard to make a well-reasoned argument for that version of Episode 9 being good, right? I think it'd be very hard to argue that stance. You could theoretically do it, I guess, but this is where standards come from. Like, people will generally have a certain standard, right? And that isn't the same as it being an objective standard, because that's just populism. That's just like, well, the majority of people think this. The majority of critics thought The Last Jedi was a very good movie, right? But that doesn't make it objective. It's a whole different thing. So I think based on what you were saying, yeah, that's like, you're justified in saying that. They're assuming that, oh yeah, well, because you would agree that that wouldn't be a good movie, or at least it's very unlikely it would be a good movie, you're now agreeing with his objective critique.
Yeah, that is what he's saying. Like the he's saying that it follows from saying that you don't search for logic in a Star Wars movie. It follows that you would also be completely okay with absolutely anything that Star Wars puts out after that, which is like it's saying that you don't have standards.
Yeah, it's like they don't know what their subjective position is, right?
When in actuality they are just different standards.
Yeah, exactly. Like, your subjective position isn't just based on nothing. You still have a certain level of standards for these things. But what MauLer is arguing here, as is usually the case when he's talking about, like, well, what if objectivity didn't exist? Suddenly nothing would matter. Well, at the end of the day, like, it's not like every film is trying to appeal to every group, and sometimes when you're trying to appeal to one group or another, you're going to change the material in some way. So, for instance, if it's like a film for kids versus a film for kids versus a film for adults, you're going to maybe change the writing in various ways, and someone who's an adult watching a kid's film might think, this is a little bit, like, childish in its writing, right? So the objective criticism would be suggesting that one of these is good and one of these is bad. The subjective is just admitting that there's, like, different standards for these things, and you can come at it from different angles. It's not saying that literally nothing matters anymore, and, like, there are no standards from anyone. It's just many different subjective standards, and you're trying to appeal to one group or another.
Yeah, okay. I think I've gotten that down pretty well now. You can let them speak some more.
Assume that because you like something, it was probably well made. Like, that's a reasonable assumption.
You can assume it, but if you state it, it's different.
That you can. Yeah, you shouldn't state that definitively based on that evidence.
This is why the robot doesn't really work for film criticism.
Like if I were to say,
he's addressing us.
If I were to mention, like, a movie in passing and say, I think it was probably quite good objective because I really liked it, so I assume that means it's good, and then I wasn't trying to make any real points about it, I would say that would be fine.
I will agree with Arco that Georgie has the best arguments in this video.
Consistently the best arguments.
They already made that joke.
Jumped ahead a little bit.
There are other ways to judge a film.
Incidentally, I'm getting a few comments saying, like, oh, MauLer probably wouldn't agree with that. Okay, arguing that there's a bunch of different standards out there that you apply to different material. Like, I know that earlier MauLer was talking about horror films versus action films and how they have different standards. what you don't realize is that you're talking about subjective standards. There's nothing divinely deciding that this is horror, this is action, this is for kids, this is for adults. You're the one who has to declare this is a kids film versus this is a film for the whole family, right? The horror action thing is more a marketing term than anything, because plenty of horror films can also have action elements, plenty of action films can also have horror elements, plenty of action films can have comedic elements. Like, these things all bleed together, and how you judge them is based on, ultimately, your subjective standard, and that standard can change, but it's still fundamentally subjective. Hope that's clear.
He says you just don't have standards at all. Hi, Mauler, and probably Wolf and Rags too. If you're watching
You didn't say hi to Jay.
this, then I have a couple of film recommendations I'd like to give you, because
Oh God.
Oh boy.
while I'd like to have a discussion about these things, I do not want to do it exclusively in reference to The Last Jedi. I hope you understand.
Yeah, you can't win that one, mate.
I mean, he said he's not exclusively implying that he would be willing to, so.
First on the docket is a film called Funny Games.
Any of you guys seen this?
No.
No.
Never
What
heard
do
of
you
it.
think?
I've seen it. And I thought it was alright, but if he wants me to see it again to have a
He
coherent thing to
he
say
doesn't
about it,
remember any of it.
Hmm.
Is the he says that he's seen it, but he hasn't actually. He
Yeah.
doesn't remember any of it.
He sort of,
I know that
he sort of
because
explained it like it was a generic horror movie.
he explains it like he watched the trailer, so it was probably like many years ago that he saw it or something.
Yeah, gotcha.
guess I could watch it again, but I've got nothing to say about it definitively right now. What I remember is that it's like neighbors when two people are moving in, I think, tune out to like capture them and arrest them into their house, and then weird things happen. But that's my memory cut completely. I'd have to watch the film again.
Incidentally, we are probably going to call it after this. We did say we were going to try and get to the end of Eric's second segment, and we've made it. We actually made it in pretty good time.
We're almost at the end.
We're almost at the end. Yeah, so this is probably only going to go on for like another 10 minutes or so.
Be sure to get the American version. Like, usually remakes are worse, but this is a director remaking his own work and actually improving on it in a lot of ways. Second is a film called Sorry to Bother You. It came out...
I have not seen that.
I've never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
I'm very, very interested in their take
and
for
the last
this.
film I'd like you to check out is called Under the Skin.
Have you guys seen that?
I've never heard of it.
Nope.
I've seen it and I really like it. But I can guess why he's chosen it. It could be argued as an art house film or an artsy film.
That's all you need.
But
I got a couple artsy films for Eric.
Well, I was going to say that does artsy mean cannot be quantified objectively, in which I would...
What's up?
I chose Under the Skin just because I thought he'd like it, and it turns out he did, so I was right.
There you go.
But also, I wonder, like, does he think it's better or worse for being like so slowly paced? Like, does he think the abstract stuff adds to it? Does he think like the unexplained stuff adds to it? Like, does he think the sort of the emotional confusion in the second half? Does he think that makes it better?
I think it would be another thing where he'll discuss how there's different objective standards for different films. Not realizing that when you're talking about all these different standards, at the end of the day, you wind up just talking about what a subjective standard is.
Yeah, the other problem is that his definition of objective is just subjectivity, and like is very close to its breaking point.
He just judges it differently, but there is still an objective measurable criteria here. It's just, I don't know, it's exclusively for independent thrillers. I don't know.
Disagree vehemently.
We can. I think we're very close to MauLer actually looking into what objectivity is in art criticism, and I'm really looking forward to it. I think it will greatly enrich his critiques in future.
I have some.
I have objective arguments for why Under the Skin is good.
He does ask you for film recommendations, so...
Yeah, no, these are just recommendations. We don't know why he's doing this, but my assumption is that he's going to enjoy trying to listen to me break these films down objectively, perhaps. I'm not sure. But Under the Skin is more than possible. And I quite like that movie. It's creepy and strange, but it made sense.
Yes,
I mean,
I
not
am
really.
in fact giving you homework. But if you want...
Like Under the Skin doesn't really make it has a very simple literal story on top, but there's like a whole lot of stuff that just isn't explained.
Yeah, like I'm thinking of stuff off the top of my head. I really don't want to spoil Under the Skin for people, but
Yeah, don't.
Yeah, there's like tons of little things that are like weird logical holes in that film. But maybe he wouldn't judge the logical aspects. Like that would be a different objective standard that doesn't care as much about logic when it's like artsy. Because I think he's also seen Enter the Void and he might like that, and that film like definitely plays around with its logic. So yeah, I'm not sure. It's a shame. It's a shame we can't discuss this, but you know, what's a balanced discussion?
You can give us some film recommendations too, if you like.
Haven't we already been doing
Any
Homer for the
free
past
movies
7
and fi-
hours?
I would like to give you loads of film recommendations. Teeth, Black Panther, Catwoman 2004, the Emoji Movie,
Teeth is genuinely the best movie ever made.
Birdemic and Birdemic 2. Watch them out of order because it makes more sense that way. What are some more amazing movies for them to watch?
I actually got 3 unironic examples.
Okay.
Pan's Labyrinth, The Gray, and The Road. 3 of my favorite movies ever.
I've seen none of those, but I heard they're good.
I've seen, I think, all of those except for
legitimately,
Teeth.
If you want some movie recommendations from me, the problem is like I need to know the criteria. Am I just recommending a film I like, or am I recommending a film that's supposed to assist in some form of an argument?
One that you think would assist in your argument, I guess, because it would be like our theoretical discussion, what you would want to bring up that we could all be like, okay, so we're all on the same page when we're talking about this thing.
Yeah, I explained this.
Yeah.
In just a couple seconds.
Nope.
Thor: The Dark World.
Yeah, Thor: The Dark World. No.
Think are underrated that we haven't seen that would help your points.
Underrated that I think they may not have seen that would help my points. The Last Jedi is all I need to prove my points.
He dislikes Enter the Void?
In the chat is objectively correct.
Because the points, it's a theoretical statement, right? So if my points work with The Last Jedi, the idea is that they work within how movies function, all the standards. So there is no movie it can't apply to. And you might be like, well, I just don't see how that would apply to.
Is there a single objective standard for every film, or is it a bunch of different objective standards? Which one is it, Mr. Gasmask?
I think it's just whichever one suits his argument at the time. Much like when we've been talking about unbridled videos, where he's only speaking subjectively unless he's speaking objectively. It's just the same thing again. He'll decide on a whim whether he's talking objectively or subjectively, what that even means, and what an objective standard is. I hope that's clear.
And then names a movie, and I'd be like, so you need me to watch that movie and then have a conversation with you of how it would be broken down, I guess. And it's like, I don't know that it's a, do you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, why would it be fair for me to do that for someone just on the assumption that they just want to understand how the system works, when I'm trying to imply that you should be able to grasp it from just how broken down The Last Jedi? So I don't know that it would ever be something you would grasp, you know what I mean?
I know absolutely nothing about how he views film, apparently.
I'm happy to talk about movies
It's not your
with...
responsibility to do something like that.
I'm happy to discuss movies with Eric, but the criteria there, that I need to pick one that'll prove my points, whatever, I'm like, every movie works, so I'll watch yours, I suppose. But this is assuming they even want to talk to us, which is a questionable thing, considering...
I don't understand...
We're literally offering a discussion at this part of the video. And to be clear, although we did clarify this in the last stream, the exact situation is that we wanted to do a 2-on-2. We wanted to exclude Rags on that for a few different reasons. Eric just personally hates Rags. And on my end, I was just like, well, Rags is the least relevant person here, so let's just have a 2-on-2. Where it's me, Eric, and then MauLer and Wolf, because Wolf's somewhat relevant to this video. They said no to that. To which I was like, okay, well, how about just Eric pulled out because of that. So I said, okay, just me and MauLer then. So it's like a one-on-one balanced discussion. As like a bare minimum, it's a balanced discussion. Unfortunately, MauLer is not willing to have a discussion unless it's at least a 3-on-1. He has offered to let me bring on 2 random people to make it 3-on-3, but it's like, why do we need 6 people for 2 people to talk about a disagreement they have? So... I don't think we need hype men and cheerleaders, but so it goes. So that's why discussion isn't happening. We're always open to a discussion. We just want there to be some level of balance to it. So that's where it currently stands.
I was going to say, considering how this video has gone, like how dreadful this is and how we felt about it. So I don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, Jay, I need to ask you something. No.
Yes,
no.
They should watch. Do you not agree with me that they should watch it?
They should watch what?
Well, no, the problem is that they think it would be good because they have terrible opinions on everything. Jay, I need to ask you something. How in the hell have you seen Spirited Away, but you haven't seen literally anything else?
Because it's one of my friend's favorite childhood films, and she recommended it to me adamantly.
You've seen Spirited Away, But you haven't seen Stand By Me, The Shawshank Redemption, The Green
He needs to see
Gladiator, The Last Samurai.
You know what? I think
Terminator.
what this podcast is missing is more lists of films I haven't seen.
I think that
Yeah, should I pull up the rest of the movies that I have so that I can ask you more?
Eric, okay, the point
Jack.
is, Eric, you should
Hmm?
watch
Jack.
God's Not Dead.
Yep.
Have you listened to Bjork?
Yes.
Have you listened to Radiohead?
Yes.
Have you listened to Taylor Swift?
Yes. Extensively.
Have you listened to Steve Reich?
No.
Have you listened to Ichigo Aoba?
No. Is this the same as intellectual discourse about media?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know.
Ichigo
We kind of
Aoba
made
is
this
really
joke.
good.
Okay, I'll listen. I'll give it a listen. Link me to their best work, their top 10.
Yes.
Could I get a best of? Is there like a best of compilation?
Her new album. It's called QP.
Okay.
Like lowercase q and then p. It's on Spotify.
Okay. In fairness, we already made this joke earlier a little bit. This is
Yeah.
pointless, but
Well, they did the joke again too.
yeah,
so.
yeah. I guess it's fine.
That's the one. That is the one.
That's the one. It's the only movie you need, honestly. It'll do stuff for your magic spirit.
All
Totally.
right. So
If I come onto EFAP and it turns out
Have you listened to
oh,
Eric
sorry.
Taxon?
Let's make sure we get the full quote here.
Okay.
If I come onto EFAP and it turns out you haven't seen any of these, I'm just gonna step right the fuck.
All right,
out.
then you have
Sorry.
to watch The Gray, The Road, and Pan's.
And Arrival.
I'm also gonna step out. Of
Wait, was
class
it
there.
The Grey, The Road, and Pan's Labyrinth? Was
The
that
Gray,
what
the Road, and Pan's Labyrinth.
Okay,
I'm
that's
gonna
okay.
remember that, like
Mhm.
just because, like
Yeah.
even if I don't go on there, like maybe someday, then like I'll have seen those movies.
Yeah, those are all movies I've been wanting to get around to seeing, so that'll be fun.
I'm also going to step out of Rags.
Okay. Oh, sorry. We'll listen to their justification of Rags not being present, and then should we just call it?
Yeah.
We did say we were going to get to this point and then call it.
That's what he said.
Oh, well.
As you're aware,
I
there's
am
now agreed
very
to be here if you're silent. And
exhausted.
We're not
My brain
taking
has
that either.
melted fully.
Yeah, that's fucking retarded.
Treat Rags like a human being, please. And you could be like, you don't do that for us. Like,
why would
I
we want to?
give as I get.
yeah.
Treating people like a
have-
human
after
being
this-
apparently, like treating people like a human being apparently means like letting them outnumber you in a debate.
Yeah, I don't really know what's going on here. Like, maybe I'll tell you what. Let's get 10 people. Maybe we can have like a 10 on 10. I think that'll be maximum debate because then everyone will get something to say and it'll be fantastic. We all acknowledge that Rags is a human. We just think he's not a particularly relevant human, and in Eric's case, he just thinks he's not a particularly good human. That's subjective though, so who knows.
This video, why would we have any inclination to?
Yeah, so the standards will be me and Wolf will be the primary people talking, and Rags will cut in when he feels he wishes to. But it's not like if you want it to be that you're addressing me and Wolf specifically, then Rags can be here and Rags can cut in if he feels like he has something relevant to say. Like that would be would you guys be okay with that?
I mean, I'll
No,
be here.
we
and
set a specific
speak when I
criteria.
have something to say, but that's.
Yeah, that's the same as it being a free on two, unfortunately.
Muzzle your friggin' dog.
Oh, did you just say that Rags wasn't human?
Oh, I'm sorry.
They keep trying to use that as a gotcha, as if Rags doesn't currently have a dog avatar in his picture.
As if like his picture isn't actually just a porn picture of his dog avatar. Like he owns it.
Right.
Like he solicits this.
And on that note, my brain is fully melted. I think we've been through most of our video at this point. That's most of us being disingenuous. That's all the stuff that makes us scumbags, subhumans. It's most of what people cite when they talk about us being disingenuous. I feel like I've covered the broad range of it. If there's enough people saying, oh, you guys missed all the real hot takes in the last few hours where they mostly go over other people's YouTube comments under the video, maybe we'll revisit the EFAP. But for now, I feel like we've successfully gone through most of their, I guess, demolition of our arguments. Would you agree with that, Eric?
Yeah. Like this. Like your middle portion is what everyone cites, right? Like.
Yeah. Mostly the unbridled stuff because it's very disingenuous of me to criticize the unbridled stuff. when it's all just subjective personal opinions, except for the parts where MauLer explicitly says that it's not just subjective personal opinions, or when he's talking about The Last Jedi and you're saying, oh, he's saying that visuals aren't important in the grand scheme of things, even though all MauLer said was that visuals weren't important in the grand scheme of things. So it's a lot of fun.
Hail Sobek.
Trans rights.
Okay.
Eric, I want to thank you a ton for joining me on this one. I don't think I'd be able to have got this far without a pal along for the ride. So.
Thank you. You're my pal too.
Maybe in future we can make a full EFAPP podcast, because this is clearly a fantastic format for discourse.
Yes.
Yes.
This obviously isn't just us doing a last resort because MauLer wouldn't answer to a debate.
Yeah. And that still stands. We have one criteria. I guess Eric has his criteria. The main criteria is balanced discussion. Second criteria, don't really want rags. It's not particularly relevant to the conversation. We don't want random, irrelevant people in the conversation. MauLer, if you want a one-on-one, I'm always here, buddy. Even though I've been very disingenuous in this video, as all of the viewers can now surmise. I'd also like to thank Britt for being with us up to this point. I think she's done a good job moderating.
Thank you.
Everyone thank Britt for her hard work. We in the Sarkeesian left are happy to have had you, our fine audience, along for this ride. All of you who actually stuck with us all 5 hours. One, why? And two, thank you. We really appreciate that. And thanks again to everyone who did a super chat. So once again, Eric has an album coming out tonight, probably.
Yeah, tonight, midnight Pacific time. I'm gonna try and stay up because I like releasing albums at midnight. Just makes it feel more special.
Gotcha. I'm really looking forward to listening to that.
It's gonna be 3 a.m. for you. I'm sorry.
That's fine. And on my end, I have a video coming out probably sometime late next week. We'll see how we get on. I have the script fully ready. I'm going to be filming it in the next few days. And then from there, all will be good. Thank you for everyone who complimented my hair and who complimented Eric's hair. I don't feel like there's anything left to say, so I think we're just going to end it here.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. I hope you had a wonderful time. Love you all, and stay safe.